Yo 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 yo, welcome to the streaming. Welcome to the streaming. Kita mau main lagi, mau nonton qualifier ya kan? Guys, apa qualifier tapi masih belum mulai juga ini, coy. Macam mana nih? Macam tak betul nih. Match dulu lah kita lah.
I'm ready.
Again.
Well, everyone, finally we can get game one underway. About 30 seconds until we get into Aerocool now. We've been talking about how we expect this level to go, how we expect the tempo to be, how we think the teams are going to play, who to look for, etc. Be quite important. So hopefully it's generous. Hopefully it's generous for everyone to drop exactly where
Udah mulai guys.
and basically mark their territory. Otherwise it could get dodgy going into
game 2. Yeah, hopefully it's not too skewered onto either corner of the map, or else we will see too many of all these contests without any form of clarity on where exactly are they contesting. But
nice.
Udah
mulai. Let's go.
In the play-ins and really bring the momentum moving into the finals. We will now find out, as we do have some of the teams that have been waiting to get some action, and here we go as we start off from the south, moving all the way up north towards the corner Stalbert. It'll be a little bit of an extension to even get towards areas like Georgia Pole, so perhaps certain teams who are interested will have to opt for early vehicles. But look, let's take a look at the island. There's about 5 teams on board, or it seems like it's 5 teams, but it's about at least the 3 of them. So that's pretty interesting on how these teams will be able to bring their way through if it does end up in the mainland. But we've seen planes to actually favor the ones who start off in the island. So in any moment, we'll be able to at least check out what happens in the first phase, as teams are already
mention leave off
not so lucky.
Zest will be the first one down in the final stage, and he's dead at 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. That's not how you want to start if you're AGG, especially on a zone like that. Dead center, that would have been a very powerful spot to be. Zest obviously tasked to go for that hard spawn, but Q-Confirm much quicker to it, had the better parachute, and Zest caught out in the middle of nowhere. Would have been good, I suppose, if he could get some backup from his teammates in Rooftop or Roshok, but they obviously couldn't get a gun in time. Bliss seem quite happy and content in Yasnaya. No team to contest them, no one around them. Maybe someone will camp them, but they seem totally okay for the moment, which is good. And yeah, like you mentioned, there were 4 teams on Military Island. SGD, Take Me Please, Reluctant Squad, and one other as well. Reluctant Squad quick crossing the bridge as well. They don't want anything to do with any of the action on Military Island. They don't want to get caught up in chaos and have to delay crossing a bridge because a team beats them to it. They'd rather just get across right now.
Yeah, you can see the tempo of the play has been...
Nah, kok nge-lag gini, bro? Kenapa ini, bro? Wah, ini kenapa anjir? Aduh. Aduh, guys.
enact the same sort of play style as they did have a stellar run throughout the couple of days that they played out.
Well, they're looking to continue it. They're going for a bridge camp on Forest Gaming in game 1. So they're looking to continue that momentum and make a mark on this lobby. I think they saw 4 teams go across the military and they definitely recognized their opportunity. I think also it probably has to do with the fact that they are confident to be able to move into this zone. Their, I suppose, quadrant of the zone in that southeastern side is mostly free. It's just Cerberus that they have to worry about. And Cerberus are likely to move in and just play center just based off prio. So FW will have time to pull off this bridge camp.
Masuk dulu nih kayaknya bed ya.
Without contention. So it's a good play to start off with, but as you can see, Forest is wary of it. They are crossing the scaffolding on either side of the bridge, being very, very careful. They don't want to start off game 1 in bad form.
Yeah, and perhaps if they're going to go in rather late, I hope that they do have a couple of emergency pickups for them to utilize just to get in a little bit safer, though despite using it early does not really bring too many advantages, so perhaps they're willing to still scrap it out, at least for Forrest, who's already on the bridge. Meanwhile, for E-Arena, they start up north, so they should have ample space for them to work with. Whereas, it will probably take a while before FW Esports finds anything through the eastern corners of the bridge, waiting for teams to rotate over. Zigzag does spot a plane hovering.
Yeah.
You might assume that to be maybe one of the teams that goes in for those emergency pickups, but probably it's just going to drop in a crate or so. As for E-Arena, I think they're just going to look for decent pickups here as they trade or opting to scout out and about. Might be a good one corner in for Jacob if he drives any further deeper into the corners of 70, but it seems like day trade should be safe to bypass the bridge.
Di turnamen pada mobil apa kenapa ya kalau main tuh
coming from Team Blizz should be up and ready to go for a fight.
Well, Team Blizz
jarang banget mobil anjir, mesti pada nyari mobil gitu.
It's funny looking at day trade and E-Arena here because they've kind of collided. Both of those teams coming from the northeast and the north. Well, the north I suppose just in 70 for E-Arena. They both have this ideal scout spot into this next zone, and they both rocked up to it at basically the same time. And so they had to be very careful to avoid any danger. It's made it awkward for E-Arena to actually get to that location and scout on that northern plateau just above the river. Day Trade are already there. And so E-Arena kind of have to wait their turn or choose alternate scout spots. Olympus down and out. That FW bridge camp paying off. SGD arrives at the apartments. Mings, he didn't actually land on the roof. Is that going to cost him as he runs in the back door? It's dodgy, but he survives. SGD 4-man up in the apartments. A very, very strong position. QC opting to go for a 2-2 at
kali 4 tapi segitu harusnya bisa ya.
On the hill and
kayak gua anjir.
Strong for them as well.
Gak bisa nembak, banyak missnya.
SGD split those apartments, so they stay in 1 as all 4. Definitely smarter to at least split 2-2. And yeah, FW did get there 1. Olympus was sent across that bridge as a scout. He loses his life, but it gives across the information that that bridge is being camped.
Yeah, overall,
Cerberus berani juga ya ngambil tempat-tempat yang lumayan terbuka gitu anjir. Begitulah, gimana ya? Cakungan-cakungan gitu. Tapi kan tetapnya terbuka ya. Wah, Imas. Aduh, trik. No way, no.
Have the rest of FW to be moving deeper into the map.
Alkarin.
Spots out movements coming in for
nice.
trying to swerve pass.
Wah, itu trik sih nyaris ya.
And it's interesting to note that
since
SGD has already qualified for the PGC slot.
Apakah masih sama?
They may not have that many stakes to play for
posisinya strateginya 2-2.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of
money.
And also, you want to be battle ready when you do get to PGC. So, of course, there's no better lobby than to start off with this Apac rounds. So, right now, only a single point being garnered by both FW as well as QC. Other than that, it's just a little bit of a wear and tear through some vehicles as well as armor. While I really do love the fact that all these teams, majority of them, are already pretty much looking for the center zone as compared to lurking too long outskirts. Of course, Force Natural Gaming had no other choice but to hold.
Kita lihat di sini Buriram.
A very passive game one, only a couple off kills here and there. But everyone playing very stock standard PUBG. Priority has been taken. Majority of the priority has been taken in the center of the zone, center of the circle. Everyone happy to sit tight and wait to see what phase 2 does. And yeah, it's an interesting point that you raise, SGD, the only team in the lobby in the unique circumstance of already being guaranteed to go to PGC, but other than the money that they're playing for, they're also playing for that PGC 5 and 6 slot.
Harusnya coba ikutin cara main
so they
Sonic
are
ya.
absolutely going to be playing it the exact same way that everyone else will be, if not more confident that they've guaranteed PGC for themselves. See how dangerous they can be. They're currently sat in the apartments. Obviously a very powerful spot. And I like their split. When you take the apartments like this, it is often better to hedge your bets on the eastern side. A lot easier to defend. And a lot easier to unstuck yourself, essentially. You can get stuck on that western side. Get kind of piece
juga lagi banyak pada yang pakai barrel ya.
So SGD playing the apartments standard
Kita lihat
as well.
Blade
Phase 2
masih
coming up
aman.
in a couple
Oh, Blade
seconds
masih
here. Is
aman
it going
nih.
to be kind or is it going to be
Aduh.
Oh, that is not
Tadi yang
how
aman
you
banget
start
itu
off.
nggak ada. Wah,
That is
muter.
not how you want to start
Mas
off
muter Yasnaya sih.
the final
Ini mau nggak
stage.
mau.
That is so
Muter
good for
Yasnaya,
Daytrade and
ambil-
Arena, and everyone else
ambil
is going to
sini
be
nih.
in shambles.
Ambil bukit
It
atas
definitely
seberang.
will be happy days for
Cakep sih
Arena
itu.
to farm up some points, especially for those who are hoping to get across from the Rozak Bridge. Arena apparently has a great setup already, as they've been holding through the hillside. I do wonder if Daytrade's going to go work around some of the members of Arena to perhaps assault them eventually. And seemingly enough, based on the minimap, it seemed like that may
Matilah,
actually happen.
Eric.
Speaking of which, here we go. It's actually Lyrics that's driving through a compound, hoping to claim it for his own, and Tunnel quickly make sure that he won't be able
Woi,
to
di cover.
even
Satu
put a
titik
flame
lagi.
on the spot. But
Satu.
1 HP left.
Satu
Oh,
titik lagi,
boy.
bro.
Any
Tapi kayaknya nggak bisa
closer,
sih.
he will be knocked as well, and
Harusnya.
you would bet
Harusnya nggak
the
bisa
rest
sih
of these
diselamatin.
will swarm right in. But now both sides being alarmed. Arena knows that Tunnel is
Dia
out
mau maju
there,
dari
but
Pantek tuh.
they haven't really gotten the full intel of where exactly the rest of Daytrade is
Tuh,
currently at.
kanan kiri udah di
You can see
Pantek
Bliss
tuh.
coming in on the backside as well.
Belmont udah siap mantek yang
They won't
lari.
third party this
Yang
just
datang.
yet, but if they get the opener onto Flash at the
Karena
petty
tinggal
or
nge-fight
maybe
aja.
someone exposing themselves on the hillside, Bliss might look to third party this. But in reality, it's not really a fight. It's just Lyrics that's been knocked, and Arena are looking for revenge. Zizzy might get it. He might also go down himself. Norans can't hit the shots. And Arena survives with 3. Daytrade have been playing this very well so far. Just on a macro level, playing the positions quite well. Tanadol and Norans still playing that hillside split with Belmoth, and Flash is the back marker, essentially the anchor sitting inside the petty. Monty is getting closer though, creeping to see if he can get that opener. If he starts to shoot and Flash doesn't go down, then you can bet Daytrade are going to look to back Flash up. I don't think the exit is going to be super easy for Flash, unless his car is parked and perfect and ready to go. Monty just has to choose his timing correctly. If Bliss were to get that petty, then that is a very powerful position.
It could be,
Oh,
especially
datang
now
dia.
that they're
Datang.
scattered on the white position. Daytrade, they're
Oh,
going to
jauh.
eventually get a couple of catches, but
Deket
I
dong
don't
itu.
really suspect whether if they've taken notice of Team Bliss just yet.
Just backing off.
But Team Bliss
Baik lagi.
certainly can apply
Oh,
enough
jadi.
pressure, and it seems like they will pull back, like you said.
Blade kemana udah kah dia?
Team Bliss, they have plenty
Masuk
of
zona kah,
options.
Blade?
They don't really have to
Oh, udah masuk zona.
commit, since this is
Tinggal
still a decent spot for
Buliram,
them to hold out
TMP
for
sama
phase 2.
Core.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure for how long, because they're currently staying in the open area play. We might actually see more and more teams journeying their way into the deeper corners of this north point later on, as the circle will eventually move in a minute or so. But for the expendables, they will be very happy to just sit put inside Rosa and wait till the circle dictates where they should go up next. But that also leaves other teams that were starting off over south side to be in a little bit of a predicament, whether if they should do a hard shift or not, especially for SGD, who took the apartments, and now
Nice Blade.
it will straight away
Nice.
from the hands of the Malaysian squad. So plenty to be done, but we see at least about 60% of these teams are already
Tangin
on board.
RS.
I like how everyone was playing that
RS mati
previous
situ.
phase too. Everyone
spawn.
found their way in with very little casualties, but now it's crunch time. Now that circle has chosen where it's going to go,
Dia
and the
agak
priority
untung sih kalau
positions are going to be
di
fought over relentlessly. E-Arena and Day Trade will most likely stay put. Teraton 5 as well. They can just hold their western edge. Got a good split going for them as well.
tak tompong gitu di sini.
TMP gonna have
Teraton
to come in and
5.
figure something out. Do they fight Theraton 5? Do they move up to the northern side of the zone? Fight around the terrain? Important questions that need to be answered. The expendables, you mentioned them. They can sit tight in Rozhok if they wanted to. Fluffy actually hit those shots. That's from the flat top all the way across the other side of the river into Roz.
Serem
Del
banget
went
aja.
from the expendables is on the other side of the river, but no, those were shots into Rozhok. Very sharp from Flucky. Starting off the final stage with a little bit of confidence. A knock like that will always inspire you to continue to do it. Buram on a very desperate rotate.
Sabar,
Trying to
santai.
find some hole in the terrain.
Ujung banget
Nice
nih.
grouping from them so far. Maybe a little bit split from the front car, but Dynasty's almost acting as the bait right now, unfortunately. They will go towards the gas station.
Kita lihat Buriram.
Park up underneath it. Difficult spot to hold. Doable though.
Yakin kah di
Just have to
situ?
make sure that they aren't going to get grenaded. Spread out
Gila,
spacing is crucial in
berhentinya
this
sih.
situation.
Speaking of
Berhentinya
spacing,
sih
Team Blizzard was
ngeri.
not too far off of this
Day
location
trade
as
langsung
well.
sih.
They're kind of stuck in the middle of
Udah sih day
nowhere.
trade harusnya.
Hopefully that's not within the sight of Insight, speaking of which he does receive a little bit of tag.
Insight's under pressure, to be honest.
Berani anjir
Barely
turun di
enough
situ, bro.
broken as well.
Memberani
He's got
anjir
that
real
shot.
bro.
Some luxury.
But, I mean,
Panik
he's
dia.
alone
Panik
with
dia.
Buram on the south, and then I think that's Tem Entertainment coming in
Pemberani,
from the
bro.
north. Insight's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Aduh,
Definitely
pakai
a little bit of
nabrak.
helping hand, but Tenet
Mati
is just
Ranawat sih,
driving
kalau
right
kata gua mah.
past these members of TB, and Taiwan got his wheels pretty much
Oh,
stuck,
masih belum loh.
and he will have to just hold
Mau kemana
on
lagi
to
dia?
the towers for the meantime. Meanwhile, Reluctant Squad have gotten themselves a decent compound to work with. Spots out TMP.
Oh, itu Buriram
moving
sih.
across the hill, as we will start to see more
Posisinya nggak enak
prints going
banget sih.
through. Reluctant Squad sending Zayu deeper to join alongside with Jun, while Tem Entertainment goes in for a full
Belum
collapse.
reload.
Every rope that goes down, Tem Entertainment
Belum
just shred apart
reload,
the entirety of
anjir.
Forest. They've had a
Nggak
rough
bisa,
round,
nggak bisa.
trying to get past the bridge, and the moment they get by,
Anjir,
didn't seem like they got any
lupa
luck at all.
reload momen
Rough,
anjir.
rough
anjir.
first game from Forest, yeah. It just difficult to get anything going. That
Aduh,
circle shifts even more
deket
north.
sih circle-nya tapi
Definitely a
open
few teams
banget
stranded
anjir.
out in the open. Bliss being one of them.
Oh,
The
udah dapet
Expendables have to
Alkari
make their
yang
way
memberikan
across
es.
the river now. Actually,
Aduh,
they've already got their
kirinya
foothold.
sih.
It's QC who are in
Bahaya dari
a
kiri
world
ini.
of hurt. TMP pulling up on that hillside. They can survive. They should be able to survive
Nice.
there. Car cover,
Dapat
smokes up. Hopefully
gundukan.
they've got a bank of utility to use. They may lose one in the process, but they should be able to
Tapi dari
survive
kirinya
until
bisa
the
kena
end
sih
game.
itu.
As- no
Buriram.
one can run up to TMP. No one can walk over to them
Ber-
and just
musuh
grenade them.
Gedu,
At least
musuh
not
GOPAY.
yet. FW making a desperate dash into the zone. Where do they go? They're definitely not going to crash the gas station. Not a chance. Look towards day trade single yellow.
Ya
That's the
ampun.
play for FW. They rock up. They try shoot through those windows, but it's difficult. Raze is knocked on the entry. Good grenade from Belmoth. So far, this is going in day trade's favor.
Yeah, having
Bantu
a little bit of one
sih,
up, and
nah.
they might be able to rush
Eh,
out
jalan,
faster,
parah banget.
try to take them all on. IMAS was managing to also lob in the grenade towards SGD members, but this is a solid defense being displayed by
Wah,
the
wah,
top
wah.
dogs of
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Thailand. Day Trade Gaming still holding on true. FW Esports finding it difficult to crack through.
Tuh, Imas.
Somehow, IMAS has been able to do it all by himself as he takes out MML. More and more of these grenades being lobbed right in, but
Mati kah?
there are multiple shields now being deployed, but he knocks his own teammate. Oh boy.
No, that was a
This is
6-axe
looking
knock.
for bad.
That was a 6-axe knock, and he barges in through the back door and gets another one as well. That nade is perfect. Right into the living room, right on Tanadol's foot. And FW have made that breach work.
Nice banget loh.
Day trade, I thought
Harusnya
their
tadi
setup
Buriram
was
yang mati
really,
jadi day
really
trade.
good. They
Yang
had,
pada kena
I think
ya.
it was Nurans in the in the backside there with the, or maybe, oh no, it was Belmoth.
Tuh, Tem langsung ke tengah.
In the back there with that foldable shield.
Gila, berani anjir.
It's like a deadly combination, but just couldn't get it done. Good util usage from FW.
Mau kemana dia? Ayo coba.
On the backside of that yellow,
turun di situ mau kemana dia?
It's difficult by itself. Tem Entertainment they've just switched spots with Take Me Please. Take Me Please have vacated that, given it away to Tem Entertainment. And Take Me Please look like they've ended up in a worse position.
HP, bro.
J-Guy knocked. They've chosen to not play the hillside anymore. Instead, they're going to go low. There are rocks and trees there that you can use as cover, but your car's affordable shields will be as important. It's going to be difficult for them to survive here, probably more so difficult than their previous spot.
It's so tough for them to actually hold out where there's multiple.
Gila, Buriram bro masih bertahan anjir.
Playing body edges, trying to rush through up against BRU. Relying on all the smokes as Monty slowly gets shredded out. Open angles for Dimitri, he did not manage to win out that trade.
Gila, dari trade masih 2. Tim Bliss.
All out for blood for Panaxi. Runs out blues on that P90 and we'll have to just hold for a moment to remember it's not.
Mati lah itu. Yo ampun, nice TD.
But BRU does not survive.
Nice TD.
Insight has got them all sorted out. And also having Teddy to also third party in between. So they will have to open this passage up against Daytrade, who's currently preoccupied with plenty of teams shooting their way.
Yeah, I don't think Bliss are going to be able to survive this with all 4 up. Cow's already gone down. Monty will certainly die to the blue. And yeah, their next target is Daytrade, but AGG have started to arrive.
Nice Alkari ini. Let's go. Mati lu lah.
Where do they go? 13 rocks up just on the low side of
mati ini.
Insight greets him with about 75 damage. Nade out as well. That should be on the mark. It looks like it is. It's perfect. Akita steals it away though. That's another kill added to the tally for Team Bliss, but from here, it's just going to get harder. AGG aren't really Team Bliss's problem. The problem for them is Daytrade, and Daytrade have that gas station locked down. The entry into that compound is basically wide open. Lost to Junior, T5 tallies 0 kills as they try to make their way into the zone.
Ya ampun, miss semuanya bro. What the miss gila. Miss moment.
Pull up the shot, hitting the mark perfectly.
Anjir udah kayak gua bro, nembak nggak bisa anjir pakai SLR. Ada MK12 solusinya aja. MK12 kalau enggak mini. SKS boleh lah. Asal jangan Dragono. Susi 13. Sugedui. Ini selurusan lu 3 tim lu. Wah, gitu dong, Sugedui.
Well done to
Blit di mana Blit?
Kind of a mess. Cerberus is the next target for them, but they've already locked down some of the best spots on that side of the zone. Insight down.
Nice, Cimoy. Let's go.
Bleed making their aggress as well. Reluctant squad trying to push outside of that yellow and see if they can get a third party, a foothold into what is going to be the next zone. A great nade from Glories takes down Tigger, and now there's only 2 left. Expendables push up. Expectations are high for the Expendables. We know what they can do. We know what their peak can be. About time
di luar zona anjir.
see them in peak form.
Blit enggak aman dah. Udah masuk sana lagi.
Against FW who took their yellow.
Aukarin, let's go. Aukarin.
Tigger will get rezzed actually. The arena. Nice smoke wall.
Nice.
It's a short smoke wall, but it's a good one.
TE masuk TE udah. Gas arena aja.
They'll be able to fight back against the
Kirinya.
Expendables who haven't
Nice
made
trick.
it deep enough off that initial
Mati lu.
half.
Hey.
1 HP left and now dealing with the entirety of SGT.
Himas ngebakar diri sendiri, bro.
We'll try to respond as old, but not
Let's go, Karin. Atakin 2 kali anjir sama Aukarin. Let's go 4 kill bro, Blit bro.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. But this lobby is equally as sharp. The Expendables, they're still
Iya, samping-sampingan. Itu panik gak lu? Panik gak lu kalau gitu?
Big pile of nades dropped right in, catches onto Tigger, and this could be a full flush sent his way as the Expendables looking rather confident to
Ya masa nggak digas sih? Masa nggak digas sih?
Only 1 member left
Masa nggak digas sih?
down to Sizzy, going for that revive. Barely enough space or even time. Not a perfect lob, but the Expendables should be able to sort this out rather quickly. Whereas the rest of the field,
Aduh,
we
awarin.
now have to look for that space directly in center
Let's
where
go.
we see
Bagus.
that rupture as the Expendables will claim the entirety of E Arena.
Expendables definitely have another spot to go to as well. Technically, this bowl that was on the side of the hill should be their next destination, but they've also got to make sure that FW don't stop them from getting there. Nice
Aduh,
knock.
TD kena juga.
Smoke up, see if they can get that res. TE looking quite strong, and they've kept 4 up through that entire debacle as well. Langsung squad, similar story for them. Nice shot from Zayu. Sharp as ever.
Kok bisa sih?
Trick, bleed now down to, I believe, 1 or 2. Yeah, just up to 1. 2 members of bleed knocked. Orkarin taken down by Tycon. He does have that orm. I believe that's the second orm in the lobby. There's another one on another player as well. Yeah, I'm starting to believe he's the rock for this team. He has done so well for them and come up clutch in so many different situations.
Oh,
if he didn't warm up and play in stage, then I don't know,
nice
man. This guy is an absolute beast. Maybe his next task is far too much to deal with, though. 4 members of the Expendables approaching Mingzi's territory. He does get 1, but immediately ran over. His life ends. SGD
bisa nggak tuh diselamatin tuh satu lagi? Kelima udah ente. Nice.
But I gotta say, the Clayton teams are looking hella hot heading into this first matchup.
Yeah.
SGD making it to the top 5 with Ming's effort is just incredible. And we still have FW really hitting every shot possible today. The Expendables having been clipped up by Tong K on that AUG as well. This could very well be anyone's game to take. But RS, they've been pretty clean throughout the course of the run, staying rather safe as compared to the rest of these squads, taking the lower side of the hill. So more often than not, we'll probably see TE to take on FW before committing to RS.
The Reluctant squad have been a silent killer in this game. They haven't really done much, but that entire north side is now wiped, and they have full control of it. The Expendables on the ropes too. 1 knocked, nades coming in from Zayu. Will it hit its mark? No, almost. Just in front of Clory's. Duck Juice, though, on the other hand, he'll get a nice nade onto Banana 1. Jun actually pushing up on a very, very nice angle. He goes for the car instead. The bush on his right blocks his LOS. That is the most unlucky placed bush I've seen in my life. Tanbu was a free kill at that tree, and that bush stopped Jun from seeing him. Molly down though, flashes out. Tanbu's blind and most likely on fire in a moment here, but he avoids the Molotov. The flush does come in from Zayu, who backs down the hill now to get another angle. Dancing in between these trees. Tanbu throws a molly of his own. Another one to come in as well. Just continue to deny space. That one hits its mark. Zayu on fire. Tanbu doesn't know it though. He does now. Zayu's a freebie. This is looking great for the Expendables. Already up to 10 kills.
But despite that, the circle does belong to Reluctant Squad at the moment, as they are hoping to gatekeep the rest of TE from moving across. But it's pretty much an equal trade, unless if they manage to get the line over the corner map, which I don't believe they will be able to reach Zayu at this moment. It's going to be a blind angle to take on Van Lai, so he's holding deep into the center. He will be able to hear the movements coming from Duck Juice. He's playing practically, hoping to get this catch. Oh, might be able to actually connect, but now he spots both of them. We'll try to actually take them on with a barrel spray. So they have plenty of utilities for the exchange, but Duck Juice going for a big camera.
They're both trying to match each other on this flank. Both trying to match each other and go as wide as they can. They both rocked up engine stop at the exact same time. Tandu has the knock. Wang's flank is unsuccessful. The Expendables now up to 11 kills. Look to finish this off with a nice, well-played 2 versus 1. Tandu picked up a fresh vest, which is undeniably what's saving him in this fight. I think that was the Orm shot that must have hit Van Nai's leg. He backs into that smoke and Tandu doesn't want to give this up. Duckjuice down low has all the information that Tanvu needs. Play it off the contact, play off what Van Nai does. He's down to 0 bullets.
Oh, he managed to
reset. Oh, make it 20.
Lucky enough for him, he managed to find a couple bullets out there. Should be able to at least spot small little pixels of Duckjuice's body, but it's definitely hard to align with the pressure coming from Tanvu. His days seem numbered. It seems like it's going to be a battle of the arms as he tries to go in from tap 1
Gokil.
and they will seal the deal.
Menyala banget itu anjing. Kilo. Bisa gitu
to
lu.
kick off our finals.
Such a good game from the Expendables. They fought their way from the south side of the zone all the way in Rozhok. They cross that river, they fight their way through, they take control of E-Arena's flat top, they destroy everyone on that hillside, and they play that
nice
1v2
banget
at
ini
the
anjir,
end there
Blake.
to perfection.
Nice,
No
nice,
idea
nice.
or nothing that
Kita
Reluctant Squad
dulu guys,
could
bentar, guys.
do. The Expendables come out with a very good game to open up the finals stage. They played that exceptionally, and I love to see that coming out of them.
Yeah, that pivotal moment coming in from Duchess to reposition with the vehicle.
Kita
that was
azan maghrib, kita sholat dulu, oke?
In that circumstance, when you're going up against a 2 versus 2, they were looking to be gated off from that area, and it just basically sent these members of RS to be in a disarray. But in the early game, we did manage to catch a lot of all these skirmishes, especially with that hard shift over the north. And they trade. I thought they had a chance, but FW, they look hella clean.
Yeah, this is a really nice push from FW, the team that topped the playing stage, starting off really well. Bliss struggled here on the edge, but they do actually clean up Buriram. So Buriram, I believe, got a 0-point game. I don't think they got any of those kills. If they did, then they would have had the bleeds on Team Bliss. So maybe they got one. Cerberus as well, a team that we absolutely have to keep an eye on. Didn't have too much of an impact in this game. Unfortunately, just stuck between a rock and a hard place on this hillside. SGD, Mings came out swinging. Again, the one of my MVPs from the play-in stage, doing so well in this initial game. Eventually taken out though, but not before a nice sequence with the M249. This is the Expendables. I mean, this is where it really started for them. Taking out E-Arena at this flat top, or this triple, sorry. It was very important for them to do so. I thought they did it a little bit too late, but in the end, it didn't actually matter. They clean it up nicely. They take down Mings, the absolute menace on the M249. This is crucial for Jun. That bush, I'm telling you, man, that bush was out to sabotage Jun. He just couldn't see Tanvu, and if he did see Tanvu, that would have been the target priority rather than the person in the car. A nice shot from Tanvu, and he finishes it off as well. Perfectly played. 2 versus 1 from the Expendables. A 13-kill win to start out the final stage is exactly what we want to see out of the Expendables. You may not have them in your on paper top 4 that's filled with E-Arena and Cerberus and Theraton 5, but the Expendables certainly can put themselves up there in the top 4 and qualify for PGS 5 and 6. They have incredibly talented players, and every time they pop off, it's a joy to witness.
Yeah, I've just been smiling ear to ear to see how many shots actually connect coming in from these members of Expendables, as well as all the other squads who have received some of all these packages. And with that, even that restock in that final moment coming from that final member of Reluctant Squad, I thought he would be able to trade in for a chance at a 1 versus 1, but the Expendables, they look super clean, whether if it's a close quarter combat or not. Like, that moment where Duchess takes over that lower side of the hill, that really delivered them all that opportunity, all the vision that they actually required to eventually overwhelm the rest of Reluctant Squad. Else, I thought, you know, RS, they really had a great position to hold out. And of course, like you mentioned, that bush was in the way, or else it could have been a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, that bush, I mean, I'm going to harp on it because it's funny, but it actually did mess with Jun in the moment, you know? He looks at that car, that's the only target on his screen. He can't see, I believe it was Tanvu at that tree. If he does, then obviously he's going to target the player that can actually kill him, that's actually a threat to him, right? And then he'll switch to that car. That definitely a defining moment in that endgame. And it was funny to me as well how both Reluctant Squad and the Expendables sent a player out to the very edge of the zone at the exact same time. They were both communicating most likely the exact same thing. I'm going to go super wide. I'm going to go super wide. And they both did it at the same time. And at that point, it gets a little weird. Obviously, both teams are basically playing parallel to each other. But a nice shot from Tanvu neutralizes that threat, and then they can focus on that 2v1. And it was a very well-played 2v1 at that. The pressure was being applied. There was nothing that the player in the bowl could do. He did his best, to be honest with you, Tanvu. There was probably a timing in which Tanvu wasn't pushing, and I believe it was Zayu, maybe? I forget the Reluctant Squad player who was up at the end there, but he definitely could have hit that Orm shot. Difficult Orm shot to hit on the player at the UAS, but if he'd hit that, then there's another option in which he can just take that 1v1 on Tanvu coming in from the side. So yeah, a nice played 1 versus 2. Opportunities for Reluctant Squad, but when the Expendables have momentum, I'm not really sure what you're meant to do against it. They just ran through that lobby.
Yeah, overall, we have definitely known TE to be that form of team to be able to uphold that same sort of finesse that they've been able to pull off in these international stages. And overall, it's great to see that they're still remaining to be consistent to what they've been able to pull up from the past. And of course, for those teams from the play-ins, we still got SGD on fire with Mings, you've mentioned early on with that crazy M249. And it really seemed to me that this match itself, it definitely was set into a spot where teams were having a lot of difficulties looking for playing area, where you saw majority of the round, it's all these squads driving around looking for a bowl of some sort to hold out, but there was none to be found. So they were forced to tuck by the corner of the map, so they have to go in with a big wraparound, and the one that does it the best was TE.
7 kills to Tanvu, 827 damage. It is a phenomenal way to start out this stage. I mean, 7 kills by itself is a fantastic game, and obviously Tanvu was pivotal in their win. Almost 2,000 damage. They almost got there, but no one cares about damage when you're going to get a 13-kill win. Excellent for the Expendables. One of the teams I'm definitely looking at to do quite well. I don't know where I'd put them if you asked me to rank all the teams. The Expendables are that one team that could be at the very top. They could be kind of down in the bottom 8. You know, it's dodgy for me to place them on a ranking, but certainly when they are on form, they are very scary.
Yeah, on top of that, when we take a look at the leaderboard later on, we will see a lot of teams to be pretty neck and neck in terms of these points. As you look at the middle pack, you have a high average ratio of points being gained by SGD, Bleed, Team Blizz, but of course, beginning at the top 4, it's FW once more, where we've seen them thrive back in the play-ins with multiple chicken dinners. They now found that same form of rhythm to be able to acquire still have the amount of points, alongside with AG Global, which is rather interesting because we didn't really spot too many fights between them, but they managed to go in for multiple pickoffs throughout the course of the battle.
I feel like they died in actually, I have no idea. I feel like I'm with you. I'm struggling to remember where AGG was. I guess we didn't have an opportunity to spectate them too much, but yeah, 11 kills to their name. Great stuff from them. Silent. They were the silent killer. I called Reluctant Squad the silent killer, but it turned out AGG had a lot of impact. Reluctant Squad, I mean, coming in second, but they didn't really have too many kills, unfortunately. That northern side kind of tore itself apart, and they walked into that space essentially, and so they only end up with 9. But yeah, the total leaderboard right now, of course, is going to be the Expendables on top. A valiant effort from FW. They were also one of those other teams in that game, just fighting as hard as they possibly could, just to get as much done as they possibly can, and they did so. They did quite well.
Yeah, same goes to Team Blizz, which was gaining a lot of control over onto the southeastern corner map, where they had to go in for all these wraparound, but it was overwhelming with how many teams on board, and certain teams like TMP, Forest, they were already struggling in the early game. It was ultra unlucky for Forest Natural Gaming, where there was just no spot for them to book at all, where teams were already taking a lot of that space in the center of the map. So hopefully it's a better run for Tiraton 5 TMP as well as Forest Natural Gaming in these upcoming rounds, as we've already sorted out game 1 with the Expendables taking claim of the first chicken dinner. So this one will probably see teams to be maybe even more confident to go for more fights, because game 1, it really seemed like they were just feeling it out.
Yeah, feeling it out, definitely. No hot drops, no early action of really any sort. Maybe we'll get some early action on a wrangle in game 2. We will throw to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. World update.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 1 in the books. The Expendables took the first win of the finals stage, and now we look to see whether they can continue that performance. We talked enough about the Expendables and how they're potentially one of the teams that could nab that top 4 slot. Very strong, and if you get them with a little bit of momentum, I'm sure the Expendables can do quite well in a lobby like this. But there's so many other teams in this lobby that we have yet to see, so many other teams we have yet to talk about, so many storylines to observe, especially when we hit those final couple days. But we've just done game 1. There are 23 more games left to be played. Erangel is your second map of the day, as usual. And yeah, we didn't see any early action on Erangel in game 1. Hopefully we'll be able to see some of that on game 2.
Yeah, and overall, when we take a look back in game 1, certain teams from the play-ins have definitely found a great rhythm for them to haul quite some massive points. We're looking at teams like Reluctant Squad to be able to back a massive double digit at the very least to keep up to speed to what
welcome guys. Let's go kita.
There's still more to be answered.
Pas banget lagi
like
kita.
Day Trade versus Esports where they had their fair share of highlights, but definitely
Hashtag berapa tadi Blitz? 6 ya?
Hungry for more than just a couple of takedowns. So with that being said, this will be our second angle of the evening, and we will see whether if they will bring us even more explosive battles coming our way.
Yeah, the first game of Erangel was played quite conservatively. Everyone just kind of took their prior spot, and then, well, they didn't really move until the circle told them to. I think a couple of teams were quite good when it came to pre-rotating and making sure that they were in a good spot for that next zone. But yeah, a lot of teams playing very stock standard, kind of international tier PUBG in that first game. Few pockets of chaos here.
Let's go game 2.
Very difficult to
ambil ngopi guys, jangan lupa guys.
Completely lost track of what was happening on that northern side when we were spectating
ngopi.
Expendables in that triple. That northern side was, I think, yeah, it was just chaos, and I had no idea what the hell was going on up there. But yeah, still a very exciting game. As soon as we got to that end game, we got to see a lot of good individual performances. hopefully we can see that in game 2. It's a
Sama
it's
Tim
a
Bliss.
different playing path.
Oh, Tim Bliss just
some of
now,
the drops will be exactly the same, but I'm still not seeing any hot drops. Bliss and Bleed might be going for the hard spawn on the eastern side of Yaz.
Kelo Sugedui.
I think, yeah, looks like Insights nabbed that one, so Bleed lose out on that hard spawn. But in terms of hot drops, in terms of contests,
Kiri sih ini kayaknya. Oh, kata gue di kiri nih ya. Lihat nih ya.
Yeah,
Sini
we've
kiri.
seen some adjustments coming into game 2 as well. As
Di daerah Gatka, di daerah
wait.
Gatka.
Oh boy.
Di daerah.
I didn't see this.
Di tengah.
Cal managed to get away though, so that's good on him because he managed to
Wah,
avoid
enak
that vehicle
banget itu.
and stay safe for the course of the run. AG almost getting first blood within the first minute of the game. Oh, it's Sophia as well as Wong. I guess they don't really have any weapons at all, so they're just talking each other moving past. Yo, I guess
they're trying.
They got no stakes involved, so they will just hit their RSS progression. Is he trying to shove him off the bridge?
He's just trying to delay time for his teammates to get a gun, right? So Payne is just trying to make sure Huang can't cross the bridge, and eventually Huang gets free. He were close as well. Guns were just about to arrive. Very, very close for Huang. Yeah, I was looking at the picture on. I was looking at the map stream, not the picture-in-picture on that cow engagement at the start there. I was hard locked in on the map stream. I didn't see that cow was approaching AGG. Very interesting stuff. But okay, so we did get a little bit of early action, but no one actually died. It was just some car action here and there. People going for hard spawns. I guess that's the subcategory of contest is the fight for the hard spawns, because oftentimes, I mean, we know the value of cars, we know the value of vehicles in PUBG, and even if you're not going to contest for actual loot spots, well, some of those hard spawns intersect with those loot spots, so teams will fight for them, and I guess whoever's got the best parachute wins a lot of the time. Saw a lot of that, and yeah, thankfully no one died. We still have 64 alive 3 minutes in.
Yeah, on top of that, plenty of adjustments to be made by all these squads coming into this game too. Forwards were one of the teams who dropped into the islands. This time, they will be playing it a lot safer as they drop very early into Kameshki, but they will have to take a long journey to get into the center, which shouldn't exactly be a problem considering that this flight path has been more than generous for all these squads to be able to take that poison overall. What's gonna be interesting is
Blit masih pakai ini ya, yang sama dua-dua.
Day Trade as well as Bram United pretty close to each other. One taking Primas Quarry, that would be Day Trade, and Brim is holding out in Gatka. So if Day Trade were to dive deeper into the zone, they might have to eventually take up a fight either against Brim or even the likes of Reluctant Squad, who are holding true to that very pure section.
Yeah, Burr probably going to opt for scouting on that Pachinki Hill. And yeah, that leaves Day Trade trying to figure out where to go after that. They'll definitely scout them. The timing might also be kind of slower than we think. Like we're sitting here thinking that maybe Burr and Day Trade might collide, but Day Trade might opt for a completely different position, or they might opt to go a little bit quicker, a little bit slower. Day Trade might even beat them if Burr decide to loot very late, but they aren't. I can see on the map stream that they are moving into Pachinki Hill. So Burr in prime position for this next zone. Insight rocked up quite close to Tem Entertainment as well. Looking for an entry potentially, or maybe he has no idea that they are there. And somehow, Cloris is inside Pachinki.
Ini nih malesan di Pachinki tiba-tiba.
So QC and the Expendables.
Dilihat nggak ada orang, kalau nggak cuma satu squad ya kan. Tiba-tiba pam aja. Bisa di mana-mana aja.
QC was the team to loot Pachinki, if I'm
Gue paling nggak bisa gua. Kalau turun di tempat-tempat kayak Pachinki yang rumah-rumah lah gitu. Yang bikin malasnya tuh itu maksudnya kayak kadang suka tiba-tiba ada yang diem doang nih, denger step di atas rumah kayak gitu langsung nembak. Nice. Tim Bliss langsung aja sih. Tabrak itu bro. Dapat.
As they go in for the full
Itu dapat
collapse,
harus itu.
Monty quickly getting the catch as they will eliminate 12.
Mati sih dia, kan?
And just
Nice.
and that's a double for Monty. They are looking hella confident to just go in for that full flush right now, and they just hit every single shot. It's all Monty and inside. And only down to 1.
Thunder's never even got involved. And Escalusia, as soon as his buggy hit the tree or the UAZ, whatever it was, he just sat inside. I don't think Escalusia got out of the car. I wonder whether that was DC or whether he was trying to get himself unstuck. But yeah, him and Thunder's never had impact at all in this fight. Thunder's, did they... I wonder, I'm actually curious as to whether this is like a team house situation and Thunders and Escalusia timed out at the exact same time. Yeah, Thunders is 4K.
Ya ampun.
He's not even at the PC. So Escalusia and Thunders, I believe in that
Bengong
fight,
itu anjir, lihat ke sono, bro.
just DC'd at the
Dikasih
most
poin gratis,
unfortunate
anjay.
time possible. Like, you could not ask for a worse time for technical issues
Nggak ada suara
on
game,
their
bro.
side. That is incredibly unlucky.
Yeah.
For Tem Entertainment. That's rough.
Oh, nge-lag ya dia kayaknya ya.
We thought that we're getting, you know, a full flush Vincent from the side of Tem, and they absolutely froze. And I also felt like it
Nge-lag
seemed a
dia.
little bit strange
Diem
on
dong
how
selalu
that
begitu
fight
anjir.
actually went pretty straightforward. As
Tiga ke kiri,
quickly claims
maju dikit mati sih.
all 4 of these
Harusnya udah
members
tungguin
without
habis sapau.
any form of a hassle at all. So
It might have been all of them, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because when they pushed up that stairs, it looked a little bit too easy for, I believe it was Cal, to get that knock on the player on the second floor. The first knock on Tem Entertainment was difficult to tell whether he was DC'd, but yeah, that's really, really unlucky for Tem Entertainment. That was looking like a really good kind of bait breach for them. Thunders obviously would have had a really big impact in that fight. Team Bliss had no idea he was there, so yeah, very unlucky. Very, very, very unlucky. But we move over to T5 versus Take Me Please. T5 playing with a bit of aggression, but not committing to it. Take Me Please have a good enough split where T5 don't want to mess with it.
yeah, it's definitely hard for T5 to take up a fight across these compounds. And they're happy where they're currently
Oh,
at.
di rumah
Still within the
masih aman
first
harusnya.
phase of the circle, deeper into the ruin
Tapi
sector.
bete sih masuk rumah
What's
tiba-tiba.
interesting to notice the
Happy
position of the arena,
birthday.
who are absolutely ready to see whether if there's going to be teams cutting by the corner bridge. They've been doing this for the most part of the play-ins, and it has been relatively successful, especially for that past round where they did manage to still get quite a lot of trades going in their favor. Speaking of trades right now, AEG also has been spotted out by Lyrics. There was an initial trade that sees Lyrics having a broken helmet at the moment, but it should be too worrisome for them. With plenty of resources left available, they should be able to last till they find maybe a different compound where they could just look for other stocks.
Ngambil rumah kah?
While
Oh, enggak.
MML rocking over the corner of the port. I wonder if you've spotted out these members of
Hampir,
FWG Sports, who's just hugging by the edge of it. So, just
Tapi kayaknya nggak mungkin sih dia kalau nggak masuk mah.
long range taps from all across the fields. Other
Pasti
than
ada
that,
kayak
no full commitment whatsoever.
perasaan-perasaan nggak nyaman pengen masuk ke dalam rumah. Coba kita lihat nih. MML kenapa nggak dia?
Caught up early on. And
Blade
when they tried
rotasi
to move
mana
into the
Blade?
circle, we last saw T-Roton 5 was just battling for position, but SGD was just solid, hunkering down onto that southwestern end, and they didn't really give any space at all to T5.
Blade rotasi mana Blade?
Obviously, at the start of that first Erangel game, Flucky hit some really nice shots from Northern Flat Top straight into Rozhok.
Hokinya. Nah, nggak jadi hoki lu. Memang harusnya mati anjir.
So hopefully they can warm up into the second game as the Expendables lose 1. They tried to lead Pachinki at just the wrong time. Can you confirm ready for it?
Ditemenin sama Zona ini.
Sorry, takes his
Harus diambil kesempatan sebaik-baiknya tuh, lihat belakang nggak ada. Paling muter si Ford doang tuh. Ford bisa muter belakangnya. Jauh-jauh banget lagi Aukarin. Mati dong. Ya ampun, biar motor ditinggalin.
Belmoth didn't get in that car. He stays inside the smoke. Bit of a bait potentially, but looks like Reluctant Squad is leaving, so probably won't amount to anything. Zayu, Van Nye, they're all getting in their cars. They're all leaving. They don't
Ih,
want
hampir aja kena tuh. Mau tanah doang.
it's a fight outside of zone. It wouldn't really result in anything other than kills for Reluctant Squad, and it just delays them getting a good spot in the zone.
Oh boy, but they trade now, trying to fight back though. Thankfully, no tar is being popped, so they should
anjir,
be
kayak
able
gua
to
pisan
just
anjir, nggak bisa
continue on
nembak
their
anjir. Kalau
journey
gua lebih
forward.
parah sih.
And like you said, there's no point in actually taking those fights on the outskirts where it's not going to be beneficial for a real squad where there's still plenty more space to claim. As I do say that,
Waduh,
a lot of these squads
Sugedui.
are definitely vying
Wow.
for space, but what really went under where SGD found themselves a collapse up against Ram United. Dynasty now tries to bring in that grenade to try to flush off
Kena dong.
any form of members of SGV around this compound.
Mati lah udah pasti itu mah.
Zone 8 now zones him off. At least they can still work with 2. Will be a daunting task up against SGV, who's wrapping all around them at the moment. Dynasty does manage to spot out MML though. While they did receive a little bit of helping hand coming from FW Esports, with Raze also chiming in at the very same time. Big Nate's now flown across. MML hugging out the corner. Might be able to be snipped out, and yes, he does. Finds it after all. Jervis holding on to the top corner.
Matiin aja
But
dulu
he's
itu.
trying to deal with that pressure from the hillside. It's not easy for SGD to play this one out. As BRU, they're still looking relatively feisty.
Buset.
Almost taken down.
Apaan anjir? Ketahuan dong.
Headshot. Nasty from Jervis. Oh, the
Gila,
nade finishes
pinter
into
banget
CRV.
anjir Jervis.
Goes into that room to heal, but
Gila.
Jervis is on it.
Bacanya pinter
Canaxi
banget.
and
Oh,
Dynasty
teman dari
fighting back
jauhnya
here
ya.
against SGD. Relentless aggression from SGD too. They were the ones who
lu
created
sih
this fight
sendiri ya?
first, and Buram have done very well to
1v1
turn what was a
kita
2
lihat di
versus
sini.
4 into now a 1 versus 1 with the help of FW, but
Kona
FW are just looking for kills there. Not
Canaxi
really siding
and
with anyone in this
Jarvis.
just yet. And Reluctant Squad there on the south, looking to finish this off too,
Wait.
and Cerberus as well.
Dari
Why
mana,
not
anjir?
get a third team in? I think that counts as 5 teams potentially getting in on that fight if you want to count Reluctant Squad.
Cok,
Even though they didn't
bete
get
banget,
a
anjir.
knock, that was just impossible for
Senangnya malah dari
Buram
jauh.
and SGD to escape from. It leaves 1 from SGD.
Bete.
First couple games for Buram haven't paid off just yet. They've had a bunch of aggression, don't get me wrong. And now it's Reluctant
Mati lah.
Squad's turn. Jervis already put down to 14 HP. Going to be very difficult to get this, well, it's a
KAWAN
1v2, potentially 1v3.
Enggak.
Depends how many Reluctant Squad members arrive to this compound. They haven't cleared that back room. That's where he resides. Trigger discipline from Jervis. He opens up, but he can't get one.
Timingnya dia.
I really love and respect that trigger discipline. That was some Counter-Strike level stuff, but it just doesn't pay off. They kind of mess around at the bottom of the stairs. Someone
Gila.
pulls out a flash and
Susah sih,
someone
nggak bakal
looks in
dapat
that
sih
back
3
room.
itu.
Jervis
2
just
mungkin
can't get it
dapat
done.
ya.
I respect it. I love
Cuman
the
kan
trigger
kenok
discipline,
doang.
but just too many members to deal with.
Anjir, nggak ada
Yeah,
yang
it was
aware
definitely
dikiranya di
overwhelming,
atas
but
ya.
that could have been a big play for
Kalau
Jervis.
2 orang dong itu bisa
But
tuh.
after
Sayang
all,
banget
he's
timingnya
been
dia.
able to hold out for long
Nge-scope.
enough up against Ram United, and there was so much pressure coming through the hills.
Kalau tiga-tiganya lagi baris ya, naik ke atas. Habis tuh baru bisa tuh.
To also be involved, where we barely even get to see them from that mini map. Speaking of that, we do have
Imas.
a couple more catches.
Oh, Imas belum
and
pakai
battles
AUK ini
of
gue lihat
Cerberus,
tadi.
Sasaki take it down. The juice
Oh.
out in the open as he quickly claims it before anybody else
Tuh
does.
dekat banget tim list, bro.
While Team Bliss looking for a free pass, but Salalzi is not going to make it all too easy.
Aduh,
But
Blit.
there's just too
Blit.
many teams on the voyage moving into the southern corner of the map. And that's so really takes firm control of this open space. With the
Ya
while
ampun,
Salalzi
Cimoy.
also managed to spot out Cimoy
Masa dah.
across. That's one member down from
Gila ya.
Esports, as they will not stop for anything at all.
Mau kemana
Now, the
lagi
problem
tuh
is,
dia?
where exactly
Mau ngambil
could
tengah
they
langsung kah?
look
Mau nabrak
for
tengah?
the moment?
Blit.
Fleet Esports stuck in the middle of nowhere. They just got to rely on the terrains for the meantime. While there's just very little compounds for majority of these teams to eventually work with that is unclaimed at the moment.
Cerberus have a really good split on the northern side. Haven't seen zone in a minute, but it has centered up, I suppose, where you would expect, kind of just to the right of the pancake
Aduh.
compound that
Oh, udah tahu tuh
these
ya.
temples currently reside in.
Pengetahuan tuh, sebelah ada
Ground in
musuh.
the center of this one. Bliss dive into the center, claim that single. Cerberus have a, like I said, that nasty split on the northern side with the prio and the flat top in that low
Blit,
ground.
Taikon mati.
T5 looking to get involved as well, coming down from the top of Potato. They've already claimed one AGG member on
Flaky.
rotation. QC now looking to clean up the scraps. Sap out.
Megang fama di sini.
Couple
Sapau. Wow.
tags and checks
QC.
against Sap out, down and out. Opons will claim it.
Yakush.
AGG tried to make that rotate and got caught in between two separate teams. If they weren't going to die on that first rotation through T5, then QC will happily clean it up. Luckily, two of them do make it through, so they're not fully out of it just yet. They're just in a really, really rough spot. When you lose two members on rotation like that, it basically loses the chance of making any sort of breach. If you wanted to breach the flat top or the single that Bliss just took, if you lose two members on rotation like that, those options become not really viable. And so you have to send it somewhere where instead you're just hunkering down and looking to survive for as long as possible.
True enough, and that was a beautiful spray that we saw coming from the side of Chixing. Now it will be another shift that will be favoring
nice to the blitz
at the moment as they're currently
nice to the blitz. Bisa maju tuh ke kanan tuh. Maju ke depan situ tuh. Gak ngambil smoke aja, banyakin smoke, aman itu sih. Seorang 3 atau 4 dia smoke.
For the moment though, over on North, there's just commotion happening between Q confirmed, THRONMAX 5 has been struggling to actually find that space and will now challenge the arena in close proximity. Zotac driving directly into that corner, not noticing Jacob.
Ya ampun, ya ampun.
Gets quickly sorted out.
Apaan itu anjir? Turunnya begitu, gila kali.
Right, very swift. That could have been very bad for T5, but they clean it up. Irin are not able to get anything off of
Gila
that.
lu. Dia merosot serat. Wah.
Don't waste too much
Gak
time.
expect kan Tanado.
Forced to go to the close range dragon of Zest just pushing straight up. I'd love to see that from AGG. They're a duo right now, and they recognize they need as many points as they can possibly get. They recognized Tanadol's shack was a weakness. He was a solo at that position, and so happily they will push up, throw some nades in, and it's a successful endeavor from AGG. Love to see it. Very calculated aggression. Pays off for them. Nuran's having to smoke his car. The tires will be popped otherwise. And he's going to look to get out of those double barns as quickly as he can. Flash might have to be the man to pick both of his teammates up.
Kalau geraknya
run back to the edge of that.
Apaan itu? Sakit banget anjir.
Squad here at Normandy. It's an even trade right now. As I say that, I look to my bottom left, and Forest have lost 2 members. Scappy, my personal MVP from the play-in stage. It always seemed like Scappy was doing so much for Forest Gaming Olympus as well, doing so much for this team. Scappy has to res now, though. He can't be the one taking fights. That's all down to Baron. He's got so much on his shoulders. Jun exposes himself. It's a freebie for Baron. So much more work to do, though. Dancing around these crates, Reluctant Squad have to team up if they want any chance at this.
But they're really holding it well through these containers. Scappy now still has mates sent his way. Should be able to eventually go in for the revive, but that also allows some chance for the opposing squad to be able to also go for a revive of their own. Well, take me, please, on the outskirts, spots out Sir T. He's barely got any cover at all. Forced to actually
enak banget dia masih dapat gundukan tuh.
But at least a couple of trees are in the way, so they'll be able to hug for sure for now. Baron eventually takes down June. So they're slowly winning out that
kamu nggak lihat-lihat ya.
While that's happening, it's AG. Now soaking some damage coming from TMP. These late rotations working very well in TMP's favor, but they're diving deep
ditabrak langsung.
towards the rest of AGG.
Nah bro.
Find this rock to be a very solid defensive cover for the
Tuh,
meantime.
udah Blade itu maju ke depan sebelum Teraton masuk.
UNQ looking slightly worried, but he will definitely take a little bit of read over on this corner map.
Mati dong.
He's on the other side of the blue zone. I don't think he can last for long. He might just be taken out there by the zone.
Ambil sana lah.
Still got a couple 8s.
Dia nggak mau ngasih kan, nggak mau ngasih.
I don't think he's looking.
Nggak mau ngasih ini dia.
I mean, probably wants at least
satu lagi lu.
0 bullets in his Mark 12. He has to pick his timing right. He definitely wants 1 or just to survive, but how much more can he get if he just survives? It's a spray onto the Dacia. He does.
Lumayan, knokin 1 kali itu knokin 1 lumayan dah.
For 2, he only gets 1. UNQ immediately goes for that res onto Megalos, but that's time spent doing something that TMP don't want to spend time doing. Latte does have a foothold, but it's not in the zone. And there's not many spots for TMP to go.
Nggak mungkin nggak ditabrak sih. Kompon ini nggak mungkin nggak ditabrak. Nggak mungkin nggak ditabrak kompon ini.
Teammate Belmoth in the bowl just to its west. It's a good split.
Oh,
If you have
Karin.
to sit there as a duo. See if Daytrade can make
Ente sih
anything of
mati
it.
nih.
Walker and running down the hill.
Nice loh. Untung banget masih ada gundukan. Ini Cerberus ngapain sih selalu aja. Sering banget ya. Tadi, awas tadi. Tadi lihat.
Absolutely blasted by T5 as they arrive.
Teddy.
Teddy trying to fight back. Flucky's better on that Famus. Bleed down to one now, and it's just Orca, and he goes down as well. T5 have opened up.
Nice, 11. Aduh,
Wow,
tapi
but
nggak dapet.
just wrap around these corners and found himself a bunch of kills, and they
Sayang banget.
managed to cleanly weather the storm.
Sayang
Whereas they
banget,
trade, they look for
Nestle dah.
a deeper angle into the center. With a little bit of pressure surmounting coming in from the
Malah
south
kena
end,
push dulu.
their TMP
Wow,
is
wow,
also
wow.
looking
Daytrade
for
sih
trades, but
berdua doang loh.
they found the entire
Berdua
squad
doang,
left.
gila
Not too sure
Daytrade.
what went on.
Mati
It was
dulu.
a full collapse directly to the center and TMP. They take note of that. They don't want to rush into that position. While FW, they sign themselves for another
Gila.
battle. Drop big nades towards the rest of Tier 5. Great shots onto Fluky. Now it's only down to Patampong, and that
Wah,
is going to be a
habis
quicker,
ngeratain,
swift flow.
diratain balik lo
They dealt by the
Teraton.
rest of FW Esports. Now, with plenty of space to
Eh,
open up,
Daytrade.
FW sees
Wah,
another
kayak lo berdua
opportunity
doang
for
lo.
dinner.
So
Serem
clean
bener, anjir.
from FW Raze as well. We'll be looking to him to
Set
perform
healing
this,
dulu, Bang.
this final stage. Definitely the player to watch on that team. Delwyn and Tanvu, I mean, that's just nade central right there. The HE does about 50 damage. The Molly's going to deny a bunch of space. It even knocks Tanvu. There's a Molly in return, but it shouldn't be that dangerous. Just have to heal through it. Latte actually gets knocked to Delwyn's own nade. Another one coming through. It's TMP down and out. Delwyn stands up for the expendables, doesn't let them go out just yet. Fantastically done from him. He loses his teammate in the process, but it's a worthy sacrifice to get that one done. And now Forest have to make their way across this road. Daytrade standing in their way. They did lose one. It's just down to Flash now, stuck inside that shack. There's 4 up for Forest here, but Scappy's the only one looking towards that Daytrade member. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with Flash. They just have to do it in a coordinated manner as to not lose Scappy.
But that's definitely a strong tension coming in from Cerberus Esports, having so much
Buset,
action
masih
happening
nahannya.
onto that corner shack. Speaking of which, Flash is not allowed to
Tim Bliss sih
even
tinggal
leave the side
nunggu
of
aja, cuman
Olympus. So he's not exactly in the zone,
Matilah.
but so only buying time for Seattle
Stack
to
6
eventually
tapi
seal the game.
gelo.
So one more point added to the block for National
Tapi yang
Gaming.
kill cuma 3
Having
doang
a
ya.
better run here in game 2. Delwyn trying to stay afloat, but there's barely enough space through that tree. That will be Scappy to take the lane, and now we're back into the top 4 with all the 4 squads having a full, healthy team up and running for that chicken dinner. So, at this moment, Cerberus Esports have secured the
Oh, masih 4 semua loh.
Not too sure about
Kita lihat
Team
di sini.
Bliss, whether if they're going to be in a decent spot though, because they're
Kita lihat nih.
down onto that.
Semua masih
big
4 loh,
town.
masih komplit loh, gila.
Esports might be looking to
Tim Bliss
take
enak
claim
sih.
later on as pot shots are now fired back over on the side of Samalzi.
Hmm.
Great angles coming from Banana 1. And that will definitely hold the rest of Cerberus
Aduh,
Esports back, and
dari
that's a
belakang.
build.
Tim Bliss udah enak
Great
banget.
tag team duo from inside and Monty.
Disampahin. Oh enggak, disampahin
As
1.
soon as Cerberus leave that compound, they park up, but they're not aware that they're as exposed as that. Team Bliss can combine with FW's
Tim Bliss sudah ini mah enak
angles, and
banget, sumpah
it
posisinya
nets
loh.
both teams a point each. Cerberus were certainly not
Gak
expecting
usah
that.
mikirin
Haisaki
depan dulu,
does have
mikirin
that low
belakangnya
side
dulu
dirt
Tim
road,
Bliss.
but they
Udah
definitely
aman ini.
wanted some members high up
Kalau
just to
belakangnya udah di
have a little
gas
bit
mah.
of
Siapa
long
tuh
range
Far
cover.
ya?
You don't want to all
Forest.
sit where Haisaki is, but maybe that would have been the smart play in the moment. They lose 2. Been having a fun game from them so far. They've mostly
Nah,
just
udah.
been allowed to spray their DMRs from a
Perang
distance.
kalau nggak nih FW nih.
Now it's
FW perang
the
dulu.
real test. FW step outside
Sama
of Snake
For
into the terrain.
Tim Blissnya.
This is probably why
Oh,
Cerberus
udah.
were keeping members
Enak,
high as
tinggal
well. They
nunggu
didn't
aja.
want FW to
Ke Tim
flank
Bliss ini
around
masih
or
dapat Tim
get a
Bliss
power
mah.
position on them, but it's inevitable. Banana 1 is doing that exact thing right
Kalau
now.
ke Cerberus sih
He's
oke
on
juga
the
deh.
next couple minutes as well. He won't have to move for a while. He'll stagger his own, make sure that High Mass doesn't pull off any cheeky
Kita lihat
flank
kemana
for Forest.
dananya.
I mean, they're just playing on the edge. They've got smokes up, car cover. They can only really use their
Oh,
trees.
Himas
and-
masih nahan aja
yeah,
ya.
I mean, Bliss just sat inside the building with Cow in the bunker next to that shack. They have the easiest job here, but it might not
Udah.
result in their win. Yeah, they're fed right now, but this could
tapi
easily
masih
collapse on them if
itu
they
ya.
don't play this to
High ground
perfection.
ya, si
Forest,
Forest
they're
ya.
going to be the target of everyone in the lobby. Forest have the least space out of anyone in this server to play when
Ini.
this one starts to close in.
Yeah, they
Forest
were
kayaknya ini
forced to run towards
Bong,
the
kan?
area
Masa-
where Team Bliss is currently at. Plenty of open space, like you said. There could be sitting ducks, especially now with those vehicles being punctured off. But now one trying to take perfect angles up against KM99.
Cerberus udah nggak
It's
mungkin
just a long-range 1v1 duel
WCD ya,
between
seharusnya
these
sih.
two players. While
Gue lebih yakin,
Cow shots
lebih
out
yakin
scamming.
FW
Beautiful taps coming in from the SLR.
FW atau Forest.
He's got to clean it really quickly though before Cerberus actually takes claim. Speaking of which,
FW atau Tim Bliss.
Tim Bliss, they're playing this to perfection, and all they really have to do is just to hold still for the moment. Not gonna be an easy task for Cerberus to move anywhere deeper.
Harusnya sih Tim Bliss harusnya sebenarnya ya, dari tadi udah enak banget dia. Tinggal nunggu orang doang.
FW Esports for the entire time. So perhaps this actually buys a little bit more room for Natural to move deeper. I wonder if they will be able to deploy those
Buset, semua ke 17 bro. Lihat tuh.
But for now, they're holding it back
FW udah.
in the meantime. Widespread finds Hymas. Catching one more
Bete
onto
banget tadi disampahin dong.
while Cow also submitting a couple of taps. They're just trying to rush up to the north, but
Tuh,
that
udah
wasn't
hampir
the
disampahin,
best
hampir
thing
disampahin.
possible for Forest, but they don't have much options left.
Yeah, they see a little bit of a
FW ini
corner
mah.
in the zone that they have an LOS on, but they can't even make it there to begin with. Now it's FW looking to clean up Cerberus.
Aduh, terparty
Forest actually
gitu
getting
bro.
involved as well. There's a nade to flush out
Sampahin.
Zigzag. Hymas with his second
Dapat
solid
gitu mulu
kill
ya,
of this
Cerberus
endgame.
ya.
KM99 making it more difficult for FW than
Wah,
they
Tim
would
Bliss
like,
ini
but
sih.
in return, Hymas does get
Gonta-ganti
FW
mulai, jadi yang benar mana Tim
power
Bliss kalau gua sih udah benar.
in this endgame, at least for the moment. That could all change in an
Tim
instant.
Bliss udah benar ini.
Needs to go out.
Oh,
So
Tim
does
Bliss tinggal nunggu doang.
KM99. He's making this so hard for FW. Another kill added to him. He's just playing around smokes on
Udah,
this
Tim Bliss tinggal
edge,
nunggu
making
doang.
it a living hell for
Nunggu
FW to get any play
KM99
done
maju.
that they want.
Digas.
Haisaki as well, a thorn in FW's side. Obviously, he's in the head rent-free at the moment, and as they have been the entire game, Bliss will sit in that single. They don't have to do anything overcomplicated to win this game. They just have to wait for everyone else around them to tear themselves apart.
Speaking of playing the waiting game near Haisaki being spotted out as well. It's going to be a flashbang being possible for as for that one goes in for the shred. We'll be able to claim that final member of Cerberus Esports. Team Bliss absolutely healthy throughout this ordeal between the four
Tuh kan,
squads.
Tim Bliss dapat lagi.
Has the best
Mau ngapainnya
possibilities to
tinggal nunggu
close out
doang.
with the chicken dinner, but they cannot
Kompon
commit any
dapet.
form of mistakes. That could actually leave a little bit of spacing for them to solely get picked off. But at least for the moment. Well, speaking of which, Cow
Salah
gets
banget
taken
sih.
down. K99 on his efforts to quickly take claim of that point. And that would be KM trying to deny himself by the blow.
Oh, what the? Oh! Okay, yep.
Monty masih dapat.
Tries to find
Wah,
cover behind the tree, but
mendingan sekalian mati sama
Just
zona.
too
Ngapain?
painful.
Guessed it for a second there. I thought he was going to deny as well, but then he started running back in.
Ngapain
He
anjir?
was obviously not safe at that foldable shield.
Udah aja ya, mati ya?
To the blue to heal or something like that, and then realized it's far too chunky to be able to tank it.
Kayaknya tim Bliss sama FW, tapi ke Tim Bliss sih, lebih ke Tim Bliss tuh dia enak
Most
banget
likely
udah
dead
dapat
anyway, but his
kompon.
impact in this endgame is undeniable.
Monty
FW
udah tinggal
down to
nunggu
two,
situ doang
basically
nahan.
because of him.
Dia duluan
Team
main.
Bliss also lose Cow because of him. KM99
Akita sama
more
Insight-nya
of a menace here than we thought.
tinggal ngebantu aja
Go
kan.
to this 2
Aduh,
versus
ketahuan.
3. Obviously,
Aduh.
advantage to Team Bliss. Positional advantage, man advantage.
Oh,
Every
where?
single advantage in the world. FW, though, looking to be sharp, looking to hit these headshots. If they can get that opening knock, they might have a chance here.
he spotted out 2 members of Team Bliss. That's more than enough info for them to actually work around with, but it's really down to Monty that can actually have a big impact in this fight. Monty's just hiding by the corner of the shack.
Ke
He knows
atas.
that they're
Ke atas.
just around this corner. If he gets a
Oh, enggak.
good
Oh iya,
vision,
udah habis
a
ya.
clean angle,
PS-nya
that
udah
will be it
PS8
for Team
tadi.
Bliss to eventually
Oh.
secure it. And the zone's creeping in. This is not going to be playing in space as they're pretty much chunked down the
Ya
right
menang
by
Tim Bliss
Akita.
ini mah kalau udah kayak gini.
All being lined up. This should be it. As the Australians might be able to celebrate.
Menang Tim Bliss ini mah.
Here in day 1.
Tim Bliss belakangnya masih agak jauh dia.
Far from over.
Masih mau nggak mau
Full
FW jalan
chance
duluan
FW, but they got to play this to
ke depan.
They're running
Udah,
out of
yang
space to even take 1v1 duels.
yang ngebegal
As soon as
Monty
they peek
aja.
over this dirt road, Keed is
Dia
ready
mah
with
tinggal
the
mancing-mancing
Mark
doang tuh,
12 to
jagain dari
deal
jauh.
damage. They can't even throw
Nah, kan?
smokes out without taking
Oh,
damage.
udah
Banana
Monty-nya
1
udah
down,
siap.
and Monty steps up to claim the second. It is a 10-kill dub for
GG
Team
Bliss,
Bliss.
Team
They
Bliss.
convert the feed, they convert the nine. Well, it wasn't 9 circles. They sent it there quite early, but they convert it, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, it's absolutely clean coming in from Team Bliss, and we're happy to see them coming back into the finals in order to exert dominance up against all these squads involved. And overall, that God compound that they were holding true, I'm just really surprised that there was no teams going in for a direct challenge, but we could see majority of all these squads were pretty much deadlocked over onto each respective corners of the map, which makes things so much more difficult for them to eventually take up the challenge towards the rest of Team Blizz. But overall, hefty amount of fights in the early game where we see pickoffs after pickoffs, and I think that Chicksing is absolutely on point with his sprays today. But this hole between Buram as well as SGD sees SGD coming on top, and Jervis almost had his big moment up there up against Productive Squad, but he can only do so much being alone.
It was a very interesting endgame. I always enjoy watching those kinds of endgames where it's going to end up being 4 or 5 teams all alive with 4 up, just because they've had those prior positions for the longest time. And yeah, we get a banger endgame. But I mean, yeah, you said it. It started off 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4. So it was good stuff. Very good game. Very entertaining to spectate. Bliss, a very nice send early after their initial engagement with Tem Entertainment. They send it straight to that single and are rewarded for it. And the important thing is there are going to be people in Twitch chat now saying they got fed and yada yada yada. And while that's all true, they convert the win. They don't fumble it. They don't let it slip away. And it certainly could have easily slipped away from them multiple times. But they don't let it, and they get 10 kills for their efforts.
Yeah, it was a very technical game where you also saw a moment in time where Banana 1 has gotten angles onto 2 of the members inside of the compound where it could easily go down south if they were not careful enough. But of course, thankfully, Monty was holding into a closer position to eventually seal the deal for Team Blizz. So this is a big 20-pointer earned by the Australian squad, and we're just really happy to see them thriving heading into game 1, where they stick to their protocols. They didn't do anything funky throughout the match, and they managed to celebrate a massive win here.
Yeah, I think confidence and momentum is super important for Bliss, and this gives them both, right? If you inspire Cow with a bunch of confidence, then that's a player that will just run through the lobby if he's feeling confident. And honestly, the same is said for the rest of the players on Bliss as well. It's a nice win. Don't get me wrong, it's a very nice win. If you get fed like that, I mean, 10 kills is a respectable amount, right? Sometimes teams get fed, they get 4 to 6 kills, and it's like, yeah, well, the zone helped them out a bit, right? But if you're getting 10 kills, then yeah, you've put in the work. And I'd love to see that Bliss were extending themselves out as well, looking for opportunities to get other kills as well, not just sit inside that single and wait for the teams, wait for the win to come to them. They were happy to extend themselves out a bit, and they were disciplined with it as well. I loved Cow's position at that shack, obviously resulting in him getting that kill on Scappy, weakening Forest, making it difficult for Forest to do anything on that edge. Unfortunately, when he decided to run back, he gets shut down, but that's just the nature of the game. Bliss played that well. They deserve that win.
Yeah, on top of that, of course, I think it's tremendous effort for Force Natural Gaming to also bounce back in this game. Though on those final couple of moments, we see a little bit of panic coming from Cam90N, but they did actually put a dent to Bliss by taking out Cow in those moments where it could easily turn really sour for Team Bliss if you were allowed even more of that spacing, because they were at first guarding off against Cerberus Esports as well as some of these members of FW over the north. So it gets very tricky to play out, but of course for Natural Gaming, they were running out of options. We saw them trying to full send a couple of vehicles up towards the north side, which was a wide open spacing, which saw them all clipped up. So rather unfortunate, but sometimes you just got to make certain desperate attempts. So that's the nature of the tournament, where you're not being given easy rounds to play around with covers or so. So tough luck, but hey, I'm glad that they got it going, because game 1, they didn't manage to do all too much. So it's a big recovery for us.
Yeah, look, I actually respect the attempt to go for that northern edge. I think we recognized very early that Forest weren't going to have much space once they had to leave the edge that they were on, and they recognized that there's an LOS for them in the top left of that zone. They just couldn't make it there in the end. Your MVP for that match is KAW. 1 kill to himself, which means he... Is this really the MVP of that game? I don't want to knock KAW. And his position was obviously crucial in that endgame. Don't get me wrong. Maybe it's because he had most damage, but he's the MVP. He contributed to 16% of the team's points. Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's probably. Yeah, this one's caught me off guard a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Me too, honestly, because like, remember
what...
when we started off the game, Team Bliss actually caught off an entire squad. Was it T5 or so? Where inside Monty, Tem Entertainment. So they got quite a bunch of kills. Don't get me wrong, KAW was really impactful because he was playing on the outskirts, really taking charge, and I guess that's that tremendous effort that sees him being the guy that bites the bullet for Team Bliss. So we give him a little something.
Yeah, look, I mean, killing Scappy, taking down Scappy is important. That guy is an absolute menace wherever you put him. So, yeah, MVP goes to KAW. 20 points, though, for Team Bliss. Gives them so much confidence as they go into this lobby. Very, very, very important for them. Like you said, Forest rough game 1, but going into game 2, they got themselves 13 points. FW, another respectable game from them. 13 points on the board. Cerberus showing up as well. Like, they didn't really show up in game 1, but here they are, consistent as ever, 11 points to themselves, and the rest of the lobby goes down in increments of 1 to 2. It's a decent game to leave us on Erangel, essentially. 28, 27, 26, and then there's a gap, a 10-point gap between the top 3 and 4th, which is Cerberus.
Still very competitive. We look at the numbers on the block where, you know, BRU, E-Arena, back in the play-ins, they were the teams that takes a little bit of time to actually get their engines running. So I'm not too concerned whether if they will eventually find their big rounds on the block. And of course, it might look worrying, but it's only the first 2 games, so still plenty of chances out there. But yeah, I'm glad to see, you know, the teams who are directly seeded into this finals, they're really racking up those big points, showing that they absolutely do deserve to be here, not really earning just a free pass overall. So we've already got 2 invited teams, as a matter of fact, to claim those dinners. Started off with the Expendables, and here we have Team Bliss.
Yeah, and it's a Thailand-dominated lobby, but they haven't got a win in the first couple games. Maybe they will when we go to Rondo, but a Vietnamese and a Australian win for the first 2 games is a stark contrast to what we were seeing in the play-in stage, where 5 out of 6 of the games on basically every day went to Thailand. So it's good to see the variety. And yeah, I think when we had that leaderboard up, I looked to the bottom side and I saw Tem, Buriram, and Arena all in the 14th to 16th position. But as we know from the play-in stage, both Arena and Buriram at least are still warming up into this competition. We will throw, I almost messed it up again, we will throw to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back with Rondo.
Updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back. Game 2 in the books. It was a win to Bliss. That makes a Vietnam win and an Australia win for the first 2 games of the finals stage. No Thailand win yet, but we've got 4 games left to see if that region will show up, and they should. They are the majority region in this lobby and very dominant at that. We're also still waiting for a couple of the teams that you would probably put up there in your top 8, top 4 to show up. But again, 22 games now left to determine your top 4 going through to PGS 5 and 6. Plenty of time for people to warm up. We have Rondo coming up next, and I think in the play-in stage, it was probably a pretty even map when it came to tempo. We had some games where it was action-packed, some games where it wasn't so action-packed. Pockets of chaos here and there, but nothing too crazy. Not like the first few games of Erangel in the play-in stage. So looking forward to a very moderate temperature Rondo, I suppose, coming up.
Yeah, I would expect to say the same myself, where we've seen how things have played out back in the play-ins, where usually for the first phase, it's about them trying to assessing a couple of areas of play where it's viable, where in such a wide map, there's just so much that you could possibly do in order to open some good spots for your own team. And I guess the craziness happens around phase 4 as well as 5, where teams are just struggling to even book a spot for themselves, which is probably a little similar to what happens back in those past 2 rounds of Erangel. But of course, plenty to play for the teams that are on board right now. As we have already seen, 2 of the teams hailing in from the invited spots, as they have been able to successfully qualify for all these international events of the EWC, and now making a mark for themselves again. But of course, that's nothing to, of course, say anything bad about all these teams that come in for play-ins, because we still see good consistency coming in from names like Reluctant Squad as well as FW in the first 2 rounds. So I think that they're definitely keeping things very, very competitive, where certain other teams still need perhaps a little bit more of that warm-up.
Yeah, a few of the play-ins teams have definitely shown up to play. Obviously, the wins have gone to the invited teams, as you said, but I've been liking what I'm seeing from the teams that came through that play-in stage. We're still looking at Arena and Buriram to warm up into this lobby. Starting to think that that's going to be a trend for those guys, even if they do manage to go overseas here. Maybe it's going to take them a little bit to warm up, and you can't blame them, right? 2 games passed, you can go back and VOD review, and hopefully you can do better, but sometimes coming into a lobby like this can be quite harsh. It just doesn't go the way you expect it to. The tempo of the lobby is weird. People and teams aren't doing what you thought they would usually do. So Arena and Buriram, as we saw in the play-in stage, they'll eventually figure it out. It's just how long it takes them. The longer it takes them to figure it out, the more that top 4 slips away. And that's probably a very important talking point for the likes of Arena, for the likes of Buriram as well. They are teams that can absolutely fight for that top 4. And we're talking about top 4 here. We're not talking about top 8. So they can warm up into this lobby, absolutely. But there's now 4 less slots that they're fighting for. In the play-in stage, we were wondering when they were going to step it up. It was almost an inevitability. They did, and they made top 8. But this time out, it's top 4. And that is a hell of a lot harsher than top 8.
It definitely is. And overall, as much as we have definitely discussed about SGD's qualifications into the PGC to be pretty much locked in, but they're definitely putting a lot of challenges to all these big names like Buriram United, where we saw that struggle back in game 2. They were stuck in the same shack, and Bangs back in game 1 have also shredded out a lot of all these players out there. So he's definitely looking to be very impactful there, also hoping to make that mark into PGS 5 as well as 6 to also perhaps earn more moolah on top of that. So of course, plenty to talk about here. As much as we haven't really seen the Thai squads have that full pop-off moment just about yet, we've got a couple of glimpses of really good fights hailing in from even tier 5, where I was pleasantly surprised. At a certain point of that game 2, they were looking to be squeezed by teams over in North Point, and they just plow through like hot knife to butter, making it look so clean and simple. And I'm excited to see more out of T5 in this map of Rondo.
Yeah, I think T5 are a team that you'd probably put up there in at least your top 6, if not top 4. Very strong team, very strong players on that team. and certainly looking to see them probably pull out one of the most dominant wins of this lobby. Probably just a matter of time until one of those top dogs from Thailand does exactly that. 9 seconds now until we get into Rondo. Another new map on here on day one. Are we going to get any more hot drops? That's the question. I believe this was one of the rehearsal games, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, we saw early action. But again, we don't know whether that early action was just because people were TDMing in the rehearsal games or whether they were actually contesting people for positions. So as this plane flies over, and maybe even 2 planes fly over, hopefully it's fair enough to give people a chance at their own drop spots.
That's right. All I remember from some of the rehearsal games was Zigzag being an absolute nuisance, which he has continuously to do exactly that in these competitive matches where FW have seen so many successful runs despite not being rewarded with chicken dinner. Who knows, the time may come eventually. But as we spot teams dropping out of the plane, this is going to be a decent passage for them to at least play around the north as well as central, and of course not forgetting the west as well. So plenty of area. Maybe Jadina's gonna be a little bit off of the course, so it'll be interesting if the circle actually pulls all these teams to the southeast, but likely than not, we've seen plenty of all these rounds of Rondo to have the circle thing either get into the central or somewhere around the Urian areas to play. Will be interesting if it goes up north as well.
No hot drops. No one contesting for any position. They have sorted where they want to go out prior. Good to see, honestly. I think this is probably going to result in better endgames, more entertaining endgames for us. While that means we might have to waffle a little bit more at the start of the game, as soon as we hit that action time, it's all gonna go haywire. AGG in a position quite close to SGD might find themselves pincered as they go towards the center of the zone. And yeah, it is a quite central zone, a bit more towards that northwestern side. Shouldn't be too difficult for most teams to get into this one, though. It's basically over where the plane path went, and so no one finds themselves on the soft side. Everyone mostly finds themselves lined up for a good rotation in.
Yeah, it's definitely in a very interesting location as well. If teams were to look to traverse and book a spot in the direct center, they'll probably look to get only some tiny compounds or just hug towards some hillside for them to try to look for certain pickoffs. But SGD's in a decent spot as they've always dropped into the test track as well as Neox factory ever since the play-ins, and they've never left since then. So I guess if they were to be curious kittens to look around, we might actually see certain exchanges between them as well as AG Global. But likely or not, that's not going to happen so early on. But what's interesting to also note that there's about 5 teams over the south side that will have to journey their way past perhaps areas like Yulin. So wonder if Cerberus Esports will continue to be within that city. And if so, could they actually defend? Is going to be the major question that we'll have to be getting answers in the moment time.
There's 4 or 5 teams that are lined up to take central spots, none of which have been taken just yet. AGG was the first to rotate. T5 has also started to rotate in, and so has QC. They're all kind of lining up to take central spots at the exact same time, which could result in some early fights here. Cerberus was the other team that was in an early enough position to take something central, but they
welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
SGD haven't really moved from test track either. The Expendables potentially getting involved. As you can see,
Mat bang, thank you Agus
went down towards the
Widi.
south and probably got shot at or saw something that he didn't like, a QC player that had taken a compound that he wanted, and so he's backed off now.
Blit lu di mana Blit?
But yeah, definitely
Lu turun di mana
getting
guys?
kind of we're getting tension in the center already, and it's just because everyone was kind of in that position where you want to go early to claim something as early as you can, but you also want to get as much loot as you possibly can.
Gila, masuk ke tengah
Each team has kind of sent 1 or 2 players out just to test the waters, and it's resulted in a pretty tight center of the zone right now.
Yeah. with Delvid now trying to look for a spot for the rest of the Expendables to claim a territory of their own. From the minimap, I guess I get a little bit glimpse of where Apac is currently at as they manage to find a decent spot over on the north eastern corner of the hillside. They probably would be able to just hug tight together later on, but whatever info that Delving gets up in the air right now will be very vital for how the rest of the Expendables will solely play this round. But of course, if they were to take guesses, some of all the major cities have been preoccupied, so they're not going to be dropping directly into those form of township at the very least. Temp Entertainment seem like they've already sorted out some of their connectivity issues as they're journeying their way across the corners of Yulin. Cerberus Esports have left that corner of the town, so this is free for the taking. Whereas Velvet now gets spotted out by Sortie. Nothing too difficult for these teams to handle for the moment. As Phase 1 sees no casualties at all, but SGD could easily change that.
Down goes Zest.
I jinxed it.
Yeah, you did. He lost his life in game 1 first as well. So he hasn't had the best of nights. And that's AGG, as I said, testing the waters, getting too close to other teams, also looking to claim spots in the center of the zone. AGG not as aware as the others. Cerberus now looking into the center. QC has been here for a few minutes now. Cerberus is just discovering this. Figuring out whether they want to go for any sort of breach. What's the QC split looking like? Is it 2-2? Are they grouped up as 4? And Cerberus don't want anything to do with it. They are going to group in Sololzi's compounds. They've got SGD to their east to worry about as well. No reason for them to commit to anything too early. Phase 1's a little bit dodgy. Obviously, you could crash a split. You could crash a weakened compound. But you could shift away from that compound and then you've wasted time. You've potentially lost one. You've wasted resources. And Phase 2 is nowhere near where that compound you breached is.
Hah?
And Cerberus are playing for that at the moment. They want to keep as many people alive as possible. Keep their resources as stacked up. Orkran scouting out.
Kalau mau yang anti air.
South of the zone. Very free down there for the most part.
Iya makanya ada yang bagus, tapi ya.
In the off center. And as we had game 1 and game 2, really, this lobby is playing very, very central heavy. I asked the question at the start of the night, is this lobby going to play edge heavy? Is it going to play central heavy? And I think, at least in these first 3 games, I've had my answer. Everyone is trying to get a spot in the center of these zones.
Yeah, it's definitely important for them to really take some really good spots for them to actually hold out. Meanwhile, it seems like Bleed Esports have been struggling to do so.
Main. Ganti siapa?
Rounds already we see Bleed cutting by the edges, and now they will have to do the same coming in from the southern side. But at least the coast is clear for the Indonesian squad. Game 1 sees fruitful result for Team Asus on successes. But Game 2 was a lot rougher than what they've expected it to be.
Ganti siapa, bro?
We did see decent battles coming in from the side of Bleed Esports. Reluctant squad though. They're one of the teams who are building that tension up against SGD. They're not willing to commit into the dead center just yet. Now, great shots now fired from the side of Banana 1 to perhaps signal a little warning for the rest of Temp Entertainment to pull off a U-turn. So FW will still have the space for themselves to claim, as the entire area of Yulin will be up for them to siege at the moment.
We wait. We wait, we wait, we wait. Seems like the lobby is happy to delay until the circle tells them what to do. No one's looking to get involved in any early action as of these first few games. And like I said at the start of this game, I honestly like it. It means that the mid-game action is that much more intense, that much more chaotic. Anadol on a glider, gathering as much information as he can for day trade. He's got Flash just below him in a vehicle. They're arriving towards Team Bliss at the moment. Flash is rocked up in the compound just south of Bliss, and I think they would have heard that. If they didn't hear the car, at least they've heard the glider. The arena inside the city as well. Panadol hasn't taken any shots yet. He's got another glider behind him. That's an E-Arena glider. Oh, I really wish we get to see a dogfight here. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
I have slight hopes that it might be the case where they're both looking to play over on the corners of the unplayables. But beautiful shots now fire from inside of Drake as they manage to nail one player out in the open. Squad still going for the exchange as Banana 1 takes down Zayu, while Bleed was also drawing the attention span of these RS members as they now look to secure Zayu out in the open.
They should get him too. Reluctant squad choosing to back away from this one. Bleed have taken control. FW close by, but not close enough to get involved. They've got more pressing matters. Yulin is now on the edge, which means FW has to rearrange their players to figure out how they want to hold that western side. Bleed finally claims Zayu. Yeah, as I said, Reluctant squad looking to get out of there, but not before taking 36 damage off the back of Man's SLR. I think that was on the Nox player as well, so he's going to have to get out of that car pretty quick. Luckily, they do rock up to Jun, who's got a foothold in the zone. And Reluctant squad, oh no! They just lose Van Nye. They were so, well, they tried to be quick enough to res him, but they just weren't. Unfortunate for Reluctant squad, as they are in a very nice spot in this zone as well. And now they're only here as one of the most devastating things when you have a 6 spot in the zone, but not the manpower to make the most of it. So rough for Reluctant squad, but still a zone where they can, well, still a spot, sorry, where they can recover a decent amount of points. Love to see them play it like AGT played in that last game of Erangel, where they, even though they were 2, they were still going for fights.
Yeah,
Apakah
and also
capek
great
karena
job
live
for Bleed Sports to be
sebelum match
proactively
tadi
looking for targets, and they knew that there were isolated members of the side
mati
of
lampu
the
kali
squad, and
rumahnya.
they just quickly got her up to secure not only the spot but also
Tuan,
those
nice.
2
Bisa
points
sini naik
to be
lagi.
back in this early game. Whereas we're now having T5 getting up close and personal up against the rest of Q
Minimal ada
Confirm.
di
We've seen
top 5
fights
lah.
happening around these shacks before. It's
Hari
definitely
pertama
within
ini
a grenade range.
top 5 minimal
So
sih. Dan nice
they're
banget.
just gonna hold back for now because they don't really want to waste so many of their resources so early into phase 2, especially when they don't really have full vision on each other just yet. Chixing, I think back in the play-ins, they've mashed a really massive run around this corner map. Perhaps trying to emulate that
Makin balik aja.
again. That also depends whether or not if the circle does pull up over inside. As E-Arena still have Lyrics up in the air, it seems like he had unlimited field to be
Kelihatan tuh.
still fulling up and
Sabar.
about, but High Mass though is
enak
in
banget sih
a
itu.
really good angle. I don't think that Akita is
Itu enak banget sih.
at all.
Tinggal Nurai.
Yeah, when we saw Bliss in this bowl earlier on, I immediately thought to myself that they looked uncomfortable. They're most likely waiting for this phase 3 shift to see where they can actually go and what their kind of a big play is going to be, but I don't think they're going to have the freedom to do that. Cerberus have rocked up and they don't have any idea that Cerberus are here. Or at least not this close. Akita gets lined up and taken down. Haisaki and Hymas combined. Now Bliss are on the defense, but how easy is this going to be? They've got that bow, yeah, but it's so nadeable and it looks so open. Phase 3 pops, and now Cerberus and Bliss are engaged at an unlucky timing. They do find themselves inside the zone. So I think Cerberus are probably now
alhamdulillah Bleed masih dalam.
what is a very close threat.
Oh, bisa ditaruh Deathratch. Oh, Deathratch masih bisa masuk agak ke kanan.
But Monty stays afloat.
Tapi memungkinkan juga sih komponen ditabrak ya. Tapi masih aman sih.
Not that they have any other options. Their option is to
Setidaknya masih
go back
ya
into the
chance lah.
vehicles and
Pasti
just
menang
hope
gitu.
not to be sprayed out of that
Oh,
by
night
the rest
threat
of Cerberus Esports, but that's too big of a risk for Team Bliss to take. They want to remain on the spot as Cal did manage to go for a really good exchange. That's a hit shot around the high mass. So that will send him off from that roof for the meantime at the very least. But over the back, take a look at this. E-Arena, they're about to barge up into this formative location. We might actually see this dogfight happening between these 3 squads.
E-Arena
Third party kah?
probably could have put the hurt towards Team Bliss, but they opted for a different rotate, and I think that's definitely in Team Bliss's favor. Cerberus would have been looking to third-party a fight between Bliss and Irina. Mortars coming in now up against Team Bliss, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Irina rock up on that hillside. This car fort needs to be immaculate if they're going to defend against Cerberus. They've got the rooftop angles, and those angles are looking mighty nice. Smokes need to be fantastic.
Depan belakang ada. Emang harusnya diemin tim Bliss sih kalau udah kayak gini mah.
On an island, but he's got a car of his own.
Tim Bliss soalnya masih di bawah.
Everyone finding nooks and crannies
Penting ada yang
where they
jagain
can
ya satu
survive.
aman.
But without vehicles, it would be very difficult. Irina also had a threat off to their east, it seems. Maybe they were just going for a crate or something.
Okay, mas jagain tim Bliss.
And the smokes off to the side too. J9 TNP, they lose 3, make it 4 immediately.
Nice trick.
Expendables combined, they all chip in. And Take Me Please is out in 16th.
I have no clue what went on right there, but perhaps it's just a desperate attempt for these players to drive past and found themselves in a deep trouble. Tem Entertainment does manage to find a little bit of a ridge for them to hide out for a moment, but they had to deploy the smokes. Thunder is already soaking up plenty of damage. Rockmans to the rescue, so they will be able to still fight out against FW Esports through long range. Not too difficult for now. But I was taking a look at Irina's position, and I feel like this vehicle bunker that they're trying to form up looks a little bit questionable for that late game. I guess for now, they could still make do. As the only pressure that they're taking is coming from Cerberus Esports, where they're not really opening up heavy fire just yet.
Ya ampun, dilewatin aja gitu.
Loki just drives through. I don't think he's spawned anything at all. But the rest of T5, they might just be in trouble right here.
Dia.
Oh, what a feed for Irina. Bleed. Tem probably in a bit of trouble as T5 exit Yulin, FW as well, but...
nice Bleed. Enak banget sih. Ini mah gitu dong zona sama Bleed tuh temenan gitu. CS gitu bro.
With Tem Entertainment.
Jangan dari mulai udah jauh. Kalau gini kan enak. Kayaknya Bleed udah menemukan. Nice trick. Let's go. 3 kill. Nice. Kayaknya Bleed sudah menemukan dukun zona ini guys. Ini dong. Semoga sampai akhir begini zonanya biar enak gitu.
It is far too late. Down goes T5. They continue their streak of mediocrity going into game 3. Jun as well from the Langsung squad. That's a powerful player.
Nice banget. Trick. Let's go.
Danawat down as well. Bleed from that Fed compound in the center are doing quite
well.
well.
Bisa disampah sih.
I absolutely love seeing that setup
Bisa disampah sih.
FW Esports. So cleanly done. The moment that they got that contact,
masih perlahan naik.
T5 in a really tough
spot. Tuh kan disampah.
And there's honestly no space to work with as we last saw them just running out.
Bener aja kata gue sampah sama FW anjir.
Entertainment is the next one on the list of chopping block. FW Esports once again claiming 7 kills already in the standard round. Still relatively early here in the base war as they got much to be done. Meanwhile, Hong have has no cover at all. That's pretty
nice banget. 4 kill, let's go. 4 kill, let's go.
Confirm hoping to actually back that one corner, but that's quickly stolen away.
Itu bro.
They try to drive by. That's tough run into rocks. Tonkway quickly claims one. There's more robbing towards his back. Tonkway now with a nade. Quick coverage coming from afar. That's from other teams as well. 4 is claiming up the lives of Corrupt United. Well, still a close proximity fight. Tries to go for a rebound, but Tonkway
gila.
Truck tons of damage. And there's
depan ada, kiri ada.
Everyone's getting involved. This is a fight that's in the open to every single team in the lobby, it seems.
Mati sih.
QC hard to take this fight without losing members. And another one to the tally. FW playing this quite well though. A great defense from Tonkway, being able to survive at this rock for so long and get a couple kills too. Well done to him.
FW itu mengerikan juga ya.
Should go out behind that car. And all the teams in the center of the zone who have the luxury
Cuturiram lahan
of
masih.
using their DMRs, who have the luxury of all these long lines of sight, are fully taking advantage of them.
Nice
You can see
bleed.
Day Trade up on that
Karin,
hill.
let's go.
Bleed happily sitting inside that compound will take all the third party they can get. Bliss as well have managed to skate past Cerberus. They've
Gitu dong.
avoided the Expendables
Gitu
as
dong.
well and find themselves in another nice spot in the
Maksud gua
terrain.
gimana ya?
It could probably all fall apart for them in an instant.
Beginilah
Whereas,
harusnya tuh zona
if
tuh.
a few grenades get thrown into that little bowl of theirs, but for the
Jangan
moment they've done well to avoid
bodoh
death.
gitu zona tuh.
KM99 rushing to
Anjir.
this compound with the Panzerfaust.
Ini baru
Wiggles
zona.
mouse around
Ini
trying to
baru
clear
namanya
these
zona.
corners. Hopefully he doesn't take his teammate out with him, but as long as the spacing is good enough, then they should be okay. This has become the shotgun of PUBG now. You guarantee yourself a knock. You guarantee yourself the kill, especially if it's an insta. Nade comes in, everyone's a little bit deaf, and yeah, guarantee the trade.
Depan muka
KM99
lu
obviously
bayangin
gets
aja.
knocked as well, but the Panzerfaust does
Abang gak
its job.
bete depan muka ya.
Definitely a wacky
Depan muka
meta.
digituin.
In that instance, but Forest do clean out that compound.
Yeah. Still a really
Tetap
clean
aja dia
take,
harus maju
although
nantinya.
he
Udah
has
ditahan
to
sama tim
risk his life for it.
sama
They're
tim
just unable
Bliss.
to actually form any form of response, and I guess that's the beauty of having a Panzer boss on one of your members, where you could just easily go for these form of trades.
Nice
especially with
banget
isolated
nggak tuh, lihat tuh.
targets. Shimoy so
Shimoy,
far hitting
let's
a
go.
lot of beautiful shots.
Shimoy,
That
Shimoy,
connects
ngeri
upon
gak?
Akita, while
WCD
Team
sih
Bliss
bisa ini kayaknya.
tries
Let's go,
to
let's go.
secure some space up
Pede sih
over
gue nih
there,
WCD
dealing
nih.
with the situation
Pede nih gue nih.
against the rest of E-Arena, while Solozzi primes in the big nade in the middle of the open, also spots out Drake. Oh, it's a full collateral between these three Titans.
Aduh, salah. Kenok
Hoping
doang,
to
kenok
close right
doang.
in. It's a lot of space for them to take claim of, as AG Global is the next one to bow out.
Ih,
Not sure
nice.
what
Dapat
happened
kill ya.
between them and
Dapat kill
Solozzi,
satu
but
lagi.
they trade so
Let's
far
go, let's go,
popping
let's
up
go.
on that corner screen. Well, the
Wah,
Expendables
anjir, cok.
holding by the
wait.
edges here. Big nades blown towards the side of Delwyn. He stays afloat. Was now finding Cal as well. The hail of nades making things very
Bola
difficult
Cerberus sama
for E-Arena.
IE dah. Gas dulu tuh.
E-Arena
Uset
and
4 tim bro,
Bliss
lihat
have
tuh.
like plateaus that they're
Cerberus,
using just to
EA,
survive,
Team
and then
Bliss,
Cerberus and the
TE,
Expendables are trying
5,
to use their ridges that they
sama
have
4.
to take down E-Arena and
Gila,
Bliss. And
nyayur
neither
sih
of
ini.
those teams have been
Let's go.
successful so far. They certainly have weakened those teams. E-Arena is bruised right now. Cerberus haven't lost a single member. The mortars
Nice.
come in.
E-Arena
It's the
udah
nade
keluar.
that finishes off E-Arena. Those mortars looked close. It's an explosion that gets it done in the end, and now it's Forest as well as the
FW
Expendables.
dulu
The
sih,
Expendables
wih.
actually likely to go out here. Forest is
Gas
the real
FW
threat right
lah.
now for Team Bliss, but Daytrade
FW udah
might be
keterlaluan
saving
ini.
Team Bliss's behind. A
Cuk.
nade, not coming in, sorry, from Tanadol. Smokes up, difficult to get any more knocks with this DMR. He's got a teammate in Noran's a little bit closer as well. He's got a
Buset,
better
Daytrade
LOS
nih.
to Forest.
Apa sih?
Losing members left and right. KM99 trying to fight back. This is so good
Daytrade
for
nih
Bliss. They're
apa
being
ya?
allowed to survive because everyone around them is fighting.
Yeah, especially with a little bit of helping hand coming from Cerberus Esports, who's looking relatively healthy. Now taking charge, taking
Udah, lu mau
down
nggak mau,
First
mau nggak
National,
mau lu.
gaming.
Lewat
Spray
lo.
coming out of Talbot
Buset,
and the
Daytrade sama
entire
Cerberus
squad.
sih.
And now they at 9 points to the tally, with some
Nice.
teams desperate to make their journey
Mati
into
lu,
the
Dimas.
western
Udah,
corner of the
gas.
field. Oh, this has been a really tough round for those
The
teams who
Expendable?
are booking the central location.
Buset,
And
dia
now
masih ketahan aja dia.
they will
di luar
find
zona.
themselves out in the open once again, but
Daytrade udah tugas dulu itu bro.
recuperated
Bro,
to get a fight
bro,
up against
masih
Asus.
dapat lu Himas lo. Let's go.
Down goes the Expendables.
WWCD
Rough
nggak
spot
sih
for
Blade?
them, they fall to the
WWCD
zone.
nggak sih Blade?
This is the day trade that we've been looking for, though. This is the day trade that we like to see, up to 9
WWCD nggak sih Blade? Kalau kata gue WWCD sih ini.
And they're looking good
Pede
to
gue,
potentially
pede gue.
wipe out Cerberus here. The nades are deadly. Down goes Sololzi. It's just Duck My Up.
Pede gue
As
nih santai.
long as day trade don't overextend on this ridge here, they should be okay. All right, Belmoth, just a quick little
Daytrade
90-degree
gila
turn.
juga
Down
nih.
goes Haisaki. It's just Duck My
Wait,
Up.
wait, wait,
Haisaki's
wait, wait.
martyrdom from the grave will knock Belmoth. And Duckmai's in there for another 1-2, stolen away by Raze.
Dua lawan
This is
satu,
kind of
dua lawan
turned
satu.
around for Daytrade. They lose 2 members very quickly, and they have to fall back and reset here. Otherwise, this could fall out of hand very quickly. Duckmai, though, still in those smokes. The solo man up for Cerberus. He's taken away
Masih ke atas.
away one of those kills. Flash doesn't want to let him get any more, but Duckmai's the one in trouble right now. There it is. Daytrade up to
Ngeri ya,
11.
Daytrade
Raze
ya.
is the one that gets it.
Ngeri ya.
Always getting involved in these fights from a
Aduh,
distance.
Karin.
FW in a fantastic spot. Daytrade, though, they survive.
There was some immense effort coming in from Duckmai on that last end. Still managing to put a little bit of bent towards members of Day Trade Gaming, and Day Trade now we're down to only 2 members going up against
Iya,
a full
Karin,
stack
kamu
of elite
terbuka
esports
sekali,
as well
nak.
as FW. This ain't
Kamu
going to be an
terbuka
easy
banget,
task at all
sumpah.
for these Day Trade members as they are wrapping around the corners on the desperate attempts.
Mau kemana Day Trade? Hah?
Moving on
Nice.
the outskirts. Perhaps just getting barely enough cover for them to at least stay afloat for now. Now that they've drawn the attention span of the esports, this
Nggak
could be a
mungkin
really
dia.
good time for
Awas
FW
dari
to also
atasnya
strike.
FV-nya kena.
But they're just overlooking on the other corner of the hillside, having a deep coverage.
WWCD nggak sih guys?
Yet.
WWCD nggak sih ini Blitz?
FW, they have already taken at least 50% of the corner of the map. I wonder what exactly will be the game plan here for Flash as he rocks up over the
Oh,
back.
nice.
Gets a glimpse of some of these members of FW. This could be a couple points that
nice banget sih ini mah.
they can stack if they can just
Sumpah,
work
nice
in tandem
banget.
perfectly.
This is
Ya
actually a
Allah,
really
miss.
sick spot for Day Trade. Might not be. It is in the zone, but not by that much.
Sekarat
They're
banget
certainly
loh.
going to be out of it. Yeah, next zone they should be gone, but for the moment, yeah, they've got really nice lines of sight onto FW.
Aduh, oh bisa masih. Oh nice, Awkarinya udah masuk.
It's going to block out Bleed,
Nice.
and you can peek down onto FW. But of course, it's Raze getting up close, and FW have 16 kills,
Mati lu.
7 of which
Mati lu.
are on Raze. Don't
Nice.
lose your head. Now he's gone down, but in the bowl should be safe. Is this potentially the first 20 kill win of the final stage going towards
Let's
FW?
go, nice.
They lose Raze. That momentum eventually costs him, thinking that he can get away with a push onto Day Trade, but not possible. That line of sight was fully open to Bleed, and he's punished for
Santai.
it. FW now down to 3,
Biar
but 16
Awkarin.
kills is insane. I don't know how they got up to 16. I feel like we haven't spectated them too much, but they've been everywhere. They've been ever present in this game. Day Trade now make the dash at the edge of zone, and FW is driving at the exact same time. It gives a slight window of opportunity to Day Trade to make a push.
Here we go. Zigzag has that perfect line of sight. They do have
Ah,
all
biar dia perang dulu, biar dia
roughness
perang dulu.
cover for the meantime.
Sabar WWCD. WWCD nggak sih? WWCD nggak sih ini Blitz? Oh, nice nggak tuh? Hah? Nice Cimoy. Ini gimana Awkarin aja nih? Ini tinggal gimana Awkarin aja nih?
And Day Trade might have actually regretted their
Shit,
decision
deg-degan, bro.
because their prior
Deg-degan, bro.
location was actually within the circle. Now they found themselves pretty much stuck in between both of these teams. There's only so much that can be done by
Deg-degan nggak sih?
Flash being all alone. Whereas Fleet has played this out very cautiously.
Oh,
Well, great sprays coming in from side of Walker and spots out Zigzag, but couldn't really get the job done just yet. As they trade for blow, Zigzag
Aduh,
managed to eventually pin him down.
suwe banget.
Down to 2 remaining members, so that's a tree versus tree on each side.
Bisa
Pretty much equal
sumpah.
opportunities out there, but take a look at that space for the map. FW, they do have a lot of room to wiggle with, but
oh.
that's a tough attempt coming from inside of Mon. He tries to open up the angles for the rest of Bleed to play this one out.
Listrik.
They managed to eventually catch the rest of them. Zigzag already down. Drake is holding into really great position. So it's all up to Tom King
Kirinya,
to turn it around.
kiri trik.
Are they going to be denied the 20 kill win here? It is looking like it. They need all 3 of these remaining kills. It is a 1 versus 3 for
Cimoy mana
Tonke.
Cimoynya?
Or Bleed deny the 20 kill win. It looks like they will deny it. Tonke down low. It is a matter of time. If it's not the bullets, it's going to be the grenade. Bleed are your third team to win the game here in the final stage. A nice 10
Bleed,
kill
bro.
bang up
Ngeri
for
gak?
them.
Ngeri.
FW as well.
Ini dia.
17 kills on the
Ini
trot.
dia, guys.
That is an
Let's
insane
go.
effort from them. It unfortunately all fell apart at
Let's
the
go.
end there.
Let's
Raze
go,
giving up
GG,
his life
GG,
definitely didn't help that
GG.
situation, but Bliss are your winners of game 3. Sorry, not Bliss, Bleed.
Anjir, deg-degan parah
This was
sih.
a pass round, but Bleed Esports, they were calm and composed throughout
Berapa
the
kill tuh?
entire circuit where we see
Berapa kill guys? Berapa
teams
kill guys?
desperately looking for a spot. But look at how
Berapa kill guys? Berapa
played
kill
it out.
guys?
He just clear off all these teams by having some massive setups over on certain ridges to catch out teams like Turfon 5. And that was just the start of it. And of course, while we have the camera pan all over onto the different portions of the map, I believe they managed to also spot more teams out of rotation where we saw FW just
Berapa kill guys? Berapa kill guys?
continues to go in for this massive rally and a big spree of
Ngeri nggak
points to
sih?
be gained where they've been
Itulah
able to even
kalau udah
go up
ketemu
close and
dukun
personal
zona,
against
guys.
certain teams out
Wah,
there.
ini sih ribetnya.
This is a really good looking FW. Again, for those just joining us here in the Apac qualifiers, FW topped the playing stage.
Untung
They
aja tadi
came first in the playing
FW-nya
stage and
turun
they look
ke
to continue that
lower
performance
ground.
going
Jadinya
into the finals. And
yang
I mean, when you
belakang
look at the plays that they made that game,
Cimoy sama
it's looking like a
Triknya
very
dapat
good version of FW.
ini
The
ya,
players
apa
are on
namanya?
point, the players seem confident. Tonke
Dapat
with epic
atas.
defense on that rock. It's just unfortunate that Ray's got a little bit too overconfident to be able to peek up that ridge onto day trade at the end there. Otherwise, I'm almost certain that would have been an FW win. But yeah, incredible stuff from them this game. It almost feels like they won. At least they won in our hearts with 17 kills. An insane effort, but of
Ini
course
sih
Bleed with the ones
enak
netted themselves
banget.
that victory. Orca in from Bleed as well. Very pivotal spot here, to be honest with you. Just can't get it done. FW
Itu tadi kalau
wrap
dapet,
around on either side and
Ih,
it
untung
crumbles.
banget
And
nih.
so for Bleed to be able to pick
Untung
up the
batu
pieces
FW-nya
after
turun ke bawah.
Orca goes down shows a lot of tenacity.
Yeah, it does show a whole lot of tenacity.
Berapa kill, guys? Berapa kill, guys?
Bleed Esports, they were really
Berapa
smart
kill,
on
Big?
their approach on when exactly to strike. So they were very decisive, which led themselves this win where they were trying something funky as compared to Day Trade Esports. And I was thinking that Day Trade definitely had their decent opportunity when they were fighting up against Cerberus Esports, but we saw
9
that
kah?
final member of Cerberus to be
Tadi
able
terakhir
to
itu
really
6 atau
chunk out
6.
at least 2 of the
Tadi
members.
ini
That's
tambah
where they start to
3
pull
day
back.
trade. Tadi dapat
And it seemed like they were desperate to
1,
even
mungkin
find
10
certain
ya.
cover.
10 atau 9 kayaknya dah.
Feel confident playing over onto that tiny little bowl, and hence why we saw them rock around over the south side, and then we saw that hard shift going up north. They know that there's only so much that they could possibly do than to, of course, just take the fights and eventually not having any more chance for that chicken dinner. But very interesting round though, like on how things have transpired and just a couple of all these phases, especially I think
Coba lihat,
phase 4,
woi.
phase 5.
Kill berapa?
There's a quad of the lobby who just got obliterated out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean that northern side where you saw Bliss and the Expendables fighting, Forest getting involved as well. It seemed like that's a very desirable area to be. Lots of plateaus where you can set up a nice car fort, and then obviously lots of ridges as well for teams to be able to push into you. It seemed like a very desirable area, an area that a lot of teams found themselves in when all of the compounds were taken to the south of the map. And so yeah, that looked like the priority area to be in, and that's why it turned into absolute chaos. Bliss caught on all sides, Arena caught on all sides. Very difficult for them to survive. I think both those teams did quite well given the circumstances, but in a situation like that, most of the time it's going to be the team that has control of the ridge. In this case, multiple teams that have control of the ridge.
Teams.
Yeah, that end up with the win in that fight, and they obviously all combined to make Bliss's life very difficult and obviously take out Arena as well. So good stuff from all teams involved, though. That was a very entertaining rondo.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, like with those vehicle bunkers being set up so early from Arena, I thought it was a decent idea, but perhaps that was a decision made slightly too early as compared to all the other squads who has yet to move into the area of the playing field. So, of course, very unfortunate for Arena. They haven't found their rhythm just yet, but Bleed certainly has. You saw that sigh of relief coming from Trick and the entire squad, where they managed to back this massive win, and this is out of sheer effort that Trick has been able to pull out of the bag. So kudos to him and the rest of the squad, and once more they would be vying for that top 4 to continue a perfect streak for them for the events that they've been able to partake in the international run. So hopefully they don't miss out on PGS 5 as well as 6.
Yeah, in real life, this guy is the happiest of chappies, and in the server, he's an absolute demon. 5 kills, 630 damage almost, putting on a great performance for Bleed. Man got 0, that is totally okay when the rest of your team can pick up the pieces. 1200 damage, they add a win to their tally, and maybe this is a Bleed that's going to come out here and claim that spot in the top 4. We certainly know that they can do it. Their peak is phenomenal, and
20 lah ya, ngantongin 20.
Or a very pivotal puzzle, a piece of the puzzle when it comes to Bleed hitting their stride. 10 kills, same kind of win that Bliss got in game 2. Bleed weren't as fed, and they did have to leave their compound and take a fight with FW, and obviously they did it in a 3v3 manner, but yeah, still a very nice win from Bleed.
Yeah, I really do love how they always set Trick up for success as well. The way that they've always been
Tede
able to
kenapa
back
Tede
him
Bang
up in
Tede?
many of all these circumstances, and also clearing certain passages, feeding back that intel for Trick to deal this ton of damage. Where it wasn't exactly easy to navigate around that very final fight, but
Lagi ini kah
they made it
apa?
look as
Coba-coba
clean as
baru.
possible. So far, we've yet to see the Thai teams
Nice banget
actually
loh kalau
get
kayak
themselves
gini
any
loh.
chicken dinner. Surprisingly, for the entire course of this finals here
Habis
in
ini
day
nggak apa-apa
one.
deh, yang penting
But
minimal
I guess that eventually when they do pick up pieces, they will be celebrating
minimal
good. But for
5
now,
kill
first
sama
3
masuk
games will be won by Vietnam,
top 5 lah.
Australia, as well as
Tego
Indonesia.
ini.
I wonder who's next.
Yeah, maybe it's Thailand's turn on Tego when we get back from the break. Tego probably going to be as action-packed as Rondo. Kind of similar terrain in some spots, not across the entire map, but certainly similar in some areas. Tego, I'm certainly looking forward to in a lobby like this. I continue to speak about how stacked the lobby is and how everyone's happy to take fights and how all of these teams are very formidable. When you put a mixture of these kinds of teams on Tego, I feel like you get maybe one of the best games you can possibly get. Everyone will be taking terrain fights, everyone will be breaching compounds, there's a bunch of bridges to camp if you wanted to, and if we end up on that northern island, well, that
Donanya lagi
creates
dikasih enak banget.
just by itself. So certainly looking forward to
Itulah yang
Tego.
seharusnya ya.
I leave very fulfilled. I was very happy with how Rondo played out.
Yeah, it was super competitive, and like you said, we first questioned, will more teams play over the edge or the center? This center type of play, I've seen a lot of teams to be pretty much locked from getting anything hastily done. So every small little move in this wide area map will definitely matter. So first, we'll leave them to that, as they'll take a couple of minutes to navigate their way around, as we'll move into our next map shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the break.
World updates to Tego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more
10
as we
menit lagi
dive
guys,
into the
10 menit
update
lagi.
31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area.
Kita login dulu, kita main ini aja, apa namanya?
Training mode has been improved as well based on
Main
your feedback. Training mode
deathmatch.
now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Deathmatch dulu kali kita, bro.
Hello tất cả mọi người, mình là Hoàng Ép đến từ đội tuyển Leader Squad, và hôm nay mình tham gia một trò chơi rất là vui vẻ. Hy vọng mọi người cùng đón chờ.
Biar santuy gaming, dada. Sambil nunggu map keempat, kita deathmatch dulu, bro. BRILL lah. Ya. Lah ya udah. Kakak. Oh. Terima kasih. Salah lagi. Suwe guys. Mati sampai 5k gue bro. Kaget anjir. Dari situ bro. Begini bro kita bro. Coba kita ganti pakai arm grip. Jelek banget gua anjir nembak ya. What the heck?
What do you know?
Coba kita pakai M4. Oh. Apalah gua mati. Kok kayak gelap banget sih? Sus, kok kayak gelap banget ya? Bentar guys. Udah bener loh.
Sao con làm văng hết rồi. Lau nhà đi.
Oh. Kok kayak gelap banget ya? Serius kayak gelap banget dah. Nah, itu gua. Gila loh, dari jauh gitu loh. Sebisanya bro. Kabur. Udah mulai ya? Ya Allah, nggak headshot palanya bro. Ayo satu lagi, weh. Cepet. Nice. Sorry guys.
Fights no matter what. It invites third parties no matter what. And as I said, going into today's games, none of these teams, even if they're going to play conservative in the first few minutes of the game, even if they're going to take prior positions, none of these guys are teams to shy away from fights. And Taego, it invites a little bit of that greed, you know? It tempts you a little bit with that opportunity. It tempts you to go a little bit further, peek over that hill, maybe extend yourself out of the compound a little bit. You can get very greedy on Taego. You push the limits quite a bit, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. We'll see what these guys opt for. And yeah, you brought it up. Maybe there's going to be some hot drops on this one as well.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. A little bit of greed. Probably wouldn't hurt too much, but who knows? What kind of risk are they willing to take moving into the second half of day one here in the Apac phase 2 to see who gets that final 4 slot by the end of the weekend. But here we are as we take a look at the flight, or should I say at least some views of certain terrains. Is this a coal mine that we're looking at? Where exactly is this? Is it over south side?
Brother, I cannot pinpoint where this is on the map. Unfortunately, Taego came into competitive right as I was like, yeah, I'm going to retire. I suck. And so I didn't actually get a good opportunity to discover the map like the back of my hand. But I think maybe it's towards this. Look, I'm not going to make myself sound like an idiot. I'm just going to focus on the stuff that I do know how to talk about. That plane path, totally fair. No one should be upset with that one. It looks like a little bit of close quarters stuff on that northwestern side. Q Confirm and Team Bliss might actually get into it. T5 are going to go towards Go Dock, but Q Confirm and Team Bliss, they can't share unless Bliss go for the compounds just below them. Cow's extending a little bit further to the north. And the other two are going for, I guess, a car on that intersection. QC are going to go all the way to the north. Team Bliss are going to drop a little bit earlier. So I suppose we won't get any super early action. However, Q Confirm and Team Bliss could certainly get in.
Nice banget nggak tuh, dapet nggak? Blit dapet nggak tuh?
I mean, it's a total mess. It's filled with water. It's filled with,
Dia mati MP berarti lawannya.
unknowns. It's basically the center of it is on that peninsula, and every time that happens, it invites a ton of chaos.
Yeah, I was just staring at it, and I was also scratching my head. Where exactly will teams actually place themselves? I guess the best bet is to also play around somewhere south of Shipyard, but it's the intersection between two sides of the river, which is very difficult for teams to navigate around. If it's going to be for the rest of TE. The Expendables, they're happy where they're currently at. If they could, they just take certain space up on the corner of the hill and call it a day, where they just wait for other teams. But for now, these teams will have to figure a way out of this, where honestly, it's really boiling down to what decisions they do take that will yield them the better end of the results. But definitely very difficult spot to actually see decent play for now. Meanwhile, as we start off, Bleed Esports celebrated a win on the prior round of Rondo. A very important win for the Indonesians, as they had a tough time navigating the fields of Erangel, something for them to sort out for day 2. But they're definitely building their momentum from here on. And they start off with a decent location just by the corner of the airport, so they will have an ease of access coming from that corner of the airport to any area up the north or even somewhere towards the center of the first circle. Meanwhile, Take Me Please haven't really got anything built from the first game up till now. I wonder what exactly is the struggles that they're dealing with throughout the course of the evening.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint any team's struggles really and what exactly they are. We've just had such a limited sample size to be able to say that this team has this as their problem. It's just too early to tell, right? I mean, E-Arena and Buriram in the play-in stage, even after the end of day 1, it would be unfair to judge exactly what their problems were, other than they're just getting used to the lobby. And so I think for the moment, until we see, you know, hard evidence that this is the problem and that's the problem, I think it's just about getting used to the lobby, and then we can see where we go from there. Olympus. Probably. It's wasteland into that tree.
It happens.
It does happen. But yeah, people should just be getting warmed up into the lobby. After 3 games with 21 remaining, I'm not stressed for anyone. I'm not going to call the top 4 yet at all, but I think we can absolutely say that FW has been on fire. And obviously starting out the first 3 games, grabbing yourself 50 points. I mean, that's just good leading into the remaining 21 games. That is without a doubt. This circle is difficult to figure out where to place yourself. TMP, you mentioned that they were struggling. Well, they're basically in the center of the zone. They've got a really good spot to be able to figure out where exactly they want to go. First action, Theraton 5 up against AGG. Rostered through the window, Tycon with the quick 90-degree flick. Rostered double-headed, down on the ground. They're trying to clear out Tycon, but he's putting on a show. Another one, finally, they put down the king. Flucky in through the window. Patampong just arriving now, and AGG have another man on the flank. This is so cheeky from Sir T. Patampong has absolutely no idea. Sapao sends himself straight into the compound. It's a 3 versus 2.
An absolute brawl between the two sides. Incredible placement coming in from these AGG members as they managed to eventually
TS
get
mati
that
sini
full
TS.
turns inside the
Nah,
He has got no more
bete,
space
bete.
to even hide out by the corner wall. That nade was not even needed to wrap this perfect ace to kick things off for AG Global. I want to take a look at that again, like that fight that erupted through that compound that we just witnessed, that 90-degree flick like that you mentioned, and then the immediate trade backs coming in from the rest of the members of AG. That was sublime.
Rostered couldn't even get any damage through that window. His bullets hit the windowsill, which made it so much more likely that Tycon was going to win that second engagement that he had. And yeah, when Tycon looks at that window, all he can see is Rostered's head, and that's the only thing he can shoot at. So it makes his it just makes it that much easier. Well played from Tycon. Made that fight so much easier from the perspective of AGG. And then Sir T coming in on the... well, I think he honestly just found himself in the right position at the right time. I don't think that was a super intentional play. He was coming over to back up as well. It just so happened that he was able to catch up Patampong. Team Bliss looking to catch out QC on rotation here. Petret alone. Teammates to the south. He should be able to escape. Team Bliss probably won't commit to this one. They will chase him down and see if they can get some long-range DMRs. Maybe they will commit, but I think they're going to be very wary that if they go any further, they'll be running into a bit of a trap, or at least they'll run into backup, which is absolutely true. Checksing's there, and Team Bliss disengaged. They don't want to lose anyone this early. This is also an engagement happening outside of zone on that northern island. So wasting any time up there would mean you have less chance of getting a good spot in the current zone. Both teams go their separate ways. And as we've seen all day today, the center of the zone is already pretty tight, already pretty contested. Splits being set up by multiple different teams, all angling for the middle peninsula, all angling for the mainland. No one wants to bank too heavily on that northern island. AGG is only up there because they were just in that engagement with T5. They haven't really had time to figure out their position just yet. Panadol up here above terminal in the glide up. Getting info as you usually do. I believe he was in the glide up last game as well. But no E-Arena behind him this time to maybe get into a dogfight, unfortunately. Just gathering as much as he can. And honestly, this is good for day trade. They are in a spot where likely they're going to have to take a fight if this zone shifts to the north. And so everything that Panadol has just figured out is crucial information for them coming up.
Yeah, same to say about KAWAN right now on the other end, trying to open a little bit more space from the southwest for Bremer United to make a main entry. They're surrounded by day trade as well, so we might actually see this tie collision taking place in a moment's time, really depending on how the information is being gathered by KAWAN at the moment, as he takes a lot of that space over onto the course over the southern side. Now, I wanted to trail back into what really went over the north side. Of course, we saw that fight between AGG. It makes a whole lot of sense on why teams are also gathering around Yongchan if they're starting off in the island, because that could be a really good place to hold out where you still have opportunities to cut over the bridge. Later on, Team Blitz will need to do the same if it moves back into the mainland, but we focus back onto what's at stake right now. Shots now being fired over on members of Forest Natural Gaming. Look, the squad, they also want to take claim over the course of the hill. So we'll probably see a long-range trade-off between the two of them. A little bit of warning shot coming from the side of Pong. Nothing too detrimental just yet for each side, but good control that they're trying to acquire on the course of the center of the location, where there's still a decent amount of space to play out, though it's rather dangerous where it's still phase one. So it could get a little bit claustrophobic later on as we approach the later stage of the game.
Mati dong dia.
Checks in coming down from the emergency pickup alongside Petret.
Mati dong dia.
Grouping up with Opons. Where does this circle go? Is it fair? Is it unfair? Look, it's pretty fair. I think most of the players will be rather content with this one. It's not too harsh. Could have gone a little bit more south and made it a little bit easier, but we'll have to do with this. As soon as he lands, Tycon takes him down. Add another one to Tycon. 3 on the trot for him. Never mind. Only 2. He didn't actually get one of those. Oh, stolen away. I didn't realize stolen away. Looked like he guaranteed that one for himself, but not the case. Bliss arrive in time to maybe catch out the remaining 2 members of QC. Petret putting up a fight. Akita doing the exact same. What spaces Petret have to play with? Not much. Cow with the quick 90-degree. Necessary, and Opons just has to get out of there. Team Bliss successfully clean up the remnants of QC, other than 1. Opons allowed to live. Important for Bliss as well, losing members on rotation when they still have to cross over to the mainland is not ideal. They've got access to a busted bridge. Could swim, could take a boat if they can find one, or an emergency pickup if they wanted to. I think for the moment they'll be biding their time and figuring out the optimal strategy. Forest making their way across in the lines of sight of the Reluctant squad. Van Nye going for the tires, as you should in a situation like this. But Forest make it through unscathed. They will take part of that top hill that is ever so important in zones like this. Difficult to manage if teams start to surround you, but I think in phase 1, phase 2, it should be okay to just exist. You can play on these plateaus quite well. The Arena have set themselves up nicely with a little trap. Tigger and Zizzy aren't making any noise whatsoever. They're waiting for a team like Forest to fall victim to it.
Yeah, I think that Forest have a hunch that there's going to be players around. Perhaps they spot some vehicles as they make their movement across the hillside. Lyrics now spots out the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. Might be able to actually align some beautiful angles here, and Arena have set this up so well, like you said, that 2-2 split going on. And keep in mind that Bleed Esports as well as FW is not too far away. Look at that lineup.
Waduh.
Oh, the damage immense upon KM99, almost falling down these.
Lo masih makan yang main ya.
All the way back to
Wah,
get
ketemu FW ini mah.
from the rock.
Beli ketemu FW ini mah.
And they will start to close the distance between themselves as well as Sizzy. He's hiding in a tiny little shack. I don't think he revealed himself all too much, but one good nade from the rest of Forest Natural Gaming that could see him sent out.
Lah.
Out too.
Like lagi
Very
guys.
dangerous place to be.
Aduh, Blade.
FW wants to get
Aduh.
involved this time against Bleed Esports. What a nade by Banana 1, dropping in front of him quite far.
How much do they want to commit to it though? This side can get derelict really quickly, and if FW overcommit.
Habis WCD masa begini bro.
Arena are on that high ground, ready to third party. So they're just going to throw other nades, see if they can get the
Ya,
flush
kenapa
without
ya
extending
selalu
themselves over that hill. Raise
yang paling sering masalah paling sering tuh Cimo yang kena
making
gitu
sure his
kayak.
team don't overextend.
Woi kenapa lu sama
And
Cimo
FW won't
anjir?
for the moment. Good discipline. No reason to throw away this momentum. A little bit of fight back from Bleed as well.
Takut langsung.
And I think Chimoy might actually live. FW looks like they've run out of nades, at least on those two front plays. The expendables are fed. Blessed by that zone. And it's guaranteed to shift towards them next time as well. Do they regroup in that compound? Do they let someone else take the other side? That's the
Wah serius
question.
kah? Mau
Or
di...
do they
Wah
be greedy, as I said, and continue to split it 2-2?
sulit. Oh ke
Bleed will get that
kanan.
res. Arena
Ada
never
batu satu
tried to third
doang
party this
batu.
too much. FW also allowed to survive as 4.
Oh
I've been
masih
really
aman masih
impressed
dapat.
by the discipline of a lot of these teams. I don't think we've seen many moments of just blatant disregard for your own life other than that moment with Ray's last game. That's the only moment I can remember out of these first few games that
Susah juga sini Blade nih.
undisciplined. Every other game, people have been trying to survive, stay alive
Kabur.
as 4,
Nice.
keep your resources going into the late game. It's fantastic to see. Bleed will make their rotate, just head themselves a little bit more to the north, avoid this kind of pincer between Arena and FW.
Yeah, all these teams definitely showing a whole lot of discipline. Eddie now takes claim of Mings, who's laid right out in the open, getting picked off. One member of SGD down.
Akhirnya zona
Now,
mulai.
back towards what you mentioned about
Aduh,
Expendables,
Alkarin.
they have never left since they started off on that location. They can't afford to get a little bit greedy with that split at the moment, as teams have yet to actually make deep runs using those vehicles. As the battles are still taking place, over the kills for this control. The rest of Bleed pushing up.
Sabar.
Got tagged for quite
Chimoy,
a little bit, but he find that target up against Chimoy. What a spray that was with that drop shot. Man's got a plan with the Panzer. I'm not too sure if that is going to be landing over onto these members coming from this angle. Chimoy does not get to survive. Man has to pull back.
Buset dah. Masa nggak ada yang dapat bro? Masa nggak ada yang dapat aja? Nah, baru ngomong masa nggak ada yang dapat. Ih, satu lagi. Wah itu loh. 4 mobil lewat masa dapat 1 doang anjir.
Maybe they shot too early up against AGG. Cow is having to 3x spray at people coming across the bridge at a distance. Maybe not the most perfectly done bridge camp from Team Bliss, but they do get one and they all survive as 4. They can also continue to push towards AGG and keep the momentum up. Keep the pressure on AGG. They've got this coastline to work with, and I mean, for the most part, it's isolated. They could run across that entire thing and not get shot at. And they're looking to do exactly that. Cow down low, seeing if he can find a cheeky angle onto Sapao. I mean, the smokes indicate that someone must be there. The car's also there, so Sapao's in trouble. Stuck all by his lonesome, desperately wanting some help from Tycon and Zest. And Bliss just sent it in. Insight maybe going a little bit too aggressive. He gets himself knocked. Not expecting Tycon to be exactly in that position. Nades go over now from Bliss to see if they can recover the situation. We're into a 3-on-3. Sapao put down to basically 1 HP. This nade from Makita has to land perfectly, and it's looking good. If not his, surely someone else's. They all miss. All 3 grenades miss. AGG allowed to survive. Cow's now backing off, going for a car. AGG in with a chance.
big chance coming from Monty as well as he drops a nade towards the direction of these HG members, but
Serba
over on
salah
top
dia,
end of the
serba
hill,
salah dia.
mortars are being sent towards this direction. Lead esports happy to take on more of these players out of the AGG. Barely enough cover for him to work with, but I believe that there's also certain
Enak banget itu third party dari belakang anjir.
from another angle. Stuck between the rock and the hard place. AGG got nowhere to run. Unable to hold straight back. Volley clips him.
Enak banget sumpah.
And it's gonna be
Third party enak banget itu, bro.
He's got not much
Waduh.
to work with.
AGG kok jadi GG gini?
Try to heal up, but Icon just barely hanging on by a hair strand. He does know where exactly Cal's
Mati sih.
currently located. He has to just go prone. There's barely enough cover, and here comes the nade. Cal, can he dodge it in time? He's falling relatively short. It is a bounce, but it will be Pao to eventually close
Panik loh.
Well, on the other side, Forest over South are dealing with a situation with Day Trade Gaming.
Such minor things from Team Bliss would have resulted in a much better fight from them. But they kind of mistime a few things and it all falls apart. Difficult as well. They're getting third-partied when they push that ridge, so turns out the lines of sight were a lot more deadly than I initially anticipated. But you're right, we move over to Day Trade. Decent last game! That one is perfectly cooked over the fence into Thanadol's face.
Timing pas banget depan
Down he
muka
goes.
meledak
Belmont
dulu.
is nowhere near that fight to get engaged, so Forest clean it up.
Nah, iya
Alive
bro.
has 2, yes. SGD tried to get involved as well, but KM99's there, 2 for him. Off the back of the Day Trade fight too. This is a great defense from them. Now Belmont's trying to help out his previous competitor. Jervis down to 34 HP. The jump shot should do it. If not the first one, then hopefully the second one. Baron is disciplined.
Anjir, gregetan sih itu.
Doesn't want to go for that second jump shot. Jervis had an opportunity to get that knock. And Baron doesn't want to give it up. This has been great so far from Forest. Defending on either side. They've lost members, yeah, but they've done well to survive that engagement. Megalos now the last one up for TMP. They were fed in phase 1.
Lumayan.
And they've been shoved out of the zone as we've moved into phase 4, almost phase 5. Megalos doing his best with the M249. He's got 1. Maybe he'll get a third. He will. That was just Zest that remains for AGG coming in behind E Arena, who are definitely the victors on this northern side.
Yeah, this was the same prior position that Team Bliss was holding out. And I have to go back to that fight because I thought initially Team Bliss has gotten it in the bag.
Blitz sih tinggal nunggu
That
FW aja nih.
hasty push coming in from
Buset, Day Trade sih apaan?
I can't remember
Masih
the
bisa loh,
person on the
anak
wheels.
2 loh.
That overcommitment kind of resulted in them falling short. But of course, this fight has yet to conclude though over on the south. KM99 now has got the Panzer. We've seen this kind of trades before. Now he's only down to 1.
High
A
mass?
little risk. Where exactly is he coming from? Okay, from the top side of the hill, it seems.
He knocked himself with that with that mortar, huh?
I don't understand. How did you do it?
Nice banget.
I don't know how that's happened, but
Kena dia.
Jun's got 2 with the nade. I would love to see that on a replay. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. Did he just land it on top of himself? Did they try to pre-fire the mortar? They drive in? I'm not quite sure. I am bamboozled. Day Trade go out. No, I'm seriously baffled. I really want to...
Okay.
Maybe it landed on a roof. He was too close to a roof, and that's how he knocked himself with it. Plenty of ways that could have gone, but it's just Sololzy and Duckmai up against Reluctant Squad. 4-man strong inside these buildings. Duckmai has to play this to perfection. Nade down, jump shot does come in from KM99. Cleans up SGD. Baron nades himself as well. Got a lot of team damage in the last 30 seconds here. That nade looks good, but it lands on the top floor. Doesn't roll down those stairs. Blue zone to deny space and make sure that Cerberus aren't playing inside those buildings. Reluctant Squad are doing their absolute best to clean out these last 2 members. Haisaki exposes himself through the window. Duck Juice takes that one. Gets traded in return, but this should be a cleanup from Reluctant Squad. Flashes in, utility in. So blind is Duck Juice. Duckmai gets another one. Van Knight trying to clean this up all by himself. Duckmai's got 2. Cerberus are fighting back. It's this 1v1 now between Van Knight and Duckmai has all 3 remaining members of Reluctant Squad. They fall. It's a successful 2v4 on the side of Cerberus.
It's crazy that they managed to turn this one around. I mean, we saw a little bit of that team nade, that mortar, which we have got no answers to, and it all lined up. Being the saving grace of the team, Duckmai stands tall. While we have another battle that might take place between E-Arena as well as the
Ya Arena
Expendables.
mati lah
So
dulu
far,
dah.
the Expendables have been uncontested around this
Kena
area.
lah duluan lah, udah sono lah, mau ngapain sih ngumpet-ngumpet?
Within the vegetations as well. So it's a little bit of standstill between
Dekat
these two
tuh.
members as Tigger has yet to be sniffed out by any of these members, just quietly sitting around the bushes. I don't think he's moving anytime soon for sure. But FW looks to be pretty eager to take on the Expendables, at least notifying that there is a team around that section of the map. A lot of space has opened up after having a lot of
masih dapat, guys.
tussle on the rim of the circle, and now the update will bring them directly in the center.
Tuh kalau ada yang dapat di
With
kill
the
situ,
still having a little bit of space over in North, but the mortars
Jangan
now
sampai
being sent
kena.
towards Bleed Esports. Surprisingly enough, they managed to dodge all of that.
Aduh, dari
with
FW ya.
the rest of FW Esports overlooking the hill, trying to
Waduh,
close
beriram.
it up against Bleed. So he might just be cheeky enough to be able to actually find some
Nggak dapat
angles here,
kill ini
but
bro.
he's
Basement point
got
doang.
to prioritize his zone first and foremost and create that space
Nggak
for
apa-apa lah.
United to play the end
Masih
game.
ada Miramar.
This is
Kedua
great
lagi.
for FW and the Expendables to make a gap between them and their competitors on the leaderboard. Both alive, both 4 strong. Regardless of the positions, this is a good game from them to gather a few extra points as a buffer. FW obviously have to come off the hillside. Likely to take a fight. It's just where do they go?
Nggak
is the
enak,
question.
nggak enak posisinya.
Where do they
Di tengah-tengah,
end
anjir,
up?
mau ngapain
And
lagi
obviously
udah.
the Expendables
Tinggal
very
nunggu
nicely fed
mati
inside this
aja.
compound, just on edge too, so they can
Di arena ini.
control their side of the zone. A headshot to FW's car. And they're going to go straight towards the people that did it to them. Tigger, a flashbang, a cheeky peek. He's got one. He
gitu
can't
udah
get the
arena.
second. That would have been FW's saving grace. It might still be. Do they breach this compound off of that? Of course they do. Raze goes in first. No one's ready to defend. It's a headshot on entry. They have to get this opener if they want any chance at finding TE in this compound, and they haven't been able to. It is a cleanup from the Expendables. Tally them up. 11 kills now from them. No better opportunity for FW to breach than then, but still, the 3 remaining players do well enough to clean them up in an instant, basically. No damage taken, no stress at all. FW are out.
It's crazy how sharp Tanvu is. The moment that he heard those shots, he snapped it right over on the arena. And FW thought that this could be a really good
Bener aja, top 5 sih, cuman aduh, kena udah.
Response, he just got the perfect angles to just quickly take them down. Up to
Waduh,
now, the
waduh,
Borders
waduh.
have barely hit the mark to put over on the trait, but at least mine has been caught out.
Sulit udah.
Nice.
And BRU, they have a little bit of opening through the bowl to try to once again trade out against that Lone Ranger of League Esports. Still finding that form of consistency to make it into this top 4 Summer Esports.
Sulit.
TE looking very likely to be
Masuk sih top 5 tapi 0 kill ya, gak apa-apa lah.
So
Lumayan, yang penting dapat tambahan poin.
battles on the outskirts here. Drake now, last ditch effort to try to haul a couple of points up against Buram United.
Kayak trik udah.
Both sides are
Dari ini mereka perang dulu dah. Udah nggak ada lagi tuh.
Likely for this to update directly towards the center,
Nah,
which
mau nggak mau lo harus
favors the rest
maju
of the
lu.
Expendables, as we've seen. The entire game, they've just
Oh,
been hooking
sama.
on to
Oh, nggak ada.
those compounds, and now they finally
Oh,
make
bisa ada
the
batu kayaknya tuh,
advancement
bisa
and
tuh,
make
masuk
themselves
batu
known
situ.
across the map.
Not necessarily guaranteed the win,
Aduh,
though.
ada
They could lose
Pendables
members here
ya.
up against Cerberus. Buram
bisa
could
deh,
have
masih
something
deh.
to say about
Masih bisa
their
deh.
advantage as well. Looks like Buram
Nah,
helping
santai
the
aja dulu,
Expendables.
santai.
Solzi
Nice.
overextends, taken
Nice
down
loh.
immediately. Nice shooting from Knax. He saw him be excellent
Ente,
at the master
ente.
playing stage. He's excellent here as well. Dynasty does
Lumayan,
well to take
lumayan,
down Trick.
plus 6
That's
poin.
one threat eliminated. That now
4
opens
dapat
up
berapa
the
sih itu?
side of the zone for Buram if they want
5
to
ya, 5 apa
play
4?
in that direction.
8, 1, 7, 2.
There is
6,
maybe a
3.
road ridge or a little ridge below that hill that they
5,
can play, but it
4,
looks like it's
4.
mostly
berarti
open
5.
space, and with Clory's playing the anchor role inside that compound, it's difficult to see Buram having any
TS
success
ini
on
mah
that
udah.
eastern side. In
Orang
fact, Clory's
dapet
has left the compound now and is now
atas
playing
aja.
out on the terrain
Udah
on the
masuk
eastern side
duluan
of the zone.
4.
So this is the Expendables
Mau ngapain
putting a
lagi, anjir?
chokehold on every single player in this endgame.
Kecuali kah?
Yeah, they're just expanding the wings, just taking all the space that there is. There's just no
Cerberus
firm
juga pasti
entry
kena
for
duluan.
Buram, so
Mau
they will
beriram.
have to look for a decent takeoff to get any form of chance at all, and they have better chances to take out the rest of Cerberus Esports to at least book themselves a slot number 2, and then later on deal with the rest of the Expendables. And we see full discipline coming from the Expendables, where they're not really too hasty on their approach. Eddie now pushes forward. My a lot of those smokes, but Corey's will also clip around the Dynasty. Now it's down to Eddie as well as Canaxi, as that will be the final member of
TR udah pasti dapat.
They get an angle against Taboo.
Oh, udah.
Robbing from the back, Eddie. Only do so much,
Yeah,
but we
yeah,
know
yeah.
that this is the Expendables
2 kali ya.
to gain another chicken dinner here in match 4.
2 kali
Their
WCD
first
ya.
win was 13 kills. Their second win of the night is 15. They are
Bukan
just
WCD
getting
ya,
better and
TE ya.
better as we go forward.
Oke,
Fist
ya,
pumps all around.
kayak gitu, bro.
Fantastically played game. They had
Iya,
the
bener
advantage
aja
in
2
that
kali deh.
compound. I don't know how long they stayed 2-2 split inside of that compound, but certainly that would have been a huge factor in getting them their win, being able to maintain control over not only the western side of the compound, but also the east. So well played to the Expendables. 15 kills is an insane number to tally up.
It's just
Gila, bro.
incredible. Like, there were also certain hustles coming in from E-Arena lurking around, and then there was FW, but they stood no chance at all. We go back
Kena
into
begal kali ini aja,
say,
Black.
just, take a look at
Nice,
some
ini
of
Miramar.
those slight little skirmishes where
Tuh,
teams were
dapat posisinya
struggling to even think of where
pas banget
exactly should they
lagi
actually place themselves, where we saw majority of them
open.
fighting over that hillside.
Kayak ada
Esports managed to last out pretty
dua
long,
tim
and
gitu,
I
kayak di
thought,
kiri
you know,
kanan
Team
atau atas
Bliss,
bawahnya
they
ada aja.
got this beautiful cast,
Selalu gitu
but they
anjir.
didn't manage to convert
Sekalinya
too much harder than that.
Inian tuh apa namanya?
A crazy game.
Kena
Honestly, I got what I
kill.
wanted out of Tego, and yeah, this was. I
Nice
mean,
load, nice
maybe
load.
I'm hyper-analyzing Bliss because of my Australian bias, but I think my minuscule timing within their decisions there, and it would have been a much better fight from them. This was a fantastic compound fight from KM99 and Baron, doing so well to not only take down SGD, but also day trade at basically the same time. So very well done from Forrest in that engagement. Megalos did his best. He did actually manage to get 3 at the end there. There's a pump shotgun, which always makes me nervous. Baron unfortunately nades himself, but KM99 comes out the better. And it was looking like a guaranteed dub from the side of Reluctant Squad. They had 4 up against Cerberus's 2. And Reluctant Squad fumbled it. Cerberus got a very, very dominant 2 versus 4 off. And of course, this moment, I mean, from the Expendables, I think they're probably expecting it, but having 1 knocked obviously gives that opportunity over to FW, but the remaining 3 members who had their guns up and ready were immaculate.
Yeah, it definitely was immaculate, especially the vibes right now in the gaming house of the Expendables celebrating 2 chicken dinners here in day 1. They are definitely set up for success from the get-go. Like, overall, this team just played it out very cleanly. They didn't really have to really make things overcomplicate. They don't have to complicate anything at all, where they already got a good spot. All they really have to do is just to take each compound their own and just really hold out. And after that, they slowly spread their wings little by little, and they eventually got all these teams running up to them. So plenty of these points were just them snagging up from pretty long range, I would say, throughout the course of the field. And other than that, it's just a lot of all these open areas where other teams will just have to fight for their dear lives. But that battle between Reluctant Squad as well as Cerberus, that was super tight. Like, it could have been RS to actually win it out, but we saw that perfect lineup coming in, and Cerberus definitely took their chances on that.
Had a couple crucial kind of team fights within that game. E-Arena had multiple, I believe, up on the hill to the eastern side. I thought potentially that hill would get a little bit fed. I feel like every time I've spectated a game that's ended in that area, it has something to do with that hill, right? The massive flat hill with some nice gardens on top of it. I feel like it always has something to do with that. The comp players probably have a name for it. I haven't sniffed it out just yet, though. But it didn't actually end up there. We went towards the road, and because of that, we ended up with a lot of open space. The Expendables compound and the hill just beside it became very, very, very powerful, and FW had to send it straight off that hill, unfortunately for them. The MVP for that game, Tanvu, absolutely deserved. 6 kills. He was the MVP game 1, was he not?
Yeah, he was, and now he backs the MVP yet again, and he was just a sentinel holding up over on the rooftops to really spot every single movement for TE to be able to quickly respond to. And of course, a lot of kills were traded back and forth, but so far, Tanvu was also responsible to ensure that the team stays afloat. We saw that ambush coming in from E Arena, which could have been devastating if Tanvu was not, but he sorted out very quickly.
Yeah, Tanvu, I mean, what a fantastic day one from him. He's showing up, and it's obviously inspiring his team to be on par with him. So well done so far from the Expendables. It has been their day in spades. FW have tried to contest with them. They've tried to do as well as the Expendables, but they just haven't. They are on a rampage. We are 4 games through, and the Expendables have 2 wins.
Yeah, and the rest are just biting the dust right now, left with only a couple of scraps out there. These guys are coming up with those big double digits per round. Like, it's making life harder for the teams that are currently struggling. But overall, it's just clean plays after clean plays. And of course, I could say the same about FW's efforts throughout all the course of the run, where they're also keeping up to the pace. So perhaps an overtake might be very likely here with this massive win of 25 points, but not too far off. We take a look at the rest of the teams. They're also catching up right now. This has been the better run for Buram United with 11 points.
Yeah, a better game from them. Looks like they are slowly warming up into this lobby, which is obviously what we expect from Buram. At some point during that game, FW and the Expendables were on even points. That's not going to be the case once we go to that total leaderboard. The Expendables will undoubtedly be in first place despite FW's best efforts. A better game from Cerberus too, waiting for them to warm up into it and get that 20 kill dub that I'm sure is almost inevitable from Cerberus. And you could almost say the same about E Arena given their recent international performances. A better game from them overall. They actually get themselves out of that bottom 3, put themselves into 12th, which is nothing special for them, but certainly a better game. 61 points for the Expendables, 55 for FW, and there is a 20-point gap between second and third. And that kind of a gap after just 4 games is crazy. That's a massive buffer that the Expendables and FW have to work with, just off the back of performing excellently in these first 4 games. If they fall short in the next couple of games, or if they have a bad game here or there, they have that incredible buffer to work with and remain competitive in that top 4.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the middle pack, we'll definitely see shifts coming through if, of course, the trades in the Miramar might not favor those teams in the top 8, where RS now finally getting a little bit more of a surge to be able to push through. They had a decent round 1. After that, it was a little bit of a sign of struggle, but now also trying to recuperate after, of course, taking a fight against Cerberus Esports, which they got the better end of it. Still plenty of chances out there, but from anywhere from 12th placement, they could still find certain ways to get back on track to solely fight for the top 5. So still many more games throughout the course of the finals for them to play out. But the teams who are currently finding themselves near the bottom, they really have to study how the games today have won, and perhaps they will have a better lead heading to tomorrow. But Miramar, I think certain teams will definitely love to have a level playing field in this map.
Yeah, I think if you're not super confident on Erangel, Rondo, or Tago, then hopefully you're confident on Miramar, because those are the only 2 maps that we have left for day 1. Still yet to see Thailand get a dub across the course of this day, but I feel like Miramar might be their map, man. I don't know, maybe I'm superstitious, but I guess we're going to have to see. Do not go anywhere. 2 Miramars coming up after this short break.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 games of Miramar to close out the first day of the Apac qualifiers here for PGS 5 and 6. 4 slots up for grabs. SGD claiming that Malaysia wildcard slot for PGC, but they absolutely still have to fight for the top 4 if they want to go to PGS 5 and 6 as well. Plenty of action has been had throughout the first 4 games, and now we go to another unknown, which obviously brings up the talking point of, are we going to see hot drops? Is anyone going to contest for spots on Miramar? I think, honestly, we've been starved because no one has contested basically at all in the first 4 games. 3 different maps, no hot drops. I, for one, am disappointed. But maybe we'll get it on Miramar, and if we don't get that on Miramar, then we're obviously looking for the teams that, that haven't performed on Erangel, Rondo, and Tago. We're looking at them to perform now on Miramar. We're switching it up to the other map that these guys will be super comfortable on. No excuses going into Miramar. If you can't perform on Erangel, Rondo, or Tago, surely you'll be able to do it on Miramar.
Yeah, sometimes I really do wonder whether there's a certain scrim for them to have this form of duel, and then they form certain gentleman's agreement in order to sort out certain disputes of location and then call it a day, right? But well, certain times, like, you really feel like you're more confident taking your spot. That's where they really want to go for hot drops, where we've seen even teams like SGD to have been shifting different locations in order to make do with what they have. I guess, like, they are just trying certain things out in order to see if it works or otherwise. But so far, it's looking relatively great for the Expendables so far, celebrating 2 chicken dinners, while FW has been super consistent, not even dropping out of the top 5. As a matter of fact, they have 2 top 2 finishes back in round 2 as well as round 3. I wonder how will they fare this time as they move into Miramar, because if there's any Thai team to do it, I want it to be FW Esports, because they've been doing a great job so far.
Yeah, they've also shown us that they've got the firepower in them as well. 17 kill games don't just come out of nowhere. That obviously requires your players to be very on form individually, and I think Tonke was the highlight for me out of that game. Raze as well, obviously. Those 2 players seem to be quite on point, but I guess if FW has 55 points, everyone is on point. The plane goes over. We head from the northeast to the southwest. Maybe not super central. Maybe some teams unhappy if you want to loot El Pozo, if you want to loot the Cobb, if you want to loot towards water treatment, but most people should be okay with this one. Am I seeing any hot drops? I'm almost praying for one. I'm almost on my knees begging for one. I really thought going into this lobby we'd have some teams who, you know, really have that arrogance or that ego and would really love to fight for a certain drop spot, but everyone has sorted this stuff out already, it seems. It's the only action we've had early is car contests. So,
let's go. Map kelima merah. Turun di mana, Belit?
Yeah, I was looking all the way down south between Erie as well as
Oke, zonanya pasti di itu. Itu dia. Itu dia. Kenapa gitu nggak begini? Itu dia, guys. Akhirnya, guys. Benar-benar lagi dikasih zona, guys. Benar-benar lagi dikasih zona, guys.
So for those who have dropped towards the central area play, they'll be happy where they're situated at the moment.
Nice banget loh, nice banget loh.
Sports, AG Global as well as Bleed, to say the very least. SGD though, we've seen a lot of brilliant stuff coming out of Mings from the play-ins, even up to the point of the first game of the finals, where he's been an absolute hero for the Malaysian side. And I want to see him thrive yet again.
He's been a beast. Undeniably been a beast. So is FW. All the way down in Partona. Pretty sure we saw them down here in the play-in stage as well. Big enough city to loot, I suppose. No reason to be afraid of it. The arena day trade getting quite close to each other. Belmoth inside the crater. Zizzy up here on the top of the hill.
Masih tinggal jalan dikit aja sih, maju dikit bisa sih.
Quite far south in comparison to his teammates, but he does have one slightly close by. And looks like Forest have to go elsewhere for loot and cars. KM99 needs a site. Well, he'll be hoping for a site at least. Worst case scenario is the IGL calls for everyone to group up and crash a compound, and you're doing it with iron sights. You know, there's part of you wants to just say, wait. I don't even have a sight yet, man. I don't have a scope. But duty calls, priority position calls, and you can't really disobey the leader. Banana One has a car for himself, and as has been the case for the entirety of tonight, not much early action. No one trying to get involved with each other until Opons arrives next to Zest and Surti. Surti opens it up, a spray onto Noadra. 2 bullets lands. And Zest has that Panzerfaust in defense, but there's 3 players from QC here. The backup from AGG has to arrive, and has to arrive now. Hopefully Zest can get this Panzerfaust off without knocking himself. I'm worried these boxes are giving me anxiety. Maybe the hitboxes aren't going to be super perfect for this Panzerfaust. He's a little bit blind, but if he aims it at that doorway, it should be perfect. He might even land himself 2. Oh! He does! Are you serious? 2 off the back of 1 Panzerfaust. It's dead center in between both those players, and Chexing is out of here. He doesn't want anything to do with this. He was immediately running to that car. Beautiful explosion from Zest, and AGG successfully defend that compound.
Someone's got to clip that. That was beautifully done.
Dikejar loh, kejar terus bro. Ya elah.
He's out for blood. He definitely wants all of these members to get their hands on them. But QC, they were super respectful.
Langsung di backup itu cepet banget di backup ada. Ngeri.
Not to contest. Else, maybe there might just be decent trades, but if there were to be any members to also come in and wrap around, it could be an early exit for Q Confirm, which they want to play it safe, rightfully so. But my, I didn't expect the Panzer to be able to have that perfect aim to land onto both, because the other members seem to be slightly further away.
30, oke lah.
Yeah, it was in between both of them. I
Gila,
also
FW udah 60 sendiri aja anjir, orang masih pada 30.
Into the warehouse, but
Ini buru-buru banget anjir.
Zest started out the night In game 1, he was the first dead, and in game 3, he was the first dead. He has fully made up for both of those games with that play. Well done. Gives AGG a chance here, and they certainly need one. Banana 1 and the rest of FW rotating in from the south. They'll head up on top of the hill here. Good spot to scout from. That said, it is all the way to the south on the very edge, and so most likely the ground in front of them is quite free. Just some very light scouting, some very quick leapfrogging. Eddie and Dynasty, the front men right now for Buriram. Heading up towards the top of San Martin. TMP is kind of close by. No guarantee they'll get interaction. Duck Juice takes some shots from Duck and the Expendables back away from that engagement. Little do they know there's only one player here, but I'm not sure they wanted that compound to begin
Kalau
with.
masih zona gede mah pasti pada cabut. Dapat lagi aja dapat TMP.
Gain a little bit of info, and AGG still on to something right now. Sapal managing to clip over onto UNQ.
AGG ini lumayan juga dia nih. Dapat aja ya.
Very proactive in the early game, and I was taking a look at the
Iya, early game dia berbahaya juga loh.
Opting to play through that highway between Los Lunas.
Tapi kalau dari belakang ada orang sih, kan baru dia omongin langsung nengok belakang. Berbahayanya bukan main, anjir.
Still be able to have decent amount of that spacing. I wonder if Bleed Esports will be able to hold for much longer by the gas station. Smack that onto the outskirts of Picado. Could be a decent spot for them to hold out if it does close up directly towards the center.
Mending gue Dimas lo naik serius dah.
Up above, as
minimal dapat satu ini.
The rest of these members, probably not on the lower ground. As they slowly make their ascent. He's only got the iron sight though.
Yang benar.
They have no idea he's here. I don't think at least.
They expect sih nggak bakal expect Latai di atas.
How does Latte choose to play this one? Dynasty up on the rock now as well. Same idea. He's actually kind of being cautious, almost aware that someone might already be here, and that pays off. The awareness on Dynasty to go for just the cautious AD strafe and peek into this little bowl. He had an inkling either from earlier on in this game or from a previous scrim or official match where Latte did that or TMP was here. And it pays off. Very well done from Dynasty. That could have been very painful for Buriram early on, but they avoid it. It's now more pain for taking place. They're going to have to go down to 2 players.
Kayaknya ada nih.
Sitting in 13th. You mentioned their name.
Bener-bener aware anjir, nggak asal main langsung.
Show up. I believe they had 2 16-kill wins, 2 separate 16-kill wins in the play-in stage. And so like everyone else who performed well in the earlier stage, they'll be looking, or their expectations may even be set quite high as they head into these games. But again, I'm not super worried for anyone. Mistakes and nerves and what have you will run rampant on day 1. We have 3 more days for you to sort out all of those issues, understand the lobby, and make sure you don't repeat the mistakes you've been making. Duckmy tire popped. Is he just going to go down here? He's being swarmed by 2 members of SGD. You'd either have to be reversing that car or fighting back. It looks like he reversed it and got out of there. SGD didn't want to commit to it. Mings is getting shot at. Running out in the open. Hard shots for Clories to hit. And none of them land. He's alone actually here in Picado. Alone in the 5 stack. But doesn't seem to be perturbed, doesn't seem to be worried about it. I think he's also fully aware that SGD are on the north side, but he's confident they won't breach.
Picado as a city is still plenty of space for them to at least wrap around, so SGD probably will respect that, making assumptions perhaps there's more members of TE to be around their place. They're being a lot more mindful. We might have actually seen SGD to go in for a little bit of that chase for that 1-pointer out there. Whereas for FWE, spot over on the top end of the hill. Not too far off is Huang, who's currently hiding in between these slum areas.
Kan tadi WCD, tanya udah WCD baru sekalinya dia tanya di mana, udah mau digebukin aja anjir. Bisa bro, Dragonov bro.
Congregates find themselves at a very
decent
spot
nih.
in the center of the map. Arena is also hoping to take claim with a warehouse of their own. Just take a look at the current situation right now. Phase 2, a lot of all these prime spots so far has been preoccupied. Though, of course, we're still waiting for that hard shift to happen. It may not end up dead smack of the center for all these teams to leverage on. So, for now, it's just going to be a quick checkpoint for Brim United. Moves over onto the corners of Power Grid and quickly saw a glimpse of Tycon. And Zapao also doing exactly the same, trading right back. Eddie will just take note of that position to not get anywhere close to the center of Power Grid for now. So, are you happy to at least take that from a space over in Northeast while we go back over outside of Day Trade? Finally, a little bit of action. We did manage to sense that Huang might eventually get himself in trouble, and eventually we do get a little bit of a battle between FW and also Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, trading back and forth. Looks like it's in the favor of FW for the moment. Banana 1 quite open, but I think FW have the positional advantage over Reluctant Squad.
Nah, gitu kayak.
I say that Banana 1 is flashed out, but
Plus
I
lagi
think still
FW.
positionally it's just far better for FW. They just need to find Zayu. See if they can catch him on this escape. Other than that, though, FW have secured 2 kills against Reluctant Squad. That's a headshot, I'm pretty sure, onto Zayu on the rotate. And Van Nye obviously stuck in that glass building as well. Desperate for a Reluctant Squad to try and survive. They're not even in the zone either. This is just FW putting on a great gate camp.
Nice.
Until Day Trade get involved, down goes Tong K. He was fully exposed to this hillside. Maybe FW biting off more than they can chew, getting into a fight on the edge. I mean, if I'm them, how the rest of the games have gone today, I'm not expecting anyone else to be around this position. They should be center, right? But Day Trade's here. You can see a team off in the distance as well. So 4 teams here on this southern edge. And FW will go down to 2 members.
Yeah. At least they do have a decent vantage point working with a compound as well as a decent heal for cover. Inside spots out, that late rotation coming out of Forest Natural Gaming. Wonder if they will be able to afford the rest right now. Seems like they do have a little bit of space of room to play out from. But the circle is unforgiving towards those who are coming in from the western side. Team Bliss has got to wiggle their way through.
Naik sih, mana mau karim sih.
Once that gets that free
Satu komplek aja kalau kata gue mah mending ya. Satu komplek aja. Daripada kejauhan gitu, bro. Itu komplek, nah dua-dua di rumah ada tuh.
I love these zones.
Kalau kejauhan gitu agak ngeri ya.
Especially now with the way that the zone doesn't necessarily have to shift off of what was previously unplayable rocks. At least I'm almost certain that that's how it still goes on Miramar.
Chimoy, ngapain nih?
Chimoy, either spectator bug or DC'd. Not sure which one. Hopefully just a spectator bug. Would be unfortunate to witness another DC.
Ya ampun.
I'm pretty sure he's DC'd. Otherwise Trick wouldn't be putting up a smoke. So hopefully Chimoy can get back in the game. Because Bleed are in a really solid spot. A nice split with Colors as well.
Ada aja loh.
Trick taking shots long distance. Irina rotating up towards the hillside. Take Me Please are already there, but remember they're down to 2. So if Irina were to get the fight, it should be in their favor. How far did they go? Where did they end up? Jedi looking to make his mark on this lobby. As soon as he steps out from the hard cover, though, he's immediately put on notice by Forest off in the distance. Back into that shack, back into safety. Don't want to overextend. I like the attempt from Take Me Please. They recognize that if Irina is to get close, they're obviously going to be a threat. So if you can deal some damage to them, that increases your own chance of survival. But Take Me Please not able to do so. Forest putting a stop to it, and Irina are allowed to survive as 4.
And now they get a whole lot of wiggle room to play around. They will be extremely careful not to overextend because Q Confirm is also looking onto the best possible spot. True to the Olympus of power grid. You confirm now closing in the distance up against Tigger. Tries to spot him out of the window. And when he pops his head just to try to spot others, Cheeksing will immediately go in for the confirm. But he's got different plans. He's got that grenade in hand. Tigger takes notice of this as he tries to fire back. He's now tossed right through. Here comes the Molotov. It should be able to squeeze past, but it drops slightly out on the window plane. It will take a little bit longer for him, but Cheeksing finally drops in the beautiful nade. Not much that E-Arena could actually offer assistance in that form of position. That will leave them susceptible for that open angle coming from Petret. And he should be able to secure it in jiffy. Not too problematic. Yep.
I don't think Tigger's gonna live. I think you're right. And you're also right in the fact that E-Arena is struggling to assist Tigger. It's difficult because you want to help, but you also know that Take Me Please is where they are. And with Petret on top of that unplayable, it's so hard to justify helping him in any sense. You probably just end up losing more than one player. He's still knocked though, to be fair. Maybe they could help him out. But you're absolutely right. Stressful situation. If they knew QC was 2, which hopefully they do, then maybe that changes their mind. But other than that, E-Arena are just interested in staying alive. Take Me Please move a little bit further down the hillside. E-Arena try to get a knock, but they fail. Daytrade have rocked up now onto those unplayables. Q Confirm have to back all the way off. Khan takes down his own teammate and Eddie. Hopefully that's not another DC. Forest, as I said, they've already arrived. Everyone trying to find a spot on this hillside. It's getting very, very claustrophobic. And for the teams like Daytrade, for the teams like Q Confirm, this is where you just run wild. It's a shooting gallery up on top of those unplayables. You just have to remain very disciplined and make sure you don't go down. Team Bliss trade out FW.
Nice.
Successfully winning that fight. Expendables rock up underneath Daytrade. They will be at the mercy of everyone on this side of the zone, but they choose to go a little bit further. Finally, they stop. They rock up. They have actually got that res. Are you serious?
Wow. I didn't think that could be possible. I think that QC
semua udah balik belum ini ya? Aduh. Berbahaya banget lu.
Good chances trying to trade out. Reluctant Squad is the next one to bow out with the rest of the Elite Esports to be able to just
dapat RS2. Nice banget loh.
Open valleys, nowhere for Exclusive to even step out of that shack. I say that he tries to perhaps make a desperate run for it.
Pala lu. Masih mau kah? Cabut sih mending.
30 HP left, forcing him to back away. Someone's also closing through. Perhaps Rokenet has something to say about this situation where he will take on the entirety of AG Global. Sapal on the outskirts. Now rocking up, and what an angle as he picks off Zez, but there's a 9 HP left. Tries to heal up Sapal, closing into the distance. He should be able to secure it. Tries to lose space, but it trades back. Wonderful performance coming from Rogue. 18 more HP. He can turn the hides around, but he's popping another first 8. Is there another 8? And here comes Icon. He finally stops the bleeding, but it's all over for AG. Tremendous fight and somehow TEM.
Lumayan tuh dapat 3.
Rogue getting that first aid off is what won him the engagement there. What allowed him to survive for so long. He was on 1 HP and AGG just couldn't get that push off.
Kenapa ke situ zonanya?
Unfortunate for them, but yes, so good for TEM Entertainment. Escalusia alive in the blue, but
kalau kata gue nih kenanya sama I-Arena. Matiin sama I-Arena kalau kata gue mah.
Team Bliss just brawling with Forest on the edge here. Down to a 2v2 in that kind of situation. Mings just ducks behind cover. Avoids disaster. We'll loot up that crate as well.
Still Daytrade
sits on top of this unplayable. Happy to do so as well. It's changed a little bit. There's more playable terrain around here for teams than there has been in previous iterations of Miramar, but Daytrade still in a power spot. Team Bliss, they lead those smokes, they run to that rock, but in that cross, Insight goes down. Baron now with a chance at a double, and he'll get it too. Easy as that for Forest. Team Bliss fall, 5 kills now for Forest, 4 of which go to Baron. And they've bought themselves more time to play with.
Wah, TE ini
Day trade just have to be disciplined up on top of this unplayable. and
cepat
this will
aja
be a
dia
great game.
dimatiin dah.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Team Liz, I think that was a really good moment to trade right back. But
Set Dimas, lu ngelempar jauh banget itu bro.
once again,
Dapat kah?
impeccable stuff with those definitely also being thrown out.
Ya, Cerberus mati sih ini mah.
They're the kings of the hills, also hugging by the rim of it.
Kok tumben ya Dimas nggak pakai itu ya? Nggak pakai AUK ya? Makanya M4. Oh enggak, oh nice. Ambil ke atas itu dia.
Tries to look around though. Perhaps he might be able to do something about day trade being
Okay,
on top of
okay,
the
okay.
unplayables, but for the meantime,
Nice,
it's
nice,
definitely
nice.
tough to challenge them. The expendables
Saya
at
mau
the
nusuk.
mercy of day trade, just
Tapi tetap ke
sitting
sono lagi mau percuma
right
aja.
down below the hillside, getting a little bit of cover.
TMP.
This is the next one to bow. We're only left with 10
ayo lo,
teams.
Dimas lo mati lo.
Trades go true. Day trade versus Cerberus. This one I would love to watch.
Cerberus is in
nice.
such a rough spot though, and you can see the expendables below day trade. This guy is basically an 8-man wall that Cerberus has to get through. I don't think this is possible in any universe.
Cerberus
They're gonna
nggak
hop
bisa
in a
sih.
car,
Susah
opt
sih,
for a
dari
rotate,
bawahnya
go
aja ada
somewhere
TE.
else. This is
Di atasnya ada die
impenetrable.
trade. Udah susah.
But as they go elsewhere in the zone, they're just going to run straight into bleed, run straight into arena. They don't even get that far. They hit a
Kiri ada
rock,
arena,
probably
susah,
intentionally
susah.
actually set themselves up here. I mean,
Sulit.
intentionally,
Udah,
unintentionally,
mau
it's
ngapain
looking
dia
rough
nih?
for Cerberus. I
Kita lihat mau
cannot see
ngapain
them
dia.
getting any further than this. All of them are putting on meds right now. Smokes are up to
Trik.
give them a slight chance at maybe taking a fight up against arena here that actually could pay
Wah,
off.
trik.
The timing's okay. Cerberus has to make this cross almost flawlessly
trik
though,
bahaya
and
ini.
that's not happening. Day trade taking out 2 teams at once. They've already got 2 knocks onto the expendables below them, and Cerberus is their next target. Haisaki in smoke, Sololzi out in the open. It is perfect from Thanadol and Day Trade combined. Cerberus fall, the expendables have lost a couple. This is looking absolutely fantastic
Nah
for Day
gitu
Trade.
dong.
Yeah, they're just farming all these kills from the top side of the hill. Everything is up for the taking. Day trade right now 6.
Karena mau nggak mau harus ke situ. Dua ditembak aja lagi minum cuy.
They will have to climb down though. They've probably taken notice of the expendables. I'm not too sure if they want to spend longer to try to take them down.
Awas
But they
Cimoy,
also
awas
found
Cimoy.
Mark up against Chimoy. The esports also hugging by the rim of it. Tough times for anybody by the west or even the south. SGV is gonna try to see if they could maybe hold him out though, as SGD is in a really good spot in the circle.
I'm loving where Buriram are. Find themselves on the edge of power grid. The only real threat for them is T5, I believe, and T5 is going to be pushed out of that north side eventually. SGD have low ground up against Buriram's high ground, so
Wah,
a potential banger
QC
coming
sih
in from them.
harusnya bete juga dia sih,
QC have
harusnya ya.
been here since basically the start of the game as well. Unfortunately, they lost 2, and so they haven't been able to extend or be as aggressive as they would have liked. And as Bleed make their rotation in, they recognize that as soon as they rock up,
nice
there
loh
are
TE.
far more angles to deal with.
Kayak
Bleed
selalu
lose 2
Cimoy
on that
gitu.
entry,
Tabrak.
flushed out. Third one to go down will be Chimoy. Only 1 up now for Bleed. Down goes Petret. Forest
Selalu dan selalu
and
pasti
T5
Cimoy.
combined to put the pressure onto them.
Wait, nice.
QC and
Naik.
SGD loving how this
Bisa
game is
siapa dong?
panning out for them too. Everyone weakening
Oh,
themselves on
Karin
the
ya.
west side while they all remain 4 strong. T5, better game from them, up to 7 kills. Maybe this is when they wake up and arrive to the lobby. They're going to have to take more fights though on this western side. If they can successfully deal with QC, they bag themselves a good spot.
Oh yeah, I think if it'll make QC, there's just plenty of spots for them to just wither out the rest of Arena. Also trying to pave a passage for their own. They trade now, desperate with those smokes to try to cut their way across some of all these open areas.
Lumayan
where
lah,
SGD
plus
is
6 poin 2.
overlooking. Sophia's gonna hit some of the true
Gak apa-apa,
smokes.
gak apa-apa. Nice,
I
nice,
think
nice.
that's not gonna be enough, or else they will spend a
Buset,
whole lot
Tetret
more
sih
time
gokil
until
juga ya.
these dissipate. They will still carry on with their journey, trying to find perhaps a little bit of crease to hide out for.
Buriram enak banget
As
anjir.
these big nades are being sent
Kalau
right in from
terus-terusan ke sono.
It's just so tough for Arena to actually get much done, as they're being sandwiched in between all these squads in between. With Arena also trying to trade right back. It is paid.
Buset, suka dulu.
Pops off.
Dude.
Takes out the entirety of
QC-nya
Day Trade.
juga.
that kill feed is almost impossible to track. Everyone taking fights with everyone else in the lobby, and yeah, day trade go out like that. They were looking like they were in a solid spot. They just got pincered. 3 on the side of Pain. Arena happily taking their advantage in that fight as well. And that's a lot of kills gone from the lobby in an instant. Buriram and SGD would have been happy with a few more third parties, but they're going to have to settle for this end game. This is our top 4. And SGD and Buriram have remained 4 strong for the entirety of it. T5 should be able to get that res inside of those shanties. They do. They're going to have to play into that low ground. SGD will have to do the same. And that just opens up more opportunities for Buriram. The Arena will happily take a third party here as well. I mean, there's no scenario in my head in which this doesn't pan out beautifully for Buriram. I don't think SGD are going to push into Power Grid. I don't think they can make that work. I don't think that's realistic. It's too open. T5 and the Arena will shoot them as they enter into Power Grid as well. Buriram obviously have themselves set up, so their only option is to go into that valley. T5, they have to leave the shanties. Their only option is to go into that valley. Arena are also out of zone. Their only option is to continue into that valley, and it's all in the line of sight of Buriram. Everyone in this zone will be at the mercy of Buriram in 30 seconds time.
And I like the fact that Demacy is also pushing out, also taking a lot of volley space. Canaxi actually shot his own teammate, so that is going to be a big trouble for BRU to settle with.
Ada masalah apaan teman sendiri?
Ranger
Ditembak.
falls down in the thick of things as well. I guess they were
aneh banget ya.
being a little bit frantic of the
Si Ranger juga sama diri sendiri. Apa coba maksudnya?
Shots now being taken from the side of Pain as they try to just seize the rest of the Arena.
Udah boleh sama Tosuke doang ini mah di antara 2 itu. Tapi kayak Buriram sih. Ampun, satu peluru lagi tuh. Harusnya Buriram ya kalau kayak gini sih. Tuh di Mastenya aja udah. Mastenya dijagain kiri. Udah ini mah. Ya ampun, mati dong dia.
Another knock on the Eddie. Taking 2 knocks in this end game is not good, but Mings will suffer a knock of his own. SGD now all falling backwards to see if they can get that res. They need to keep up some presence here though on the edge.
Oh, zonanya maju.
Starting to look like they're the ones under pressure here as SGD actually ended up with a very powerful ridge to work with.
Buriram maksudnya masih bisa santai, majunya dikit doang dia.
T5 stuck on edge in smokes, and I think that's all that they have left. Once those smokes dissipate, they'll be at the mercy of SGD. Not looking too good for them, but obviously they've had a much better game than they have had in the past. And they're out of zone to add to their woes. This is going to end up being an SGD versus 4 versus 4 almost certainly. And I cannot put my finger on the victor. Down goes Flucky, Patampong to follow. And they themselves.
Ya ampun.
MML flashes himself. Unlucky his teammate walked into that line of sight. But we do get our Buriram versus SGD 4 versus 4 Buriram. They had to warm up into that play-in stage. SGD were hot basically the entire time. Both of these teams need points. Both of these teams need to fight towards that top 4. Division's opened it up with 2. That southern side was the most powerful for SGD, and all of a sudden it's fallen. Khan has blown himself up somehow, maybe giving SGD a chance. MML also given a chance to get a res. And Jervis is playing this low ground, a crate to work with. Good cover for the moment, picks himself up a Famus, could be vital in this endgame, but right now it's on MML to fight back.
Nice.
It was Demacy that was taking that great location, and they managed to overwhelm the rest of SGD. Now only down to MML, as he's got not much space to work with. The pushes are coming into effect. Only hiding behind that rock. Not too sure if Jervis can actually offer a little bit more of a helping hand, being on the low ground. He's been spotted out. MML still tries to do as much damage as he could, but he will fall through the
3 lawan 1. 3 lawan 1. 3 lawan 1 Jervis, kamu mau apa lagi Jervis? Kamu di bawah. Kan? Udah Buriram. GG. GG.
I mean, what impact from Dynasty? As when he joined this team, I thought, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Dynasty joining onto Buriram, that is a powerhouse team right there. And Dynasty's impact in that late game was undeniable. He got a nade pick and a rifle pick in the same, in the span of 5 seconds, taking out the most powerful position that SGD had to work with. Well done from Buriram, a well-deserved win. Almost looked like they were trying to, I don't know what they were doing, but they had that Kanaxi Edie team kill, and then Khan blows himself up, then Edie gets a second knock. I don't know what was happening to them in that endgame, but I think the smiles on their faces tell us that it was a little bit more stressful than it needed to be, but they still get it done.
Yeah, we got a lot of wonderful stuff in the early game, though, especially with that Panzer Faust double. Once in a lifetime clip, I would say, for finals. So other than that, a lot of all these trading in the hillside to seize control around the facilities of power grid.
Satu game lagi.
Bay trade coming up with
Satu match lagi,
great
guys.
angle of position, but after that, they just got funneled into that meat grinder.
Satu match
where
lagi, guys.
SGD has been able to take them out. But this one coming from Rogue was spectacular.
Yeah, well done. And as you can see, if he didn't or wasn't able to get that first aid off, then he wouldn't have been able to take that second fight. One bullet hit him in that second fight, and yeah, just not good enough. Well defended by him. Bliss and Forrest just kind of got into it on the western edge, got into it for too long, and it allowed both of them basically no time and no space to work with. And of course, Day Trade on top of these unplayables had a field day. I mean, this is the kind of game, the kind of space that you dream as a PUBG player. You live for these kinds of games, just to spam your DMRs from distance. And so it was very easy for Day Trade to do well in that situation. Unfortunately, when they had to leave that unplayable, it became nigh on impossible for them to actually make it into the zone, but they had their fun.
Yeah, they definitely had their field day out, at least bagging a lot of kills in this round. And I was taking note of Dynasty's extension over the quarter hill, and I knew that he will definitely have a big impact onto how the final fight will pan out. And true enough, that double that was secured just opened up all that space for them to take this chicken dinner home, or else it could have been a much closer fight between the members of SGD versus BRU. And, you know, it looks a little scuffy. We got a couple of team nades going in between the way, but hey, I'm glad that they managed to eventually sort it out to finally take a win for the Thai region. So we have almost everybody on the board right now from all different regions to be taking a chicken dinner. Maybe we'll get one more for Malaysia, but they came pretty close at second place. So I'm not complaining at all. Plus, these guys, we'll see them in PGC anyways. So it's more about that PGS 5 as well as 6. So that being said, we still got one more round to go, but I'm enjoying what Miramar has to offer. An even playing field for those teams that definitely needed these big points.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is, coming off the back of that Miramar game, is it looks like Buriram have warmed up. The circle obviously helped them quite a bit, but they took the win. They successfully fought off SGD, who I thought were going to have a lot more trouble.
SGD.
Turns out they had quite a nice ridge to work with, and Dynasty just annihilates that threat in an instant. I think that the impact for me is the fact that that is SGD's most powerful position.
SGD.
They can still stagger it. They can still watch as Buriram push towards them or push out of power grid. That's a power position for SGD, and just like that,
SGD.
and he's got a rifle knock. That is impact. That opens up the end game for Buriram completely, and that's why you bring someone like Dynasty onto your team. And this is Buriram warming up already. In the play-in stage, we saw Buriram warm up on day 2. But in the finals here, they've warmed up on day 1. This is a scary looking Buriram. My personal MVP would be Dynasty, but of course Eddie is just as deserving of the MVP. 467 damage. He points total for Muram. Another decent. I think they had a little less confidence than 15, but they certainly earned 15. Fought their way through the entire time.
It's still pretty decent on how work all the way to the game, but I definitely would. I think Rose's performance is to research into all of these upcoming maps,
Apakah sudah mulai? Oh, belum, bis.
Yeah, it definitely was a big package to open up these rounds for our hero mode. So I'm pretty satisfied on how we got at least. It's really all about taking that center stage where we saw they played that optimal found themselves a chance to bounce back up. Don't count it up just yet, because they played the game like that's the most important spot. But yeah, of course, just yet we saw Long also making have a chance to get a better rank. Of course, it's going so. Those snaps, we also will be getting tomorrow, so at least getting us into rhythm will make things a lot easier.
Now I'm expecting a lot of improvement. The top four can run away with it quite easily. It's pretty apparent right now that the expendables but it's a lobby where the top four is going to run away with it, I think. Hopefully quicker than we continue to expect. So I think honestly after tonight, if you haven't put yourself in a very good spot, if you haven't got a few points on the board, you could actually be at quite a big game. Like there are a few teams that are really desperate.
Especially for FW's performance from the play-in up till now, they've never dropped the ball. Extremely consistent. The only rough round that they had was actually
Agak ada yang mau ya.
spacing kills. But other than that, I have no top two for the early map, and now we'll see what it can give change. Here we are, final game of
Guys, last nih.
another 6-round back-to-back PUBG esports action. Well, you're never too late if you guys just joined in as we just kickstart our first day of the finals out of 4. And now let's look at the trajectory of these like half. Pretty fair, I would say, as it cuts through the
Lihat turun di mana? Kita lihat turun di mana.
I
Lihat
think that's
Montenovo kah?
just the most fair it can be, to be honest with you.
Montenovo
I
kayaknya.
mean, maybe the horizontal one is better, but I feel like I'd almost prefer the vertical one. Maybe the horizontal one, actually. Well, I don't know. I'm starting to think I'd prefer the horizontal one. But, I mean, yeah, the results are mostly the same. Everyone should be happy with that. And, of course, that's going to result in very little, if
Dono
any,
kata gua
reaction. I can
di
see Petret landing at Plains, while
daerah
Pong and Rossitted from T5 land
bawah nih,
nearby.
daerahnya Buriram nih, Buriram sama RS. Buriram, RS, Sugedui,
I think that Oasis drop spot is a
Los
result
Leones
of
kalau
them
kata gue nih ya.
losing
Kita lihat nih,
an ID
3,
drop spot
2,
for them. It's probably
1.
something they don't want to do. They're not happy to drop at drop
Feeling
up at
awalnya di
Oasis,
atas
but
padahal.
on this occasion, it actually nets them a
Aduh,
really nice
langsung sih ke
important
atas.
rotation into the zone. In fact, there are like 3 teams.
Atas atau El Azahar, langsung situ oke sih.
4 T5, QC, Take Me Please, and the Expendables are the only 4 teams inside the zone right now. This is a fantastic opportunity if they recognize the soft side, which they should, for a team like QC to get very central very early.
Yeah, I'm also looking at TMP to do so as they're rolling off of Minas
Mau nggak mau harus nyari
easy extension
emergency
to
pickup sih.
get
Kalau
access to
jalan
vehicles
gini,
where they can take control
kalau gue sih
of
nggak
the
bisa dah
valley of the
naik
region,
mobil di
while
Miramar,
they
bukan
have
nggak
plenty
bisa
of
ya,
space
kayak
to do so at the
kagak dah,
where it will be a
skip
long
aja.
journey up ahead for
Kalau ada
teams like E-Arena that's
EP
coming from
nih,
the furthest
EP nih AP,
distance, still looting up
emergency pickup nih, emergency pickup dah.
It's gonna be a little bit of a different
Mending mobil
drop
mah
zone
tuh.
as compared to what
Musuh
we
itu
last saw
jalurnya
in this
gelombangnya
game.
parah ya.
I believe it was somebody else that takes claim over onto the direction, but I kind of forgot who exactly that could be. But no matter the case, teams are absolutely safe in the early game. E-Arena, we've seen plenty of brilliant stuff coming in from the play-ins, but it seems like they still have a lot to figure out moving into this tournament. And, you know, this team's seen so much success in international stages. We've even had some of these guys who have played out what I remember to be PUBG Nations Cup, or I could be wrong, but overall, E-Arena, they are late bloomers, as we've seen them getting better results back in plays on day 2 as well as day 3 onwards. So probably a good discussion with their coach or analyst, anybody in the organization will be able to sort things out by day 2. So not too worried about them just yet. Whereas Take Me Please, they're going in for perhaps an early engagement up against QC, who have taken the warehouse for themselves. They're just making very good disciplinary checks, but admittedly, shots are being fired, so they're absolutely interested in taking this one. But it's going to be Jedi that got flipped off. Instantly secured as well. Oh, that kind of backfired.
Ngasih poin bocahnya ya.
Yeah, QC got here very
Kayak langsung
early.
tuh.
Please
langsung jalan.
weren't expecting it to be that early, and Jedi falls for the
Bertiga
bait.
doang.
Drives
Satu
straight
lagi
to the compound.
kemana?
QC are ready for that exact play. Reluctant squad, emergency pickup overhead. They can see Take Me Please trying to find somewhere else in the zone just behind them. I mean, Reluctant squad is early enough here where looks like they're going to end up at least 1 or 2 inside El Azahar, and looks like Zayu's going to go a bit more to the north, maybe go for a car. In fact, I think that's the reason they're opting to go towards El Azahar in the first place, is just to grab the hard spawn, any other car that they can see, and then take a better spot. Probably set themselves up at Smiley, which is just to the west of El Azahar, on top of the hill as well, potentially. Would be a great spot for a Reluctant squad, and they've got the time to do it as well. There's a few teams that have opted to go super early here. QC's one of them, Reluctant squad one of them, Take Me Please is the other. Everyone else is kind of lagging behind, but still going quite early, recognizing as well. I think the entire lobby, as soon as that circle popped, they recognized that barely anyone would be inside it, and so a few teams have tried their luck at diving at center, and it's unfortunate that Take Me Please lose 1 off of that endeavor, but well played by QC to set themselves up that quickly.
Yeah, you mentioned it very early on that they will go in for those quick extensions, and sure enough they did. And now they're also taking a firm hold onto the Valley of the Region, which might actually stop any form of approach coming in from either AG Global or even the likes of Terratron 5. Van Nye dangerously close to Monty. I don't think that Monty actually knows of his presence. Just lurking up. This could be a decent catch, whereas the rest of these members are not looking around. And here we go, Van. Looking to confirm it. Convert it quickly, he will.
Timingnya, kena timing dia bro.
A little too scattered, unable to actually form any sort of resistance against Reluctant squad. So, as it stands, only 2 takedowns so far inside of Miramar. Still rather playable with a 3-man squad at the very least for both TMP as well as Team Bliss.
Monty was meant to be scouting as central as possible. He just got done with it, so... But again, Reluctant squad were here much earlier than Bliss, and that nets them a kill. So the early risers do catch the worm or whatever that saying is. I forget it exactly. Early bird
Oh,
gets
sudah
worm, that
TE
one.
udah dapat aja dia.
It's ringing true in this final game of Miramar. Eddie down already. Buram getting into a bit of trouble. In fact, in this final game of Miramar, some teams are playing it very quickly,
Tabrak kah?
going as close to the center as possible, and others are waiting a long time. Canaxi, surely he knew that people were inside this compound. I suppose not. Take Me Please are being super quiet. I thought Buram might have lost one to Take Me Please, but they lost one to someone else. Inside now fighting back up against SGD. Between Team Bliss and SGD. Insight goes down. Bliss now down to 2.
Dapat 1 kill.
And Reluctant Squad shoo Buram away from crossing the road and usher them back towards Take Me Please. But they want to avoid Take Me Please as well. Buram, now that they're down to 3, no other choice really but to dip into El Azahar. They could stay up on top of those hillsides and fight and be aggressive, but it's so risky as a 3-man on that southern hillside to expect to win fights, especially if you go up against 4. So playing inside El Azahar and banking for a feed might just be the best option for them.
Yeah, I do think that is a better maneuver for them to just take hold on to some of the high hills of El Azahar, which is what they're currently doing at the moment. Plenty of these teams have already caught a spot over onto the outskirts of Minas Generalis. It's going to be interesting on what will happen over south as Cerberus are also cutting in closely to teams such as the Expendables. Now, Lyrics, does he actually get to see anything through the sandstorm? Doesn't seem like the case.
No,
well, he'll just have to wait out for a little bit. Well,
he's behind it, so he won't crash into a tree or anything, but definitely won't be able to see anything inside the sandstorm. A little bit of vision, though. These guys are coming in on that southern side.
Trick.
So not too many threats to worry about. Taking some shots at Orkaran. This is kind of on the edge too, actually. Ty is now taken out on Man's car. Be looking for a pickup from Trick. Be very awkward if Forest and Bleed got into it on the south side here when Minas is completely free. The Minas unplayables are also completely free. Too much space to be playing for inside the zone to commit to a fight outside of it. So hopefully that one doesn't actually take place. And Reluctant Squad are... I mean, I like how they're playing it. They took Smiley, 2 up on this hill, create some presence. If this hill gets breached, you've got 2 here to defend it. And then 1 inside El Azahar is actually really smart too. Getting a foothold inside the city, just in case it feeds there, is one of the reasons you do that. But also, if you gather some information inside El Azahar, you actually have a player down there that can react to it and play off of that information. So Reluctant Squad setting themselves up really nicely. It has kind of fed them, kind of been kind to them, that it allows them to hold their edge really nicely. But for a lot of other people in this game, it's really unfair. T5, fantastic spot. QC and FW will have their pick of the litter as well. But this one goes all the way northwest. Unfair to a lot of people involved, but still a ton of space to play for.
Yeah, we'll start to see the great migration taking place from this moment on. So, plenty of all these teams will be on wheels. Q confirm fancying an opportunity for a pickup, but I think that they better get going or else they will lose all that space. 2.5 will be having that start, as they're already getting a little bit more outskirts of Crystal Fall, but they got themselves in the scuffle between TE. Oh boy, I don't think they really want to...
cabut bro.
They try to steer clear away from danger. Flash is also totally left behind Belmont as they try to wiggle a little bit.
Nah, susah anjir. Bawa mobil di Miramar tuh.
So I don't see any advantage for either side to be committing to anything at all, but if they could pick him off, this would be good enough for the Expendables to at least walk away with that one corner out there. As a matter of fact, they've already found one very early on. They're still up in the air. And they should be able to at least have a clean passage for E-Arena. Plenty of space on warp treatment if they want to.
Minimal 40 yuk, ada pertama yuk. Bisa ini mah. Lebih bagus sih. Kalau 40 aja poin cukup nih.
try to do anything cheeky to dive bomb their way up the hills.
Cukup lah 40 mah.
Isaki just got out of here in time.
6 kill.
Just driving down the hill. Day trade are arriving.
Syukur-syukur top 5 lagi.
Quite bad for Isaki, but
6
he gets out of
kill,
there.
top 5, oh, udah
And they
aman-aman.
backfilled Reluctant Squad too.
Untuk hari pertama udah oke banget.
Reluctant Squad went deeper. Cerberus happy to take Smiley on edge. Take Me Please and Tem Entertainment have found themselves in a bit of a standoff here at church.
Ih, maju dikit.
Something tells me
HBD.
Megalos doesn't actually know that Tem Entertainment
Maju
is
dikit
here,
HBD,
which
maju
is
dikit HBD.
really wild.
Anjir sepi
This
banget
could
bro.
be
Gak ada yang mau
very bad
jalan anjir.
for Take Me Please, or at least I don't think they're that close. Some bait on the side of Escalusia or Tanawat would be ideal for the two teammates who find themselves pushed up. Rogue and Thunders with the onus on them. As we can see, Forest dropping into Cruz Divide in the distance. Should be okay for them. Maybe FW takes some pot shots at them, but I think they've taken the southern side of Cruz safely, which they have. No worries for Forest. And we stay locked in on that fight, because it could pop off at any moment. As soon as one of the Take Me Please players oversteps the mark, Rogue and Thunders will be happy to take it. And it's what Tem are waiting for. But maybe Tem have to set up some sort of bait. Maybe you have to get Take Me Please to leave the church. Otherwise, I don't think that opportunity is going to come.
Yeah, somebody's got to get the party started.
Dua jaga depan luas, belakang jaga
out of that situation.
biar nggak ada yang nge-flank.
Well,
Satu
SGD,
rumah.
they've been traversing with caution overall. And I think they've got a lot of
Ngejar zona aja selalu dan selalu.
along the ridges
Sabar dulu gak sih?
some of the regions of the valley, and potentially having certain capabilities to also gatekeep some
gitu
members
dong.
of TE if they do move past that direction. And speaking of which, it's gonna be Latte that gets the castle on Thunder, as we've been waiting for this for quite a long time. Nate's out, but Rogue trying to keep himself afloat. The sandstorm is not helping at all.
Nggak kelihatan, nggak kelihatan.
Vision, but they will try to take charge on this close proximity fight. He gets another one. Incredible shots to the head. They might be able to also spot out Escalusia by the corner of these fences. And Megalos also taking another beautiful angle. As the graveyard is not going to be a safe spot for him to hide out. Megalos dropping low. And here comes June. Latte, he's just hitting all these beautiful shots. It's going to be June with double to get that
Tutup
build
peluru
up
lagi
for
itu, anjir.
Exusia as well.
RS.
Tawat barely has any space. He's bringing
Kabur
forward
aja.
up. All these smokes popped up, trading back and forth, and still no clear victors just yet.
Duar.
He's hugging by.
Duh.
The sole member of TAM doing whatever he can to keep his team surviving. They're all just scattered all throughout the corner of the map. Latte should be able to spot this out. See the
get the
squeeze
window.
fall through. He did manage to get a revive though.
Wah udah nggak ada.
Oh, Latte's
Just-
got more to do.
So much more to do. I was hoping he'd jump on the window. Latte has all three. Tem get
Nyur,
obliterated.
nyur,
I don't know
nyur.
how or when or why that fight popped off in the way it did, but I thought Tem had the advantage for sure. But you will not catch Latte lacking on
Timing
points.
banget itu pas buat
And Take Me
Pas
Please
banget kelar.
stay alive. Desperately needed to as well. Down there in
di
14th.
35
That is
kena di set
vital for
pellet.
them. That looked like it was going to be the epicenter of this game, but Reluctant Squad backed off. Obviously, Forest can't push up that hill, so it's allowed to take place in isolation for the most part. And Latte just pops off. Well done to you. All
Mati lo.
gamers global now find themselves victim to a bleed rotation, but there's a Famis in the mix. It doesn't matter. Scappy's taken down. Tycon, man,
kenapa
knocks
itu?
or gets knocked by Orca.
Kenapa
It's
itu
not clean
ditabrak Maan?
from the side of
Aduh.
bleed, but Forest is helping
Sorry
out a
banget
little
dah.
bit. They do lose
Itu kenapa
man.
dah?
And Orca and at that T5 also taking bleed out on rotation. It's not clean from bleed. They've had to stop. They've been forced to stop and reevaluate their options.
There's definitely plenty of vultures in the field. T5 got involved. Force Natural Gaming also getting those third-party pickoffs. But these fights continue
Agak
to be
sedikit maksa tapi
within
ya
close
oke lah nggak apa-apa.
proximities, while SGD just drops in a big bomb off the flash. This one down from the side of Day Trade. Here comes the monitor as well. Tunnel, where can he actually go? He has to fall back. And even Belmont is just cut by the edges as this area has been bombarded. SGD Should be able to claim a few more lives as Tandal will have to just vacate the area. But the deeper they go, the more teams they will face. Tandal not exactly walking scot-free from all these fights. Tandal now gets picked off. RS gets a beautiful catch in the middle of the field. And it's just sharpshooting from all these teams who are just keeping their eyes through the valve.
Yeah, Day Trade find themselves on the back foot, don't they? Just Belmoth alive now. Belmoth now out. I thought it was the Mortar as
Gila
well,
PS4
but
ya masih
helps out Buram a little bit.
14
They don't have to
Aduh,
deal with him themselves. Chimoy
Ih,
likes
ketahuan
to
dong.
cover inside that shack and survives as well. He's got a teammate in Trick coming in, but I'm not sure Trick makes it in. With Q Confirm looking that way, Buram also looking
Masuk.
that way. Trick is on a collision course for disaster. The car is smoking. He cops a headshot. Does he make it inside the shack? I think Chimoy stood up for a second to try and provide some cover. They both make it to the shack. Trick vaults in. That's the riskiest part, but he does it cleanly.
Santai.
Bleed allowed to survive, but for how long? If Q Confirm are given any amount of freedom, they can just walk straight over to that shack and throw in some grenades.
I think it very well do so. While Fluky is now going up against some members of AG. As Shady
Nah,
continues
gasin yang
to
atas dulu
triumph
aja
over
tuh.
on
TE,
THRONMAX
FW udah pada di
where it's
gas
been
dulu
rather
dah.
difficult for the Expendables to cut through, let alone the rest of the members of Day Trade as they have already been taken out.
Team Bliss malah
is trying to
lu
zone
yang
out the rest
kocik.
of Team Bliss. I'm not too sure where exactly can they go. They're also dealing with a situation between FW Esports. Now, it's going to be a full send coming in from E Arena. A lot of things happening over in the northern corner of the
Nice,
map.
di Arena, tabrak ya, tabrak.
Exact also getting picked
Tabrak
off.
gak sih Arena?
At this point, I'm not sure where these angles are coming from, but
Tabrak gak sih?
honestly, there's just still a lot of feel for everybody to take
Ih,
shots at each
nice.
other. Speaking of which, Punky goes down.
FW not with the strongest man advantage here. They are doing their absolute best. You're right though, Tonke, one of the strongest members on that team, is now out. It's just Banana 1 and he's all the way out in the blue. Nothing he can do but look for a kill still potentially on E Arena or Bliss, whoever exposes themselves first. The Expendables as well, down to 2. They're
Nice
both
dah.
stuck in the blue as well.
1-2 udah
The
pada
top 2 in the lobby falling short in the final game. Gives a
Nice.
lot of opportunity over to those who are close.
maju. Aduh susah. Aduh
Do the
susah. Ada
Expendables
Terraton sama
fall
Buriram.
that quickly? Neither of the top 2 teams will make it to placement
Aduh,
points. I'm
mana ya?
almost certain of that.
Susah
Far too many
susah.
teams in the lobby to have that as a realistic goal. And I'm not sure it's realistic to expect Glorious to
Nice.
fight back. It's not. Down go the Expendables. An incredible first day from them here. 64 points, 2 dubs on the board. Very,
Wait,
very commendable.
Kena dong.
And FW, Banana 1, he will follow a
Nah.
sharp shot by Jacob. The blue finishes the job. Our
Ampun.
top 2 in the lobby fall out
Bete
very
banget
quickly
itu.
in Game 6.
Wih, Himas akhirnya
Plenty
pakai
of chances
AUK
right now
juga.
for the rest of the field to play catch
Oh.
up. Jarvis, he just barely make it up to the hill. IMAS
Bahaya Himas
was
tuh kalau udah
just
pakai AUK
perfectly
ya.
on time to catch that opportunity while Haisaki also spots out the rest of QC members running across. A lot of bodies now hitting the ground. 12 more teams somehow still squeezing
Aduh.
their way in this lobby, while Drake, unfortunate to be snipped out by Turton 5.
Nice try.
Everyone's doing a
Apa-apa,
decent
apa-apa,
number going
apa-apa.
for those pickoffs, but QC, they're not off the hook. Kaisaki gets this free pickoff. Oh, they're not even
Enaknya
looking.
posisi itu.
Cerberus Esports now with a 5-pointer. They could basically claim it even more because Demacy has been crawling around that corner. Not that Khan could even get anywhere close for a save at the moment. Turton 5 now has drawn attention towards the resident members of RS. Like, these shots can come from anywhere, I tell you that.
Haisaki just saved Buram entirely. Dynasty got knocked. Q-Confirm would have undoubtedly flushed him out, and Haisaki just shoots them in the back. Dynasty calls, they're all dead, and now Khan can actually go for that res, and yeah, Buram are allowed to live. The timing is so generous to Buram. But they've been fighting for their lives down there on the south this entire time.
Speaking of fighting for their life.
Yeah, TMP have been doing that, haven't they? Latte with that 3K earlier. Forest now have to make the push. They've been AFK for most of this game, but
Tapi
finally
Arena
they've been forcing themselves.
memungkinkan Arena.
Yeah, this push is imminent, but this is pretty tough coming in from the low ground, with plenty of position now being held by the rest of TMP members. We focus on to another fight that breaks loose far north. There's 3 teams up aboard, and maybe even more. AG struggling to climb up the hillside. Nonton 5 looking very likely to clear off all these angles, just having Rusted Jr. as well as Pat just to wrap around. They could also spot out both Force as well as TMP in this instance.
T5.
Akhirnya dia sendiri aja di tengah-tengah meninggal juga deh.
Consistency they found form in the last few.
Wah, RS sih.
Will that continue? Already in the placement points, already got 5 kills. Flucky landing DMR shots as he has been all night. Forest now put down as UNQ gets involved in the kill feed. Flucky, a couple Molotovs, a couple nades, a couple kills for Flucky.
Wah, itu gak ada expect sih.
T5 making their aggression known. Flucky getting all up in TMP's faces. Scapping down low, nothing he can do. Flucky just pushes through all of them. T5 are so aggressive right now. Pay no mind to the building on your right, my friend. Open this up completely. Arena, no time to even get involved. Flucky on the fence. UNQ has to get it done. They're just dancing around this thin wall, but it's Flucky all day. All the way up to 5 now. T5 up to 10 in total. T5 have come to play.
That's what Gutsy pushed coming from Flucky, and now he receives a couple of shots coming from afar. But wow. That bolt extension, he was just rushing all by himself, just dependent on Rositad's cover. And he had that full confidence just to claim all these lives, and suddenly you start to see the rest of
Cerberus kalau bisa kena rata ini arena sih, mungkin sih dia WCD.
By just flushing out those weakened units of
3 itu doang sih.
And also TMP.
RS, IE sama Cerberus.
Squad sitting in a very powerful spot in this zone, if not the most.
Teraton masih ya, masih kosong depannya.
Well, but there's a snake behind them in the form of Mings.
Udah kan enak banget tuh. Makanya kan susah juga pasti.
Everyone else's days. Cerberus, one of their victims, Duck might already
enak banget di arena.
Mass surely to follow unless Cerberus can fight back. Technically, Cerberus still have all 4 members alive, so maybe they can take the fight to arena here. Tig has been headshot.
Mungkin
a little bit
bisa
of an opening to Cerberus to actually rock up. They do get that res as well. This has turned into more of a fight than I thought. This is a 4 versus 4. Arena, Cerberus. Arena with the high ground, Cerberus with the low ground. Mingsy's been spotted as well. This little snake in the background, will he have an impact? No, he won't. Timing, but that's it. A little bit of delay for Arena to look over towards Cerberus, and this 4v4 remains pretty clean until Tigger doesn't miss a single bullet. I said 4v4. What I really meant was a 4v3.
That was impressive. He just snapped that. Now, that long-range angle coverage will be denied. And the rest of Cerberus Esports have to take this fight up close and personal. Jacob with the push right now, having slight advantages. As the nades are now lobbed right through. This bounce might connect. And Jacob, he just rushes through. He gets lined up. He's got to check his left. Left is sorted out by Zizzy. And it's all down to Solalzi. Pure confidence.
Wah, Teraton enak banget tuh. Teraton enak banget ganti atasnya. Teraton enak banget anjir tukar atas. Wah, kejauhan tuh. Wah, F sama Zuan kejauhan sih.
Jacob's the last one alive for E-Arena. Teraton 5 arrived just in time to clean up what was left of the victors of that fight. And yeah, you said a Reluctant squad have been here for the longest time. 6 kills added to their tally so far, though, and a 4v4 in their future almost certainly.
Kita lihat di sini.
Jacob is a threat, don't get me wrong, but how much of a threat is the question? Flucky has him locked in, pinned down behind that truck, almost the headshot. The tire pop on that truck almost cost Jacob his life. Certainly these nades will. He's just delaying time. Smoke up. Blow that car up if you want to guarantee it, is what I say. But Teraton 5 won't overextend. The positional advantage is surely in the favor of Reluctant Squad. They've got the entire circle to spread themselves out on that entire ridge to work with. T5 don't have much of a ridge to work with. It's enough to take the fight. Jacob is just a thorn in their side right now. As long as he stays alive, they're top 5 can't really
Mengecil-mengecil
focus
pasti
on that
Ares
much
tetap
else.
pasti dapat ini. Kalau dia agak ke tengah gitu tuh. Kompon-kompon rumah-rumah dia ke tengah. Teratan pasti mau nggak mau maju sih ini. Walaupun zonanya narik ke Teratan, pasti Ares masih dapat itu. Di pinggir-pinggir zona mah nggak perlu maju jauh. Tapi dari posisi ininya enakan Teratan. Nah, kita lihat aja nih zona selanjutnya. Buset di Jacob.
Jacob now doesn't really have much room to wiggle with. Only biding time. And here comes the big one. Big nade's now sent towards his way. Jacob completely dodges it. Still being very pesky as he's trying to stay alive with all these smokes that he has, but his resources are slowly depleting. But doing decently, considering that he's currently outnumbered. Probably not.
Wah, Ares sudah maju ke depan. Menang sini.
No, Reluctant Squad also realized that
Gila
T5
Ares.
aren't in the best spot in the zone.
Kan?
And this
Pasti
is a
zonanya
play that Reluctant
nariknya
Squad
tuh.
are making to ensure the win. They don't want to give T5 any more space than they currently have. Reluctant Squad are going to get all up below them and then fall
Udah tinggal nunggu
back.
aja Ares sebenarnya mah.
Smartly so,
Pasti dia maju
almost,
ke depan.
because of that zone. T5 are now out. I would almost love to have seen Reluctant Squad keep one underneath them just as a linchpin,
Majuin
just
A
as,
katanya. Mumpung lagi
as a
perang,
way to
sibuk
get
perang.
a cheeky knock and almost secure the win, but you have to respect the conservative play. No reason to risk anything. They fall back and they have the timing to do it as well. T5, they've been so stuck trying to deal with Jacob. He has survived for so long. T5 haven't hit the nades, they haven't hit the shots, they haven't been able to take care of him. And that is almost the only reason that T5 haven't been able to even fight Reluctant Squad. They have had no opportunity to do anything else, and Jacob is
Pas
still
maju mau
alive.
nggak mau ini.
Yeah,
Udah Ares menang ini mah.
Now he pops his head over the corner, so he will have to take the full onslaught up against the four members of T5, and you know what the results could be when you're overwhelmed. So it's in between. Reluctant Squad is
Kalau Ares nggak menang sih keterlaluan sih.
both sides with full squad strength to get over the region, and now we have
Saya udah menang
slight bounty,
posisi.
to be the sector that will draw a line between the two squads. One good pickoff, and perhaps they'll have certain openings to go ahead for a full send. Lost Smoke's now being primed over onto the lower ridge as they're forcing a push up against Jun. I wonder what kind of impact will this entail with Jun now dropping some big nades as the rest of the members of T5 are coming right through.
They've got to make this push. They've chosen the side they want to make it on as well. Now we're just waiting for an opener, waiting for the nades to do their job. There it is. Huang opens it up. It's not the start to the fight that T5 wanted, but they still have opportunities that are slowly fading. Reluctant Squad have put on a fantastic defense. And it's a defense enough to get them the win. Reluctant Squad are your final winners of the night. Another win added to the tally for Vietnam. And it's a win that was well deserved by Reluctant Squad. Playing it smart, playing it conservative, there was nothing that T5 could do.
Yeah, the rest of T5, they were forced to make that push, and that angle held by Jun was just sublime. Perfect finish to wrap up the night for Reluctant Squad, and they should be also up in the running once again. Now that we see the top two teams bow out of the competition in this final map, so there should be decent openings for squads like THRONMAX 5 to also
Berarti posisi 7 kah? 7 atau 6? Turun 1 kan tadi terakhir 6 tuh. Kayaknya 7 deh, 7 atau 8 deh jadinya deh.
Pick up very early on to land themselves in Al-Azhar, and they managed to also find a lot of pickoffs in between the fields throughout the course of the match.
This was insane.
Iya tuh.
This was awesome from
Timing pas banget anjir.
Just got that res in the moment. If he jumped on the windowsill, he wouldn't have had to do what he did to finish off that fight, but still very respectable, very well done from Latte. Take me please. I feel like a decent end to the night from them. They were struggling all throughout the night, and I think this is a game that they can be relatively proud of at least in comparison to what they did previously.
Guys.
It's good to see that Latte and the boys at Take Me Please still have it in them to perform really, really well. T5 as well. I mean, another massive highlight game from them. Unfortunately, doesn't result in the win, but they were so good, especially leading up to that end game fight. This push from Flucky. I mean, he's going through the center. He knows there's someone on the rocks, and you can almost assume there's people in the buildings inside the compound, and he's still just
Guys, kita
to try and open up that fight.
sudahi dulu streaming kali ini. Kita dulu nobarnya watch partinya. Sampai bertemu lagi di streaming berikutnya. Thank you yang udah mampir. Thank you Agus Widi udah komen. Thank you juga yang udah bantu like. Sampai bertemu lagi di streaming berikutnya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.